Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. The trio immediately adopted a serious expression and concentrated on Zadiel. You have followed me to war against one of the most powerful races of the universe, and together we defeated an entity even I consider dangerous. You are a true friend, a brother, and a... The Neo-Demon stopped his words when his sight landed on Zytra, and a reflective expression appeared on his face. The Maga's face remained steady as she waited for the words of the Neo-Demon, but she could not stop her heart from beating faster. Zytra's personality was one born from relentless pressure. She did not resign her freedom due to the desires of others and always pushed herself to the limit. Although she now had an impressive title as Princess of the Eternum Empire, the truth was that her status before reaching rank 4 was nothing special. It was only thanks to her hard work, perseverance, and intelligence that she was able to reach this far. There were many times in her life where a single step in the wrong direction would have condemned her to a life of sorrow. The number of people that wanted her as a servant to enjoy whenever they wanted was large, but they all fell in front of her. Solitude was very normal for her, and things like friendships were something she never thought much of. The only ones she maintained a good relationship with were the elder that resembled a bag of bones and the madman who only cared about his swords. Beyond that, she had no one else. Zytra always thought that she did not need anyone, that she could face everything by herself, and the only thing she needed was to be strong. It was only after meeting the man who showed disdain and arrogance in front of soul-forging existences, even though he was just a rank 2 life form, that her world began to change. The more she spent with him, the more amazed she was about his nature. A warmonger monster who would not hesitate to butcher an entire continent, and yet, who would do everything to protect his kind. Before she realized it, her desires changed. She still wanted to be powerful and reach eternity, but she also wanted someone on whom she could rely, a person that would love and protect her. To Zytra, the only person that could fulfill that desire was the man in front of her. After a moment, Zadiel shrugged his shoulders, and a smile appeared on his face. I guess lover would be the most appropriate term. Things like romantic love were uncommon for the Neo-Demon since before Sophia, he had spent millions of years without even thinking about it. However, he had to admit that the feelings he developed over the years for the Magus were exactly that. The moment Zytra heard those words, her body trembled for a moment, and the most beautiful smile of her life appeared on her face. Zadiel's eyes showed kindness to the woman, but the next moment, his dignified aura returned. Zytra, Heinz, Dotto. Our bond is one formed by the fires of war and transcends blood. I offer you the chance to be part of my race, the strongest of the universe. If you accept, you will forever follow me and sever your connection with the beings of laws of the Empire. The trio had special identities in the Eternum Empire, and if their talent and momentum do not diminish, it won't be hard to solicit the help of the rank 7 life forms of the Empire once they reach the peak of the world. However, after hearing Zadiel's proposition, none of them showed the slightest hesitation. They all immediately kneeled and bowed. We are willing to follow you forever. The golden light in Zadiel's eyes grew more powerful, but this time, it gave a feeling of delight to all those who saw it. It was clear that the mood of the Neo-Demon was excellent. Great, then let me give you an early welcome to the Neo-Demon race. Chapter 320, Nirvana Ice Fire Dragon Phoenix. Although the trio had never heard of the Neo-Demon race before, they only needed to look to their side to see the potential of this one. Even before his bloodline changed, Ezequiel was an absolute genius, and now he could kill a soul-forging existence with a single punch despite being a rank 3 life form. He was the greatest example of the might the Neo-Demon race could reach. Zadiel's talent and momentum were not inferior to that of the Neo-Demon with the primordial bloodline. However, unlike the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race, Ezequiel was like them, an individual who had just begun his first life. If Ezequiel could achieve the impossible, then there is no reason why they could not follow his steps if they push themselves beyond their limits. After saying those words, Zadiel focused on the abomination gorilla, who was staring at him with anticipation in his eyes. He was smart enough to understand that if he was allowed to stay while the Neo-Demon race was mentioned, it meant he was someone Zadiel trusted. Zadiel could deduct the thoughts in Tiris's mind, and he was impressed by how much his wisdom had developed. You will also join my race with the rest. Actually, all members of the Daybreak clan are potential Neo-Demons. The moment they have proven themselves worthy, I will transform them. Many have already shown me that they deserve to be part of my kind, and when the bloodlines from the Scientia Kingdom arrive, the number of Neo-Demons will grow. Zadiel was extremely satisfied with the behavior of his people, especially during this difficult time. They maintained unity, and the greatest desire in their hearts was always to protect the clan. A wide smile appeared on Tyrus's face when he heard those words, and battle intent could be seen burning in his eyes. The man loved to fight, and the stronger he became, the more exciting the battles would be. If you were rank 3 life form, the process would be much easier, but unfortunately, my kind must undergo something called the 3 severings, and that must be done before your true soul has been awakened. Luckily, now that I have access to my realm, I can revert the changes that occurred when you advanced to rank 4. Your centers of power will be affected, practically regressing to rank 3, but it will be worth it. When Heinz, Toto, Zydra, and Tyrus heard that, they felt a little disappointed since they would have to go back to rank 3, but determination filled their eyes the next second. The goal in their hearts was eternal life, and there was a path in front of them that would take them there, so how could a little setback affect their wills? Zadiel closed his eyes for a moment, and in his mind appeared every Neo-Demon who was ready to undergo the 3 severings and form the 9 Apocalypse Star Heavens. There are many of my kind that had already reached peak rank 3. They, along with a few others who need to go through the same process that you 4 will gather here in a few moments. I need to heal some people and awaken someone, and we will go together to my realm. Zadiel did not say anything else, and the next instant, he disappeared. Zadiel appeared in the room with 47 unconscious Sunlight Champions. This was the group that was killed in Wasteland. Their bodies were fixed, and their souls were brought back from the eternal river of the afterlife. Unfortunately, due to damage in their consciousnesses, they could not wake up. The law of life can regenerate any missing piece of the body and heal most souls' wounds. However, the consciousness of each one of these Sunlight Champions was not just damaged. Pieces of those consciousnesses were missing, and you could not heal what was not there. Before his bloodline advanced, Zadiel could have still woke them up, but their personalities would be affected, and they would need to spend hundreds of years recovering. However, now that he had the law of rebirth, things were different. The Neo-Demon opened his palm and 47 drops of blood came out. They moved on their own and entered the head of each one of the Sunlight Champions. Zadiel's rebirth eye released a pulse of energy, and a smile appeared on the Neo-Demon when he saw how his blood was regenerating the missing pieces in the consciousnesses of his people. If my laws are able to take the next forward, I could even repair broken souls, without being a rank 7 life form, and would not have to spend hundreds of years in deep sleep to recover. In Zadiel's mind, the faces of everyone whose soul was shattered in the war against the heavenly race was crystal clear. He had not forgotten them, and the moment he could bring them back, he would. Dante, monitor their condition and fill their body with energy. They should wake up in a week or 2, but they will be disorientated. Have their families here when they open their eyes. I will follow your instructions, Father. Dandy's voice was heard from the wall, and after nodding, Zadiel disappeared again. This time the Neo-Demon appeared in a giant chamber that could easily hold Ezequiel's titanic body. The place was filled with pink cubes that were worth at least 12 billions of magic crystals. That amount of wealth was immense even for clans led by rank 5 life forms, but Zadiel had taken the entire wealth of the Beta Heavenly World, so a few billions of magic crystals was nothing to him. The only thing alive in the chamber was the white egg in the center of it. It had mystic runes engraved all over, and it swallowed crazy amounts of energy every second. Zadiel approached the white egg and caressed it carefully. The rebirth eye showed him the powerful bloodline of the woman inside the egg. Normally, the more time the individual spent in the egg after the nirvanic rebirth, the more powerful their bloodline would become. After the first nirvanic rebirth, a normal Abyssfire demon phoenix would spend 3 months in the egg stage, and those with especially pure bloodline would remain 9 months. However, Sophia had been inside the white egg for more than 3 years. Her bloodline was born out of the fusion of the Styx dragon bloodline and Abyssfire demon phoenix bloodline and tempered by the nirvanic fire, so it was different from its origin. Its potential was so great that even after consuming billions of magic crystals, it had not finished its strengthening. Zadiel's eyes narrowed after finishing analyzing Sophia's new bloodline. It was strong, but it was still far from being a law bloodline. Law bloodlines are very hard to develop, and even with 2 peak emperor bloodlines that fully complement each other, it is impossible to develop one. After the 6th nirvanic rebirth, she may obtain a 4th order law bloodline. After a moment of thought, Zadiel opened his mouth and made a ball of shining purple blood appear. The face of the Neo-Demon became pale after that blood left his body. Other than the bloodline that resided in his bloodline heart, this blood was the purest in Zadiel's body. After losing this much, He would have to consume many powerful creatures to heal himself, but there would be no permanent damage. This blood could grant a peak Emperor bloodline greater than even the strongest angelic paragon's bloodline to any neo-demon that used it to form their bloodline heart. However, to Sophia, whose bloodline was strengthening itself after the Nirvanic rebirth, the effect would be different. Zadiel's blood contained the power of the Eclipse rebirth, and it would help to grant a qualitative improvement to Sophia's bloodline that had the power of Nirvanic rebirth in it. The neo-demon made the orb of blood enter the white egg, and the moment that happened, this one trembled. An extremely dense bloodline power could be felt coming from inside it. He had not finished yet. The next second, every ounce of rebirth force was released from inside Zadiel, transformed into a torrent of purple flames that began to nurture the white egg. The blood and the purple flames generated a reaction in the life form inside the egg, and an immense swallowing force was released from it. It devoured Zadiel's blood and his fire like a starving monster. That was not all, as it also began to devour the energy inside the pink cubes so fast that dozens of them transformed into dust every second. Almost 30 minutes passed before all pink cubes disappeared, and the white egg could no longer feed on Zadiel's rebirth force. Slowly, cracks began to appear on the white egg before it split apart. A gargantuan creature that was more than 300 meters in size manifested itself in the chamber. The creature had a white serpentine draconic body without claws and two giant phoenix wings covered in dark blue fire. Each of the feathers in those wings was made of ice, and the fire covering them did not generate heat but coldness. Her flames had a versatility, speed, and destructive power of fire, while also containing the sturdiness, freezing qualities, and paralyzing power of ice. It worked as a defensive and offensive ability. She had two crimson eyes that could affect the soul of weaker life forms, and in her forehead, there was a crystal that contained a white liquid flame. The neo-demon felt the power in Sophia's bloodline, but although it was greater than the one in an emperor bloodline, it was still not at the law bloodline level. A half-law bloodline, one step away from a fourth-order law bloodline. Well, it was the best I could expect. Zadiel was not able to finish that thought as shock filled his mind when his eyes landed on the dragon's head. His rebirth eye was using his full power to analyze the white liquid flame inside Sophia's crystal. After he was sure of its nature, excitement filled the neo-demon's face. Chapter 321, Law of Pure Emptiness. Nirvana is an ancient force that permeates the universe, just like fate, karma, entropy, and genesis. Its ultimate goal is to break the endless cycle of rebirth and grant eternal peace to broken and old spirits. This was a power some people considered a curse, a cruel joke of the universe. The goal of all powerhouses is to reach eternal life. All of them hope for rebirth once their life force is reaching an end. However, the number that obtains it is almost null. Nirvanic rebirth is a law bound to the Phoenix bloodline. It allows a being to undergo a form of rebirth and rise even more powerful than before. This law's ultimate goal is to grant a soul and body that cannot be harmed by the power of Nirvana. There is a reason it can aim at such a lofty boundary, and that is because the law of Nirvanic rebirth is older than the current universe. There is a place where the power of Nirvana is in its purest form, where souls are purified until nothing of them is left other than pure soul force. That place is the eternal river of the afterlife. To someone with Zadiel's life experience, there are very few things that can truly excite him, but the power in that white liquid flame had that effect, and the reason was simple. The neo-demon felt the power of the eternal river of the afterlife in it. The forces in that white liquid flame were not inferior to the ones in the rebirth eclipse that was the physical manifestation of Zadiel's bloodline. The intensity, on the other hand, was like heaven and earth. While the power of the rebirth eclipse filled every piece of Zadiel's body and soul, the force of the white liquid flame permeated only the crystal in the dragon phoenix's forehead. Roar. The dragon phoenix released a roar full of might that made the room tremble before starting to shrink. A flash of blue light was seen, and replacing the mighty creature was a naked woman with blue hair, crimson eyes, a crystal with white liquid flame in her forehead, and phoenix wings on her back covered by dark blue ice fire. When Sophia saw Zadiel, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and she launched herself to the neo-demon. Any other man would be affected by lust seeing such a perfect naked body coming to him, but when Sophia was about to grab him, Zadiel gently hit her forehead, making her spin in the air. Sophia looked at Zadiel with eyes full of sorrow, but Zadiel simply responded with a kind smile. It is not the time to be playing around. We have a lot of things to do, but before that, I have some questions for you. Zadiel adopted a solemn expression after he spoke those words. Sophia felt the seriousness in Zadiel's voice. Although she liked to be playful when she was with her lover, she knew very well how to adapt to important scenarios. A blue robe materialized out of her ice fire, covering her body, and she signaled the neo-demon to start his questions. Why did you choose the Abyss Fire Demon Phoenix bloodline as your second bloodline? Zadiel was sure that there was no way Sophia could have known that her new bloodline could display some of the power in the eternal river of the afterlife. Sophia did not have to think and responded immediately. There are 3 reasons. The Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline was a peak emperor bloodline with the ability to incite nirvanic rebirth. The second reason was that I thought that combining the demon's destructive flames with my cursed water would improve my battle power. The last reason was that after going through some records, I learned that after undergoing their first nirvanic rebirth, an Abyssfire Demon Phoenix obtains a certain level of affinity with the Styx River. Sophia stopped for a moment and closed her eyes as she concentrated on her body before an expression of confusion appeared on her face. I hoped that the fusion of the bloodline would enhance the power of my Styx water, but it seems I have lost the ability to use it, and now I have this. Sophia covered her hand in dark blue ice fire. The next moment the white liquid flame disappeared from the crystal in her forehead and covered the ice fire. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he saw the white liquid flame covering the ice fire. After seeing Sophia's using that power and hearing her reasons to obtain the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline, a lot of information passed through his head until he finally had a hypothesis for her bloodline's unique feature. Many scholars have speculated that the Styx River is a piece of the eternal river of the afterlife that was contaminated by the laws of the 2 great fiend planes of the universe. The powers in Nirvanic Rebirth and Eclipse Rebirth interacted with the Styx water contained in her first bloodline. Now, instead of just having a bloodline meant to resist the power of Nirvana, she can dominate it. What laws are present in your bloodline? Information about the laws in one's bloodline was normally kept a secret since if an enemy found out about them, they could form countermeasures against them. However, Sophia did not hesitate before revealing everything to Zadiel. I can feel the law of water, the law of fire, the law of devouring, and... The Neo-Demon woman stopped her words for a moment and closed her eyes to get a better sense of the next law. It was almost a minute before Sophia opened her eyes again. The other law in my bloodline is the law of pure emptiness. It is my strongest law, but its connection with my bloodline is faint. I found it very hard to develop any comprehension of it. I cannot use this law directly, only to enhance the might of my spells and body. There is a final law in my bloodline, but I can barely feel it, and I cannot even learn its name. Zadiel remained silent after hearing the laws in Sophia's bloodline. The law of fire and the law of water may not sound as impressive as the law of destruction or the law of killing, but their might is not inferior at all. Using them well, they could grant a devastating destructive power and impressive defensive abilities, more than enough to kill anyone in your same rank. The law of devouring is normally used to enhance your speed of training. However, those who know how to use it in battle obtain a powerful weapon. This law is normal in dragons with law bloodlines, and it was probably her true name that made it appear in her bloodline. The most impressive one by far is the law of pure emptiness. Its force is a little higher than the law of space and the law of time, and it is the power the eternal river of the afterlife uses to clean the souls of the dead and transform them into nothing but pure soul force. In mortals, that feat is not impressive, but in rank 6 life forms, whose consciousness and true souls have the power of the laws fused in them, it is something amazing. Even now that she can only use it to enhance her spells and not directly, it is a terrifying weapon. Her spells will have unimaginable penetration abilities, and any attack that clashes in a shield with its power would have its force reduced. After a lot of thought, a plan appeared in Zadiel's mind to train her bloodline. Sophia, your bloodline has obtained unique qualities that were the result of heavenly luck and that not even I could have imagined possible. Unfortunately, due to the unique circumstances that gave birth to it, you cannot use our race's ability to absorb other bloodlines anymore since you must maintain its purity no matter what. Luckily, you have access to Nirvanic Rebirth, so you will have the ability to improve your bloodline without external assistance. Although no longer being able to use the ability to assimilate other bloodlines to empower your own would be a heavy blow to any neo-demon, Sophia did not care about it at all, and she could not stop smiling after seeing how high Zadiel rated her bloodline. She had blind trust in the man in front of her and instantly showed her agreement to his words. Zadiel showed a kind smile when he saw the behavior of the woman before speaking again. I will give you some path techniques that will help you to fully use the law of devouring, law of water, and law of fire. Regarding the law of pure emptiness, by slowly training and getting used to it without external help, you will have a higher chance of developing your law comprehension. As for the law that you cannot decipher yet, we will handle it in time. I will help you decide the place and time to undergo your Nirvanic rebirths. When the Neo-Demon saw how Sophia only nodded to his instructions and let her destiny in his hands, a gentle light appeared in his eyes, and warmth filled his heart. Zadiel waved his hand and stored the broken eggshells in his space ring before taking the hand of his lover. Let's go to my realm. It is time for you to advance. Chapter 322, Ancient Being of Laws. The Beta Heavenly World, which was contained inside the White Sun, was quiet and peaceful. The reason was that every type of sentient life form was put in a dream from which they could not wake up. The world contained members of the heavenly race and the few individuals of the Magi invader force that were left behind. There was no rank 0 life form inside the world as they all perished due to the collateral damage produced by the fight between Zadiel and the Archangel's incarnation. Silence reigned in the Beta heavenly world after Zadiel left, but today it was broken as a portal opened in the sky, and a group of people came out of it. They were Zadiel, Ezequiel, Sophia, Dante, Kilo, Rax, and 17 other neo-demons, who had already reached peak rank 3 and have developed comprehension over the laws. The weakest bloodline among them was at the king level, and they all had the power to defeat Angelic Paragon without a problem, despite the latter having peak emperor bloodlines. Following the group was Heinz, Toto, Zydra, Tiras, Juntu, and 3 more people. 2 of the new additions were a man and a woman, and their names were Jinuk and Kirin. The duo had ruby-like skin and small bodies. They were the 2 rank 4 blood ruby centipede that had came to the Daybreak clan after Heinz and Juntu's trip to the Endless Forest. The last addition was a man with a muscular body and a brutish face. He was an abomination gorilla, and his name was Kaiser. He advanced to rank 4 a little after Zadiel finished the war in the Beta heavenly world. The magic creatures have proven their nature and worth to the clan by protecting all the people who entered the Endless Forest. They were a shield during the time the Daybreak clan was in its most dangerous period. That earned them Zadiel's recognition along with the chance of becoming neo-demons. A pleasant expression appeared in the face of Ezequiel and every single neo-demon after they passed through the portal. Their instincts were telling them this was a place they could relax and that they were completely safe. If they would have to put it in simple words, it was like they were home. But things did not end there since a stream of information appeared in their minds the moment the Rai detected their chaotic cores. All the knowledge about the 3 Setherings and 9 apocalypsed star heavens was in that information, along with the types of true doomsday body a neo-demon could choose. There was a clear warning about the dangers of doomsday incarnation and the importance of their true will. Unlike the sense of peace that invaded the neo-demons, Heinz and the others felt imminent doom when they appeared in the Beta heavenly world. They felt a power higher than the universe itself was targeting them, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Luckily, it vanished less than a second after it appeared. The face of the group was pale and full of confusion as they stared at Zadiel. The power targeting them was something they could not even begin to comprehend. Although this is the Beta heavenly world, we are currently in the neo-demon realm. Any life form that is not a neo-demon will be exterminated once they put a foot in my realm, but I used my authority to allow you to be here. Zadiel was looking to the distance when he spoke those words, and his eyes narrowed. The neo-demon was making sure of something. After a moment, he turned around and focused on the group that had already awoken their true souls. You will be transported to a special dimension. There you will undergo a form of reincarnation in body and soul. That is the only way to revert the changes the universe will made in your souls. The process is a little painful, but your lives will not be in danger. Once it is over, I will come to create your chaotic cores and guide you in the path of neo-demons. Any question? How long will the process take? Heinz was the one who made that question. He, and everyone else, had made arrangements to maintain their land and people's safety. However, the cultivator did not like the idea of being incapacitated while their enemies were still out there, preparing their next move. A little more than 3 months. Zadiel's response relaxed everyone. To rank 4 life forms who enjoyed a lifespan of thousands of years, 3 months was nothing. Seeing that there were no more questions, Zadiel gave the signal to the Rai, and the group was teleported away. With that out of the way, it was now the time to handle the neo-demons. You all already know what you have to do. Although the 3 Setherings are dangerous, you have followed me from the beginning of my journey and have tempered your will through famine and war. I am confident that every single one of you will become a doom bringer. Ezequiel, Sophia, Dante, Rax, Kilo, and every single neo-demon had their eyes burning with determination as they bowed to Zadiel, and the next moment, they disappeared. Once he was all alone, Zadiel's face filled with coldness, and the black hole runic set was activated, granting him the strength of a being of laws. Zadiel took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the Forn's continent. The neo-demon opened his palm, and gravitational force was released from it. The next second, a group of Magi appeared in front of Zadiel. They were Aluizer and all the rank 4 members of the Magi invader force that had angered the neo-demon. All of them were in a dream from which they could not wake up. In his current state, Zadiel could erase them with a movement of his hand, but that is not why he brought them to him. The black hole runic set granted the neo-demon incredible offensive and defensive power, but it did not allow subtle control over his force, so Zadiel would need to use his own power if he wanted to search their minds. Luckily, Zadiel had the rebirth eye, and Aluizer and the others could not put up any form of resistance right now. It took a moment for Zadiel to go through their memories and learn everything about them. He learned the identity of the person that incited them to go against Dato. Interesting, it seems I have more than one enemy in the Eternum Empire. Zadiel was able to figure out the identity of the people that ambushed Heinz and had a pretty good idea who their leader was. However, the one behind Uluizer and the other bloodline Magi was a different person. There is no much difference between killing one rat and two. There was not even the slightest level of worry in Zadiel's eyes as he thought about the opponent he had in the Magi world. How can you be afraid of a little ant, when you were preparing to face a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the future? Zadiel let the rank 4 Magi fall to the ground after he finished with them. A solemn expression appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as he prepared for the next task. By taking another step, Zadiel found himself right in front of a cocoon made of shadows. A white membrane covered the Neo-Demon as he made the shadow threads return to his robe, showing a black box. The Neo-Demon clenched his fist, and the box broke apart, releasing the object inside it. It was the item Zadiel was willing to oppose a soul law domain existence to obtain. The black box contained the one and only Underworld Forge. Zadiel sent a command to the Nrai, making a stream of white energy entered the Underworld Forge. That stream may have appeared simple, but the energy in it was so much that if a rank 4 absorbed it, they would explode. I have given you more than enough energy to materialize your spirit. I believe you have been paying attention to your surroundings, especially after the display of power I made in this world. Nothing responded to Zadiel's words, and the Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed before shaking his head. If you want to play, then I will entertain you. Zadiel rose his hand and snapped his finger. Immediately the Underworld Forge was thrust into the sky until it was right next to the crystal wall. Dozens of swords made of white light manifested themselves and were fired to the forge. Each of the swords had the power to annihilate a rank 6 life form, and just as they were about to clash with the Underworld Forge, a sigh was heard from inside this one. A shadow surged from the forge and formed a 3 meters tall bipedal humanoid. The creature had the skull of a wolf and the horn of a goat. Its body was covered with black metallic hair, and an aura full of death and ancientness could be felt from it. The creature used his palms to shatter the swords made of white light in an instant before they could get near the Underworld Forge. All of a sudden, the body of this mighty creature froze, and the red light that filled its eyes shrank. It was a being that could destroy soul law domain existences with a single strike of its fist, but the palm that was grabbing the back of its head overpowered it completely. So you are not just a law artifact spirit. Everyone thought you were dead, even your brothers. Who could have imagined that I would have met the ancient Hades in a place like this? Chapter 323, Deal. As Zadiel spoke those words, countless white chains formed around the black hole that contained the Neo-Demon and the ancient being of laws. The chains acted with extreme speed and precision. They pierced the forehead, eyes, ears, lungs, heart, and spine of the creature, but that was not all, since they also infiltrated the Underworld Forge. No blood appeared as the chains penetrated the body of the being Zadiel called Hades. However, if your vision could detect events that occur at a molecular level, then you could see how billions of minute white runes were invading the creature's body along with the Underworld Forge. The wolf skull's eye sockets glowed with an even brighter light when the creature detected the purpose of the white runes. Oh woo! The furious howl of a wolf was heard as the creature opened his jaws, and a domain full of death force was released from him and fought against the black hole. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he felt the domain fighting him. His black hole was strong enough to completely seal the body, energy, and soul of a rank 6 life form without this one being able to put up any form of resistance, but the death force of his enemy was fighting back. Although he could use the right to annihilate his enemy with a single thought, that was not what he wanted. He did, however, give the order to form the white cocoon around them. The collateral damage of a fight between rank 7 life forms could erase life in the Beta Heavenly World. More and more runes were entering the body of the creature and the Underworld Forge. Hades howled with even more strength, and the death force around him would have contaminated a third of the world if it had not been contained. The Neo-Demon felt the bones in his arm shattering and being regenerated every second, as he used all his force to maintain his enemy incapacitated, allowing the white runes to invade every part of him. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of struggling, the creature calmed down, and the domain of death force around him faded. The white chains disappeared inside his body and the Underworld Forge. Zadiel did not stop using his power to seal the creature until he heard the voice of the Nrai in his mind. Bip. Sealing and surveillance runes have invaded every part of the target's existence. The Nrai can now maintain a level of vigilance over the target that not even a being of law with his own Omega law could hide from. If the ruler commands it or if certain events were to occur, the Nrai can seal or erase the target's existence in an instant. Once he obtained what he wanted, the Neo-Demon pulled his hand away from the creature's head and saw how this one turned to look at him. The creature's eyes were filled with ancient viciousness, one that could bring terror even in the heart of beings of laws, but Zadiel's eyes only showed emptiness. If the eyes were the portal to the soul, then that of the Neo-Demon was void of all emotion, and only darkness resided in it. Even though they did not speak a single word, just looking at each other's eyes was enough for the duo to understand the nature of the person in front of them. Eventually, the monster with the wolf skull head clasped his hands and nodded to Zadiel, and the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race did the same. Hades, the true meaning of death, greets you. Hades spoke in an ancient dialect, but to individuals of his power, it was a simple matter of putting a trace of consciousness in his voice to carry the meaning in his words. Zadiel Daybreak, ancestor of the strongest race of the universe, greets you. Regardless of their personal feelings, by speaking their names and titles, the duo was demonstrating respect. It was a custom between rank 8 life form and above. Existence at that level had lived long enough to understand that it is rare for enmity to last forever, especially if they limit their attacks to each other. Zadiel waved his hand, and the duo found themselves back on the surface of the forn's content. I am sure I would have remembered meeting someone like you, so this must be the first time we have seen each other. Can you tell me how you recognize me and my forge? Hades' voice was calm, and there was not even a shred of anger in it. Despite the fact he hated what those white runes did to him, he was not a child who let his emotions control him. As a monster who had lived eons, he knew that the best path is to maintain a cool and pragmatic mindset. I broke the shackles of lifespan and rose to might billions of years after the golden age of Olympus and your downfall. I learned about you and the forge through historical records left by Olympians and during my journey in the plane you once dominated. Hades stared at Zadiel for a moment and nodded since he found his story credible. I want to know what I have to do to regain my freedom. If you want me to be your slave forever, then I will kill myself and permanently harm the forge, as I will not accept that kind of destiny. Hades spoke with calmness, but unshakable determination burned in his eyes. He would not accept a life of servitude only to avoid death. Zadiel could feel the will of the ancient being of laws in front of him, and approval appeared on his face. It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. The Neo-Demon thought for a long time about his next words. According to my knowledge, you attempted to take control over Olympus during the battle between the Olympian gods and the Titan race. Unfortunately, you were not fast enough, and your scheme failed when your brothers returned from the war. Zeus is known for many things, but forgiving is not one of them. He not only annihilated your soul but also sacrificed a substantial part of his worshippers, in order to erase your Omega law from the universe. Your existence should have been erased, but you are still here. If I am not wrong, the Underworld Forge acted as a beacon to the pieces of your existence spread throughout the universe. You have been hiding all this time, cloaking your aura so your brothers cannot find out that you are still alive until you become powerful enough to ensure your safety. Originally the Underworld Forge was just a powerful item that could have helped me and my kind, but now after some problems with my realm, I needed it more than ever. I was going to manipulate the law artifact spirit, but now that you have consumed it, things became more difficult. You are currently bound to the Underworld Forge. I can see that leaving it would harm you and make recovering the pieces of your existence still left in the universe hundreds of times harder. The forge must remain with me. You must fulfill the job of the law spirit artifact until I find a way to obtain a new one, and I also want your assistance since, after all, you were once the greatest magic creator of the universe. Hades stared at Zadiel for a long time. Although he showed nothing, he was astounded by the deductive abilities of the Neo-Demon. Of course, someone like him was able to calm himself in less than a second, and he began to analyze Zadiel's words. I obtained that title in the early ages of the universe. I am sure that people with even higher skills than me have risen to power by now, so I would prefer if you don't call me like that anymore. Titles have a special meaning for beings who have reached some of the highest levels of the universe. Hades disdained to bask in his former glory when he was sure the universe had changed greatly during his slumber. Zadiel offered no commentary and merely nodded after hearing the words of the ancient being of laws. After having used the forge to regain my strength, I am willing to leave peacefully and even help let a piece of my consciousness as the new law artifact spirit, if I can obtain my freedom. What do you offer in exchange for my assistance during the time I remain in this place? Just like all ancient monsters, Hades followed the doctrine of equivalent exchange during his deals. Making him submit was impossible since he would rather die, so leaving his greatest creation along with a piece of his consciousness for this one to operate at full capacity should be enough to earn his freedom. Of course, Zadiel could pressure him to work for him in exchange for nothing, but that would generate many problems and enmity in the future. I will help you regain your former plane once my strength has reached a level that allows me to participate in that type of war. I will take all the resources of the lands I help to conquer. Hades' interest was drawn to Zadiel's words, and he took a moment to analyze the state of the Beta Heavenly World. This type of runemaster skills can only be possible in someone who once had his own Omega Law. I accept your conditions. We will make an oath under the watch of the universe will once you have reached rank 7. Until then, I will trust your word. Both ancient beings looked at each other and nodded. Just like that, the deal was settled. Zadiel and Hades were monsters that have lived millions of years. They had experienced things a mortal could not even comprehend. Things like the whimsical routine of walking away in the hope that the other party would speak first can only invoke derision on them. Chapter 324, Supreme Enlightenment. After the deal was completed, the tension between the duo diminished greatly. They would both obtain what they wanted as long as they kept their words. There was no need to resent each other, especially since they would fight together in the future. Of course, there was no such thing as real trust between them, but both Hades and Zadiel understood that trying to trick the other party would be futile. No life form had risen to the peak of the universe without developing an extremely sharp mind. Although the terms of their deal appeared simple, they were flawless. Hades put his hand over the forge, and immediately an ancient and mysterious aura was released from it. Right now, even a mortal would realize the might of the Underworld Forge. What do you know about the power of the Underworld Forge? Only what it is told in the legends about it, since besides you, there is no one who has used it and remains alive. Many believe that it could grant divine talent in alchemy, rune crafting, magic creation, and any other kind of profession. Even the most mediocre individual could become a monstrous genius with it. Zadiel spoke the truth and was not afraid of revealing his lack of knowledge. Once the forge was activated, the white runes that have invaded it would begin to analyze its power, and it would be a matter of time before the Neo-Demon knows everything about it. When Hades heard those words, disdain filled his face, and he spoke with a tone full of mockery. Humphrey, that trash liked to invent lies about my creation as an excuse to hide the shame of always being inferior to me. Some even propagated rumors about the forge not being my creation but something I found by luck, and that all my accomplishments came from it. Their faces as they begged for mercy when I found them were truly satisfying. Arrogance and cruelty filled Hades' eyes as he spoke those words, but the next second, peace returned to his heart. I am sorry about that. It is a little hard to get accustomed to having people around. Don't worry, I understand. Zadiel did not bother the ancient being of laws for his slip of the tongue. Beings of law had the power to maintain their motions and trains of thought in check thanks to their powerful souls. It was weird to find some of them rambling, but after eons of solitude, even they can have problems adjusting to their surroundings. Hades nodded to the Neo-Demon and adopted a solemn expression as he slapped the forge. Immediately a magic matrix appeared on the forge. Zadiel did not hide his amazement as he saw that magic matrix. Although he could not comprehend any of it, of one thing he was sure, it was not something born out of chaos. To be able to create something like this, even if he is no longer the greatest magic creator of the universe, he is definitely within the top 10. The Neo-Demon did not lose focus and ordered the right to use its full power to record every piece of information about the magic matrix and the Underworld Forge. Even though he couldn't recreate this divine object now, things could change in the future, and it would be useful for all the magic creators that would rise in the Neo-Demon race. Less than a minute after Hades made the magic matrix appear, very dense mist began to emanate from the Underworld Forge. The mist spread with incredible speed, and in less than a second, it had covered a radius of 100 kilometers around the Underworld Forge. It was so thick that even a rank 3 life form would find it very hard to see through it. Zadiel could see the mist enveloping him, but due to the Balkhol runic second white membrane around his body, he could feel nothing from it. Without hesitation, the Neo-Demon sent the command, and the defenses made of external power protecting him disappeared. Immediately and without any warning, the mist entered the body of the Neo-Demon through his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. When Hades saw this, he did nothing and limited himself to continue working in the forge. The ancient being of laws had an idea of the level of surveillance those white runes were performing in him. The moment he even thinks about harming Zadiel, a soul fluctuation would occur, and then Rai would seal him or even exterminate him. He had no desire to die and was sure that even if he managed to break Zadiel's soul, this one would be able to survive, but he would be doomed. Zadiel's full focus was on his soul dimension as he saw the mist reach it. The Neo-Demon's tool detected the intruder, but after seeing its mild nature and mystic energy, the golden humanoid did not use its power to purge it. The mist approached the true soul and transformed into dots of gray light that nurtured this one along with the consciousness contained inside. The Neo-Demon sat on the ground with his eyes closed and an expression full of peace and serenity. Thanks to his status as an animus, the power of his consciousness, and the uniqueness of his soul, Zadiel could maintain different trains of thought at the same time. There had been an image in Zadiel's mind that he had been analyzing from the moment he entered the Garden of Creation, And even in his battle with Andres, he did not stop thinking about it. The image was the Archangel's wings with the silver lines that contained the secret beneath its unparalleled speed. Trying to understand them completely was impossible with the current power of his consciousness. However, if he could decipher the most basic parts of it and put that into a rune, he could use a fraction of the power in the shooting star bloodline. Of course, only studying the silver lines was not enough to create a rune with its power. However, Zadiel could use his knowledge about the heavenly race and the fragment of shooting star bloodline remaining in him to fill the gaps. He remained without moving for an entire hour before finally raising his hand, and with his eyes still closed, he began to write a runic diagram in the air. The Neo-Demon used elemental chaos to write the runic lines. This was just a diagram, so it did not need to be made with impressive resources. The complexity of this runic diagram was several times higher than that of the Undying Eclipse knighthood mark. Zadiel had finished approximately 30% of the runic diagram before this one collapsed. The Neo-Demon examined the problems and inconsistencies in the runic diagram. 20 minutes later, he started to write the runic diagram again, this time with even more precision and dexterity. The flaw that stopped him before was easily fixed, and he was able to finish 38% of the diagram this time. A cycle of creation, failure, examination, improvement, and creation again was birthed. Zadiel remained in it for more than 20 hours and kept completing more and more of the runic diagram before finally being stuck at 80%. Only then did the Neo-Demon open his eyes, and you could see how impressed he was with the mist. I understand now. The mist allows your true soul and consciousness to enter a state of supreme enlightenment. Your mind can solve any doubt or question about your work with ease, and your analytic abilities are exponentially increased. However, entering that state without a solid foundation and extensive theoretical knowledge of your profession would be useless since you cannot solve a question if you don't even know how to formulate it. Zadiel's theoretical knowledge about rune crafting could be considered the highest in the universe, but it must be practiced and understood if he wanted to develop his skills. Your assessment is correct. The forge can indeed improve your abilities in any profession, but to take advantage of its power, you need to put hard work and countless hours of study into your work. Anyone can benefit from the power in the Enlightenment Mist, even rank 9 rune masters. Hades did not hide the pride in his eyes as he spoke about the abilities of his greatest creation. How many people can use the Enlightenment Mist at the same time? Zadiel could see himself using the mist from now on every time he worked in his runes. As much as you want. The mist can easily cover the entire continent if you want, and its effect would be the same. However, the more people, the faster the mist would diminish. The same will happen if they are stronger, since the more powerful the true soul, the more mist is needed to put them into a state of enlightenment. I understand. What is its fuel, origin power? Zadiel was sure that such a divine item would not consume something so inferior as magic crystals to work. Hades shook his head and focused on the unconscious group of Magi that was not far away from him. The underworld forge feeds solely on souls. The stronger the soul it consumes, the more enlightenment mist it can create. When Zadiel heard that, he closed his eyes for a moment before looking at the ancient being of laws. There are 255,523 individuals on the surface of this world. Most of them are members of the heavenly race. You can eat all of their souls. They are no longer useful to me. Chapter 325, Can't Contain Myself. Zadiel's heart may have become a little less cold after the experiences he lived in the deep dark dream, but when it comes to his enemies, he was still a ruthless killing machine that could kill billions of them without hesitation. If his wrath was powerful enough or his bottom line was crossed, he could even ignore age and perform massacres of race extinction levels. Hades showed nothing when he saw the Neo-Demon total disregard for the life of the people in this world. His ability to kill hundreds of thousands of people without blinking an eye did not come from his coldness, but from the fact he had lived billions of years and saw countless generations perish. A human would not feel bad for crushing an insect that was going to die in a couple of hours of natural causes, so why would beings of laws hesitate at the moment of killing a group of people whose lifespan was no different than a nap for them? The ancient being of laws clapped his hands and made a black dot appear between his palms. Hades threw it to the sky, and in a second, the black dot appeared right beneath the crystal wall. The black dot that was the size of a child's fist morphed into massive black gates full of scars and skulls of all kinds of creatures. The gates were so immense that they were able to cover the sky above the furnace continent. They slowly opened, revealing a tornado of dark and ancient energy that appeared to be able to swallow the world. Luckily for the Beta Heavenly world, this tornado did not affect physical matter. What was drawn to it was the soul of almost every living being on the surface. This was the might of a being of laws and the reason why they are feared and respected. Without any form of restriction, they could erase all life in a middle world with a single spell. Even if the people were not unconscious, there was nothing they could do to resist. The power, control over the laws, and deep magic knowledge in that spell could amaze almost anyone, but after staring at it for a second, Zadiel no longer bothered with it. He had many things to do, and there was no time to waste. The Neo-Demon took a deep breath, and the next instant, pain could be seen in his face as his spine began to tremble, and protrusions that broke his skin appeared from it. Slowly, the pit fiend's spine that he had fused with his vertebral column was expelled from his body. Once the process was finished, the Neo-Demon felt uncomfortable, as if a piece of his body was missing. This was a normal reaction considering the devil's spine had been a part of him for several years. Zadiel did not let those feelings bother him too much, and after seeing that the spine was in peak condition, he made it fly until it was right in front of Hades. I want you to transform this into a sword. I fight at close range and rely mostly on my speed and the destructive power of my flame. Hades looked at Zadiel for a moment, and without saying a word, he nodded and began to inspect the spine. According to their deal, he needed to help the Neo-Demon, so the ancient being of laws had no problem fulfilling Zadiel's command. Zadiel did not lose time supervising Hades' work since he was sure the ancient being of laws would disdain ruin the pit fiend's spine or doing a mediocre job. In the Neo-Demon's mind, the Garden of Creation appeared, and he saw how the moon cocoons that contained the angelic paragon bloodlines began to mature at an incredible speed. All those members of the heavenly race that had their souls removed were releasing massive amounts of energy as their bloodlines were immolated. The Garden of Creation absorbed that energy, and since the sun cocoon was empty, it was redirected to the moon cocoons. They will be useful to form the bloodline heart of Zytra and the others. Rax, Kyolo, and all the other Neo-Demons can use them to improve their current bloodline after they advance. I wonder what will come out from the fusion of an angelic paragon bloodline and metallic dragon bloodline. After making sure everything was in order in the Garden of Creation, Zadiel made appear an orb that contained the true soul of a frog-like creature with hundreds of spikes. The creature had a ferocious appearance and looked at the Neo-Demon with eyes full of savagery. Zadiel showed nothing when he saw this, and he proceeded to touch the orb with his forehead and sent the true soul of this monster to his soul dimension. Confusion appeared in the monster's eyes when it realized it was released from its prison. But that mattered little, and although its power was severely weakened after losing its body, the creature was ready to wreak havoc. Unfortunately, before it could even start to enjoy its freedom, a golden hand appeared out of nowhere and completely paralyzed it. The creature could not even roar as it was totally suppressed. Things just got worse as the next second, a seed made of golden fire appeared in front of it. The golden seed began to rotate faster and faster, and the creature looked with horror as pieces of its true soul was being devoured by it. With the suppression of my true will, the true soul of the void creature cannot put up any resistance as the Genesis Sun seed swallows it. Zadiel left a part of his consciousness supervising the process before starting another project. He took a piece of star heart from his face ring and melted it into gray liquid. Using this liquid, the Neo-Demon began to modify the Mirage rune that was in his chest. Zadiel did not seek to change the core function of the rune, only improve it. He was able to finish in less than an hour. The next runes he made were more complicated and took him a lot more time. After 6 hours, 2 purple runes appeared in Zadiel's hands. They contained the power of the Neo-Demon's bloodline in them, but their most distinctive feature was the sealing power they emanated. The World Mirage rune should be powerful enough to count as a life-saving card even in that place. The Genesis Sun seed is powerful enough now to be useful in a rank 5 battle, and with these sealing runes, I will be able to fulfill my mission faster. The only thing that is missing is my sword. Zadiel stared at the ancient being of laws that sat in the air above the underworld forge and saw a white sword with a curved blade around 90 centimeters long. It was similar to the katanas that were present in the Neo-Demon's first world. The sword was constantly absorbing massive quantities of natural energy from the surroundings. The runes that once covered every piece of Pit Fiend's spine were gone, and what replaced them were 3 words written in an ancient language. Zadiel was able to read them without a problem. The one close to the handle meant the first release, the one in the middle meant the second release, and the last one, which was close to the tip of the sword, meant full release. Hades noticed the eyes of the Neo-Demon and sent the sword to him. The Pit Fiend's spine was a good rank 5 material. I used all my knowledge about those devils and my best techniques to draw all of its power. This sword can be considered a quasi-rank 6 artifact. The power of the flames that the sword can generate is divided into 3 levels. Your energy pool is incredible for someone at rank 4, but even though the sword will be able to reduce the burden by absorbing energy by itself, you will only be able to activate the first level with it. The power of the blue flames at this level can pierce the defenses of a rank 5 life form at the first engraving stage. If you are willing to drain your energy pool, soul origin, and the other 2 energies inside you, I think you could activate the second level for an instant. As for the third level, even if you are willing to use your life force as fuel, it is impossible to activate it with your current strength. I was able to awaken other ability in the sword by channeling the natural ability of devils to consume their brethren and demons. It can now absorb the blood and vitality of these two races and send it to you, and it can also heal itself by consuming those creatures' bones. If you bring me the soul of a pit fiend, I can improve it again. Zadiel was satisfied with the power of the white sword, and he could see himself using it even after reaching rank 5. After nodding to the ancient being of laws, Zadiel teleported and appeared right in front of a world gate. I have finished my preparation. To fulfill my mission and due to the dangers of that place, I can't contain myself, as I did with Andres. Zadiel's mind focused solely on his mission, and everything else disappeared as he went through the portal. Chapter 326, Doomsday Incarnation. In a wasteland covered by ashes and broken bones, you could see a massive city that could easily contain more than 1 million people. The buildings were immense, but they fitted the residents since many of them have giant bodies with heights that reach dozens of meters. An imponent wall surrounded the entire city, and it glowed with silver light due to the runic formation that covered every inch. On top of the wall, hundreds of soldiers carrying different kinds of weapons could be seen. They were all in an orderly military formation, and there was a somber atmosphere around them as they focused on the enemy that was approaching the city. An army of 15,000 warriors was advancing with an imposing aura. They were all armed to the teeth, and formations were covering the armors, allowing them to fuse their energy to display an impressive battle power. The true power of the army was not in the thousands of warriors on the ground but in the individuals flying above them. 5 or 10,000 meters above the ground. They were all soul-forging existences, and the weakest was at the third origin cycle. An aura full of malice and arrogance could be felt from them, and their energies were poisonous as they contaminated the air. These 5 people working together could butcher the 15,000 beneath them with ease, but their power was nothing compared with the person that was 100,000 meters above them. The leader of the army could only be described as a dinosaur-like monster. His body was more than 3,000 meters tall. He had a disgusting mouth that occupied most of his face and was filled with several rows of razor-sharp teeth, a long tail full of spikes, and powerful arms that ended with hooks instead of hands. The army stopped their march 5,000 meters away from the city, but the leader's gargantuan body kept advancing. Despite his size, his speed and dexterity were impressive. There were no stars, moons, or suns in the firmament above the army and the city. The sky was covered by blood-red light, and fireballs flashed through it, occasionally impacting on the ground and destroying everything around them. The dinosaur-like monster stopped when he was 5,000 meters away from the city, and the soldiers in the walls could not help but tremble when they saw such a powerful being in front of them. His body radiated energy so powerful that it could melt rank 3 life forms, but luckily the walls generated a force field that stopped it. The monster focused on the only person in the city who could match his might, a woman with a beautiful yet imposing appearance. Her body was 2 meters tall, and in her back there were 2 feathered wings. Countess Xenia, I have chosen your city to perform the carnage ritual. I am aware of the injuries you suffered in your last battle. Surrender to me now, allow my army to butcher the city, and I will let you live. Despite his monstrous appearance, the voice of the army leader was soft and elegant. Count Zatu, if you were worthy of the Marquis title, I would have submitted to you without hesitation, but if you think I will be the slave of a devil that is weaker than me, then you are even more stupid than I thought. The woman's voice carried a magic power that was able to erase the fear in her soldiers. However, what they did not realize was that along with that courage, the idea of sacrificing their lives for the city was implanted in their mind. None of the individuals in the walls would ever choose to lay down their lives for anyone else. That was normal sense, after all, they were devils. This was not a conflict between a fiend army and a city full of innocent people, but a battle between armies led by devil lords. This was extremely common in Avernus, the first layer in the 9 hells of Baatar. As you wish. The moment the defenses of your city fall, I will be sure to play with you a little before sacrificing your soul to Avernus origin. Zatu did not attack and returned to his original position before sending a signal. Immediately after receiving the order from their devil lord, the army ran to the city. Although they advanced with incredible speed, they never broke formation and their energy increased with every step. The rank 4 devils in the sky were at the lead. Their mission was to distract their counterpart in the city, allowing the 15,000 lesser devils beneath them to drain the power of the defensive runic formation. Of course, none of them would risk their lives and enter the city while the force field was still active. They would attack from afar and always prioritize their life above everything else. Zatu did not advance with his army and limited himself to stare at Xenia. Neither of the 2 devil lords would fight until they absolutely needed to do it. They were more than willing to let all their lesser devils die if that meant weakening the other party just a little. The army had marched half of their path to the city when a fluctuation was felt in space, and then out of nowhere, A man appeared less than 100 meters away from the devils. Both devil lords were surprised by the appearance of the newcomer. However, they did not bother to look at him once they felt that his true soul was at the first cycle. Ha ha ha, a stupid foreigner dared to teleport into Baatar with such an insignificant strength. The archdevils have modified the laws of Avernus so that the newcomers appear in areas full of devils. Become another sacrifice for Avernus origin. Zato was sure the man would die immediately, especially when he saw how a rank 4 devil, the one that looked like a charred 40-meter-tall humanoid with fiery crystals coming out of his skin, launched himself at the man. A flash of surprise appeared in the eyes of the man when he saw the devil army about to run him over, but instantly his mind let all his questions aside and focused on the enemy. When he saw the seared devil, who had his body strengthened by his law avatar, less than 50 meters away from him, there was no killing intent in his eyes, only emptiness. The moment the seared devil saw those eyes, he felt an unbelievable amount of danger. I need to run. Devils have a very sharp mind. At first, the seared devil was sure he could easily kill the man due to the difference in the power of their true souls, but now, he knew that he must immediately escape if he wanted to survive. Unfortunately, before he could back away, the man's law avatar manifested itself. He saw how the man's soul origin and powerful laws formed a small eclipse, less than 50 centimeters in diameter, with a halo made of purple fire. The moment this law avatar appeared, disbelief appeared in their faces of the 2 devil lords. The laws they felt in this small eclipse were of such a high level that they could not even begin to comprehend them. From the eclipse, 8 wings full of white crystal feathers emerged, and the next instant, the wings in the law avatar fused with the wings in the man's back. Zato's eyes widened when he felt the immense increase in the man's strength and how his energy was ready to explode. Don't you dare! Unfortunately, before the devil lord finished his words, a 3,000-meter diameter domain full of dark golden flames was released from the man's body. Everyone inside was assaulted not only by flames full of destructive power but also by immense pressure. Thousands of devils died instantly, and their souls were shattered. The flames only became stronger after devouring the cannon fodder and struck with even greater power the rank 4 devils. The first one to die was the frightened seared devil. Before he could even react, his body was divided in half. The devil's true soul attempted to escape, but the man opened his mouth and generated a black hole that swallowed it. Seeing their comrade die, the rest of the rank 4 devils pushed their speed to the limit as they tried to escape the domain. Unfortunately, the pressure was so powerful that it greatly hindered their body's movement. Bastard, I will kill you. Zato's voice descended from the sky, and it generated a shockwave that clashed with the dark golden domain. He did not care about the death of the lesser devils, but each soul-forging existence was a powerful weapon in his army. The Devil Lord had become an 8,000-meter monster after using one with the law and resembled a world-ending meteorite as he descended from the sky. Coldness appeared in the man's eyes as he saw the gargantuan monster coming his way. Only this Devil Lord could awake the man's killing intent. The laws in my law avatar have not all reached the initial level, so I cannot use one with the law, and even if I could, my soul origin would only allow me to have it active for a second. Even if I cannot fuse with my law avatar, it doesn't mean that I don't have a way to increase the power of my body. Doomsday Incarnation. Chapter 327, Doomsday Incarnation vs. Devil Lord. A dark purple aura emanated from Zadiel, and thunderclaps could be heard from his body as his figure began to grow and muscles bulged out. From his elbows and knees, bone spikes dug out, and flaming black runes were engraved in them. Fire emerged from the Eye of Life and Creation, Eye of Death and Destruction, and Rebirth Eye. The power in each one of them grew immensely, and their innate abilities were pushed to the next level. The white wings in the Neo-Demon's back also grew in size, and each crystal feather became extremely sharp. Doomsday Incarnation was the unique ability of the Neo-Demon race. The increase in power that it granted could match or surpass the boost of a law avatar. It stimulated the full potential of the Neo-Demon's body and bloodline, and only in this form would the abilities granted by the true Doomsday body can show their true might. The strength of the Doomsday Incarnation depended on how well developed was the true Doomsday body's path of power and the power of the Neo-Demon's bloodline. However, this impressive ability had a side effect that was born due to the power it was used for its creation. The transformation ended in an instant. As strength filled every cell of Zadiel's body, something else came with it. The Neo-Demon was not able to stop himself from releasing a mighty roar. His dark purple aura burst and spread in every direction. Roar. They say that while dragons' roars could scare mortals, it would only make devils and demons laugh, but the roar of a Doomsday Incarnation made all those devils who heard it tremble as terror filled their hearts. The only ones who were able to maintain control over their emotions were the Devil Lords. However, a solemn expression appeared in the duo when they felt Zadiel's aura. It was an aura that could infuse horror even in rank 4 fiends, an aura that depicted a will that sought to destroy everything and slaughter everyone, An aura that could only be born of the overwhelming desire to bring everything to an end and submerge the universe into complete emptiness. A small smile appeared on Xenia's face as a plan began to formulate in her mind. As for Zatu, he only made his energy increase and descended with even more power. In Zadiel's soul dimension, a red light began to appear in the eyes of the true Doomsday body. A golden light permeated the dimension in the next instant, as the True Will used his power to keep the black humanoid's ego in check. The wild and savage instincts that attempted to invade Zadiel's mind dissipated thanks to the power of his true will, but the desire to bring doom into the universe remained. He did not have a problem with his feelings since it was the right mindset in a battle. A neo-demon must become an embodiment of death and destruction the moment they go into war. The race must act like a heartless machine whose ultimate goal is to deliver annihilation to those marked by their ancestor. Zadiel was able to adapt instantly to his new power. His eyes were filled with the murdering intent as he saw the rank 4 devils trying to escape his domain. The neo-demon displayed the full power of the absolute solar yang through a doomsday body. The flames in the domain transformed into a dark golden plasma that was hotter than the core of a low-world sun. The plasma was not only hot but also hard. The devils felt as if hundreds of mountains were crushing their bodies in every direction, and there was nothing they could do other than use their full power to resist the destructive power of the plasma. A duo that had the face of a beautiful woman and the body of an infernal wasp was using all their power to resist until their leader's arrival. Unfortunately, the thing that appeared in their sight was the undying Leviathan. The creature swallowed them whole before piercing the earth and disappearing from everyone's sight. A rank 4 hell cockroach saw with horror how his comrades were eaten. He was about to burn his life force in the hopes he could gain enough power to escape when an index finger pierced his skull. Dark purple flames invaded his soul dimension. He was not able to do anything while the neo-demon swallowed his body and true soul. The last devil had managed to ignite his life force, but he was barely able to move half a meter before an arm pierced his chest, and just like his friend, his body and soul were devoured. After having consumed the bodies and true souls of 3 rank 4 devils, Zadiel felt his bloodline along with rebirth return to their full power. The neo-demon focused on the devil lord that was about to clash with him and whose face was filled with rage. He used the power of the absolute solar yang true doomsday body to compress the flaming plasma. The devils in the city's walls saw a world-ending meteor clash with a dark golden sun. One was almost 100,000 meters large while the other only 50 meters in diameter, but no one could tell which one was stronger. An explosion of red and dark golden fire occurred when the two apocalyptic entities clashed. Hundreds of kilometers were devastated in an instant, killing all the lesser devils that had not already succumbed to Zadiel's domain. The fire also reached the city's walls, but the force field protected the residents, or else, only those at rank 4 would have survived. Earthquakes and storms appeared after that cataclysmic explosion and the duo that caused it vanished. Terror and envy appeared in the lesser devils as they saw that power. Despite not having taken their eyes away from the clash, the duo moved too fast, and they only saw an explosion. Countess Xenia saw how Zatu's hooks clashed with the neo-demon's sword and bone spikes almost 10 times in an instant. Neither of them contained their power, which resulted in a blast. The Devil Lord and the Neo-Demon were not stupid, and after the initial crash, they immediately broke space and were expulsed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the sky. A vicious and ruthless light appeared in Xenia's eyes as she saw the two monsters fighting. A sweet fragrance began to emanate from her body, and slowly, and without anyone realizing it, it spread through the entire city. The fight between the dark golden sun and the world-ending meteorite could only be described as cataclysmic. The shock wave of their impacts could devastate everything in a radius of 500,000 meters. The body of the Devil Lord was countless times larger than that of the Neo-Demon. However, Zadiel's attacks could cover tens of kilometers and affect his opponent's consciousness, making the difference in size irrelevant. Zatu's arms have transformed into 6 giant whips with sharp hooks at their end. They attacked with an amazing speed and dexterity, all of them charged with the power law of fire and law of earth, giving them weight and heat. The dark golden plasma around the Neo-Demon worked as a shield that slowed down the Devil Lord's attacks, allowing Zadiel to respond with his sword, bone spikes, and sharp wings. The Devil Lord's attacks were powerful and fast, but his domain over long-distance spells was null. Zadiel took advantage of that and constantly fired beams of energy from his eyes that wrought Zatu's skin, and filled his body with deadly energy. 3 beams of energy had landed in the Devil Lord's chest when all of a sudden, Zadiel felt an immense sense of danger. Zatu threw his flaming body forward, shrinking the distance between the two, and his whips attacked from every direction. The Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed as he pushed his body up, parrying 4 of the whips and using his wings to protect himself from the last 2 before launching an arc of blue and purple fire to the Devil Lord's eyes. The arc of fire was too fast and the distance too little. Zatu detected the danger and knew he was not able to dodge the attack. Anger appeared on his face as he activated an artifact that was hidden inside his body. A black membrane filled with howling faces covered the Devil Lord's gargantuan body. Zadiel was not surprised that Zeta had a life-saving card since he was a law-engraving existence and a Devil Lord. However, he detected that while the membrane indeed increased his enemy's defenses, its main function was to protect from illusions and soul invasion spells. The arc of blue and purple fire could have destroyed a considerable portion of the Devil Lord's head and infected his soul dimension, but the membrane completely neutralized it. The Neo-Demon was not able to continue with his attacks since the whips clashed on him. Zadiel used his wings to protect himself, increasing the number of wounds they have. Damn it. Defending from that attack used almost all the energy in the illusion shield. Fighting Xenia without it will be too dangerous. This foreigner not only destroyed my army but also ruined my plans. Zetu was furious, but he did not reach where he was by allowing his emotion to dictate his actions. His injuries were not life-threatening and did not diminish his battle power at all. His vital organs and consciousness were fine, and while Zadiel's energy was bothersome, he could easily keep it in check as long as he maintained one with the law. While the Devil Lord was thinking whether or not to continue attacking the wounded Neo-Demon, his instinct screamed danger and detected two new enemies appear behind him. Chapter 328, Doomsday Incarnation vs. Devil Lord, 2. Once his consciousness was able to detect them, Count Zetu immediately recognized the newcomers. They both had an eclipse with white wings in their back, bone spikes in their elbows and knees, a sphere of dark golden plasma around their bodies, and an apocalyptic dark purple aura. The rebirth incarnations were able to replicate the power of Zadiel's Law Avatar and his Doomsday Incarnation. Their bodies were already beginning to crumble apart due to the massive amount of energy they needed to remain active, but the only thing in their eyes was killing intent as they flashed to the Devil Lord. As a rank 5 life form that had lived thousands of years, Zetu was able to respond to the surprise attack immediately. They were too close, so escaping or dodging them was not possible. He did not bother to turn his body and attacked with his whips while still looking forward. The rebirth incarnations were not using a sword. The white sword was no longer a part of Zadiel's body, and the incarnations could no longer be born with one. The lack of a weapon was not a problem since their energy barely allows them to sustain their Law Avatar and Doomsday Incarnation. The incarnations used their spikes and plasma to fight back the hooks of the Devil Lord. They completely ignored their defenses and pushed themselves to the limit to reach Zetu's body. One of the rebirth incarnations lost the lower half of his body while the other had a third of his head cut off. Despite this immense damage, they were still able to pierce the back of the Devil Lord. Ah! Zetu screamed in pain as the incarnations penetrated his shoulders. Not only did he feel his body burning, but the purple flames were devastating his consciousness and beginning to infiltrate his soul dimension. Zetu prepared to use all the power of his soul to purge the two foreign entities inside him, but before he could even begin, his instincts screamed, warning him about the immense danger. Unfortunately, before the Devil Lord could do anything, the two rebirth incarnation inside him glowed with a purple light before detonating all the power they had in an instant. Boom! The explosion filled the sky with purple and golden light as superheated plasma blasted in every direction. Zetu's condition was horrible. The explosion obliterated his two shoulders and a considerable part of his chest, the whips fell to the ground, and rebirth force invaded most of his organs. His life force was being consumed by the purple fire and producing an incredibly pure death force. If he did not purge the rebirth force fast, his body would rot, and escaping with your true soul was almost the same as dying in a place like Baatar. I need to escape. The damage I have endured is too much. If I remain here, Xenia will kill me. Despite the pain he was enduring, the Devil Lord was able to maintain calm. After evaluating the danger, he immediately decided to run. However, before he could even begin to escape, a whale-like creature appeared out of nowhere and flew to his chest with incredible speed. Zetu was able to recognize the creature immediately. It was the same that swallowed two of his rank 4 subordinated before disappearing into the ground. The current power of the Undying Leviathan could equal a normal life form at the 5th origin cycle. Powerful enough to be a crowd control weapon but of little use against a rank 5 life form like Zetu. Although it was not a threat to him, Zetu attacked with ferocity, especially now that he realized he could no longer perceive the Neo-Demon's location. The Devil Lord opened his monstrous mouth. His teeth became giant spears before being shot to the Undying Leviathan. The Leviathan was fast, but its dexterity was lacking, and there was no way it could dodge those spears. The creature did not bother trying to avoid them and instead only increased its speed. The incarnation had the soul and body of a rank 4 void creature fused in it. That granted the Undying Leviathan great defensive power, but the spears were still able to stop the creature approximately 1,000 meters away from the Devil Lord's chest. The Undying Leviathan's body was shred to pieces. Before Zetu could relax, a flash of purple light exited the creature's maimed corpse and headed to the Devil Lord's chest. When the Neo-Demon's presence appeared in his consciousness, Zato did not hesitate and burned his life force to increase his spear's power and speed. Zadiel no longer had the dark golden sphere around him. All of the power of the superheated plasma now surrounded the white sword. His defenses were severely diminished, but the power in his sword was amazing. The Neo-Demon used his sword, wings, and spikes to fight the spears, but their power was too high. In an instant, Zadiel's body became full of injuries. Thanks to the undying Leviathan's assistance, which greatly diminished the distance between the two, Zadiel was able to reach Zato's chest. Wait! Zato yelled as he saw the Neo-Demon in his chest, right above his heart. Unfortunately, the Neo-Demon did not bother with his words and buried his sword in the Devil Lord's body. The size of the white sword could not compare with Zato's gargantuan body. However, the moment the weapon pierced the Devil Lord's chest, it released a blast of chaotic energy along with dark golden plasma, blue flames, and purple fire. Zadiel was exhausted after using Apocalypse Blast and released all the power he had charged in his white sword, but the damage was more than worth it. The detonation of such an immense amount of energy created a massive hole in Zato's chest. That, plus the damage the Rebirth Incarnation's self-destruction did, was enough to divide his almost 100,000-meter body in two. The eyes of the Devil Lord were full of disbelief as he felt more than half of his body falling from the sky, leaving only his head and neck floating in the air. Count Zato was a Gargantula, a kind of devil known for the strength of their bodies. Losing his physical vessel meant that his battle power would regress to rank 4, and trying to return to rank 5 before a couple of hundreds of years was impossible. Even though escaping would only delay the inevitable, the Devil Lord was not willing to remain here and die. Zato's true soul left the soul dimension, but before he could exit the Devil's head, Zadiel appeared in front of him. "Where do you think you are going?" Zadiel's voice was cold as he spoke those words. The Neo-Demon slapped Zato's true soul back into the Devil's head. Zadiel transferred the sealing rune in his palm into the Devil Lord's skin, and this one extended all over his body the next instant. The sealing rune was a simple and yet very powerful rune. Once they are in the open, a true soul can achieve an incredible speed and perform all kinds of miraculous escape techniques, but the rune Zadiel just used sealed them in the body. Zadiel could hear roar and tremors as Zato's true soul was trying to escape the mangled body, but even at full strength, it would have been hard to break the sealing rune power, much less now that the Devil Lord's consciousness and soul were so severely wounded. After sealing this rank 5 Devil Lord's true soul, Zadiel waved his hand and moved the head into a space ring. After defeating his opponent, the Neo-Demon's body trembled, and he could not help but cough blood. His law avatar disappeared, and Doom's the Incarnation was deactivated. Zadiel gasped and felt like he would black out the next second when he suddenly perceived a sweet fragrance. Shades obscured his sight, and the next second, pink chains pierced his head, hearts, lungs, kidneys, stomach, and spine. The Neo-Demon did not show pain when this happened. On the contrary, a pleasant expression appeared on his face. What was more shocking was the pink aura that began to invade his soul dimension. A figure materialized in front of Zadiel the next second. It was the beautiful winged Devil Lord, Countess Xenia. There was a wicked smile on the woman's face as she approached Zadiel and began to caress his handsome face and muscular body. "Your body and laws are beyond impressive. Your battle power was equal to Zato. Although he was a young count, he was still a rank 5 life form at the first engraving stage with a king bloodline, and you defeated him. However, your true soul is too weak, and your defenses to illusion and soul invasion spell are average." Xenia's smile only grew wider as she spoke those words and noticed the pink aura filling Zadiel's soul dimension. Zadiel's law avatar and Doom's the Incarnation granted a certain level of protection to illusion. Still, after defeating Zato, the Neo-Demon could no longer keep them active, not to mention that Xenia was a rank 5 life form at the 3rd engraving stage. Xenia could have defeated Zato without a problem if it wasn't for the wound on her soul. The spell she used on Zadiel was very potent, and the stress it generated would have put her into unconsciousness. The way the Countess was able to use such a powerful spell without side effects was simple. She consumed every devil in the city, allowing her to use her full power once. Chapter 329, Blue Wings in Zadiel's Soul Dimension. As the pink aura began to invade it, the eyes of the true will shined. That golden light full of determination also appeared in the Neo-Demon's eyes. Zadiel's expression returned to normal, and coldness filled his eyes as he stared at the woman touching his face. His body was paralyzed but still could talk. Illusion. The moment Xenia heard that word and saw the Neo-Demon looking at her with eyes full of killing intent, shock filled her face. However, after taking a moment to calm herself, her smile grew wider, as did the excitement in her heart. "I am truly impressed. A normal law engraving existence would have lost their mind to pleasure inside my enchantment illusion, allowing me to do anything to them, and yet you managed to regain consciousness. However, it doesn't matter, you are still trapped here, and there is no way you can escape. Zadiel did not respond to the Countess' words and kept staring at her with coldness. His true will was strong and granted him extraordinary defensive abilities against illusions, but he was still a rank 4 life form, and the spell of his opponent had the full power of a rank 5 life form at the 3rd engraving stage. The fact he was able to regain consciousness was already astonishing. He was exhausted right now, and at his peak, his battle power was barely enough to face someone at the 1st engraving stage, but Zadiel did not think of escaping after falling to Xenia's illusion. In reality, Zadiel was floating in the air with his eyes closed, and Xenia was looking at him from the city's walls. Around the Devil Lord, tens of thousands of devils were lying dead on the ground. They all had a smile on their faces, and it appeared they experienced great pleasure before having their souls drained. The only person alive in the city was Xenia. She broke space and the next moment appeared in front of Zadiel. Even though I lost all my subordinates, once I enslave this man, my power will rise immensely. There is a chance for me to obtain the title of Marquis in the future. Xenia felt how her pink aura had saturated Zadiel's soul dimension, and she prepared to kiss him. The Countess was an Arinise, a powerful kind of devil known for their enchantment skills. If she manages to kiss the Neo-Demon, the power of her pink aura will grow stronger and morph Zadiel's personality into that of a faithful servant. Just as they were right next to each other, Zadiel acted. The True Will stood up and then roared, releasing every bit of power inside him. Will supernova. Those words came from the True Will as a stellar explosion of multicolored light occurred inside the soul dimension. The power in that multicolored light was so great that it burned the pink aura instantly, and the enchantment illusion that kept Zadiel's consciousness prisoner broke apart. Xenia did not have time to be shocked by what had just happened since a horrible pain assaulted her. Soul invasion spells were powerful and hard to combat, but their backlash was equally potent. After the multicolored light broke her illusion and burned the pink aura, the Devil Lord's soul was severely injured, and her old wound grew larger. Xenia felt immense danger the next second, but her wounds were so great that she could not move. A mighty hand grabbed her neck, and a purple eye, which appeared to be a portal to a nightmare dimension, appeared in her sight. The Devil Lord saw Baator disappear and be replaced by a plane full of dark purple energy. Before she could even begin to try to understand what just happened, a black monster with red eyes appeared in front of her and invaded her body. While Xenia was enduring horrible torture in the rebirth nightmare, Zadiel destroyed her heart before putting a sealing rune over her head and throwing the Devil Lord into his spatial ring. The Neo-Demon had guarded his rebirth nightmare for the Arinise. He understood the nature of fiends very well and knew she would attack him when he was at his weakest. If Xenia were at full power, Zadiel would have run immediately. After all, she was at the 3rd engraving stage, but after knowing of her wounded state, he planned to attack her once his True Will crushed her illusion. After defeating the woman, the Neo-Demon broke the space by his side and appeared in the city. Zadiel felt beyond exhausted and could barely move. His trump card will need a few weeks to be available again. His True Will was significantly weakened right now, and his body was full of wounds. Remaining in Baator in his condition would be the same as suicide. The Neo-Demon used what little energy he had left and flew to the World Gate located in the center of the city before disappearing from awareness. Just like that, Zadiel's trip to Baator ended. It lasted less than a day but resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of lesser devils, more than a dozen rank 4 devils, and 2 devil lords. If such a massive loss of lives happened in the Magi world, the powerhouses inside the world would have acted immediately, but in Avernus, no one cared. Other than the demise of Xenia and Zetu that may draw some attention, the rest did not matter. Several hundred of thousands of kilometers above the City of the Sun, a group of fallen were flying. They were all rank 4 life forms, and at the lead, there was Nero. The 7-winged fallen had a pendant around his neck with the form of a tower. All the fallen that could not endure the void were inside this artifact. It only took a moment for the group to pass through the crystal wall and leave the Magi world. Nero's eyes narrowed the moment he reached the void, and although he could only see elemental chaos around him, the fallen knew very well that they were in great danger as alien life forms. He and the rest of the fallen remained close to the crystal wall and waited. Teacher told me he would come to seek us the moment we leave the Magi world, so he should arrive any moment now. The rest of the fallen had just nodded to Nero's words when all of a sudden, their bodies froze with fear, and their instincts began to scream. Nero's response was no different, and he learned the origin of his terror the next second. In front of the group of fallen, a creature so massively large that even a continent would feel little in comparison appeared. It had a body similar to a golden carp. Its scales were engraved with powerful laws, and they all released a might above the minor completion level. The 7-winged fallen had already felt an aura like this when Tato opened a portal to another dimension in the Beta Heavenly World. A being of laws. When the rest of the fallen heard that, terror appeared in their faces. Although not all beings of laws behaved like killing machines, The one in front of them depicted a very aggressive aura, and it was clear it was not friendly. The creature did not say a word and flew to the fallen. Just as the fish-like being of laws was about to trample them, a man appeared in front of Nero. The man was approximately 2.5 meters tall, his hair was black, 8 blue wings emerged from his back, and each feather had white lines generating mysterious patterns. Nero immediately recognized the man. He was the person who helped him escape the Garden of Creation and guided his movements in the Beta Heavenly World. Before the seven-winged fallen could even speak a word, he saw how his teacher stopped the being of laws, who was more extensive than a low world with his index finger. A shockwave that broke space and time occurred when they clashed. Nero and the others would have perished if it was not for the blue aura protecting their bodies. The man's finger trembled a little, but he stopped the charge of the being of laws without a problem, and then he gently slapped the creature's head and threw him away. Chapter 330, The Holy Mother vs. Fallen Archangel. That strike created shockwaves covering countless kilometers as the fish-like being of laws was pushed backward. The man's actions did not seem impressive in any way, but the power in them was more than enough to pierce a low world from one end to the other. Neither Nero nor the rest of the fallen by his side could even begin to comprehend the power of the man in front of them, but seeing how he was able to push away a creature the size of a world with nothing but his palm, made clear he was beyond powerful. The creature was able to regain control over its gargantuan body after a couple of seconds. It looked at the man with rage but did not attack. The man did not bother with the defeated being of laws and turned to look to the fallen behind him. Nero's teacher had always communicated with the seven-winged fallen through his dreams, so this was the first time they saw each other in person. He had a very youthful appearance, short black hair, and the thing that drew most of the group's attention was his eyes. Blue light filled those eyes, and they released small arcs of white lighting from their corners. The fallen felt a sense of wisdom, pride, and dignity beyond measure coming from them. He was the epitome of their kind, someone who could bend reality to his will and whose life force would burn forever. The man's wings trembled, and thousands of drops of blood emerged from them. Without warning, they entered the rank 4 fallen's hearts, and Nero saw how they also invaded the people inside his pendant. The fallen felt their bloodline burning, and divine power was mutating them and changing their core. Nero's consciousness was the strongest of the group, and he felt how his connection with the Garden of Creation made by the Archangel with the shooting star bloodline broke, but that was not all. There was a tremendous change occurring in his physiology that startled him. The seven-winged fallen looked at his teacher with shock, and before he could ask his question, he heard this one speak. You are now rightful members of the fallen race. Your connection with the Garden of Creation and all that it involves no longer exists. I know you all have many questions, but this is not the time or place. The man did not say anything else and waved his hand, making all the fallen, except Nero, disappear. Nero was confused by his teacher's actions, but this one offered no explanation and focused on the space next to the gargantuan creature. Right where this man's eyes aimed, a portal appeared, and the next moment a woman came out from it. A pure and holy aura permeated the void the moment she appeared. Her figure was outstanding, the definition of perfection. Covering her body was a red robe made of shining threads, and each one released a world-shaking bloodline power. There were 5 bloodline eyes in her forehead, similar to those found in the eye-holder race. When the gargantuan fish-like being of law saw her, its body began to shake with excitement. The creature's body shrunk until it was the size of an average golden carp and began to fly around the woman. The woman looked at the creature with love and gently caressed it before staring at Nero's teacher. Goldie is a little wild when he detects alien life forms near the Magi world. I thank you for being soft on him. Her voice was soft and gentle. However, it carried a hidden sense of amazing might that allowed no disrespect. My people are intact, so I had no reason for harming him. Even though they were incredibly far away, they had no problem hearing the voice of the other. The man and the woman stared at each other, and after nodding, they released the full power of their auras. Their power pushed elemental chaos away and made time and space act chaotically. The stars around them disintegrated, as did all the void creatures that were too slow to escape. The man's aura was blue and carried a force that sought to erase any notion of the universe's order and rules. It was a power born of pride and the desire to break all the shackles that bound him. The woman's aura was red, and the bloodline power in it was endless. In it, you could see an illusion depicting a race's birth and growth. His teacher's blue aura protected Nero and allowed his consciousness to cover the duo's battlefield. Pay attention. It is rare for someone of your power to experience a battle between existences like her and me. Let your soul and bloodline feel everything. The fallen heard his teacher's voice in his head before this one began to walk forward. Even though the distance between them would take a rank 4 life 4 months to travel, each step they took drew them closer and closer. They were next to each other in less than a second, and the red and blue aura were clashing, making giant scars in the void. Nero saw them vanish, but instantly, His consciousness detected an explosion and saw the woman launching giant spheres of light against his teacher. The Archangel's wings transformed into feathered spears and fought back against the spheres. In another corner of the battlefield, a perfect copy of the duo appeared, and they clashed again. This time the woman created an army of blood monsters and threw them to the man, while this one crushed them with his bare hands. More and more copies appeared on the battlefield, and the destruction they created was only growing larger. There was nothing beneath rank 7 that could survive the shockwaves of their attacks. Nero could not understand what was happening and how his teacher and the woman were fighting in so many different locations simultaneously. For a moment, he thought the ones fighting were incarnations, but he discarded that idea when he saw how the wound in one of the woman's copies affected all the others. The seven-winged fallen calmed his mind and followed his teacher's advice, allowing his bloodline and soul to feel what was happening. Nero no longer bothered with what his eyes showed him, and after a moment, he began to understand. This is a real clash between being of laws. The ones fighting are not avatars or incarnations but their true selves. Their power is so great that space and time cannot limit them in any way, and due to my weakness, I perceive their battle like this. The collisions between the duo fire darks of blue and red energy in every direction, some of them even reached the crystal wall of the Magi world. However, while their attacks could annihilate stars and break space-time, they were no threat against the shield of a principal world of the universe. After 30 seconds, the explosions ended, and both the woman and the man appeared face to face. Their faces were pale, but other than that, there was no injury in them at all. They looked at each other before clasping their hands and performed a small bow. Eve, Holy Mother of the Eye Holder race, greets you. Apex, the end of the heavenly race, greets you. The fight that transformed the void around them into an apocalyptic battlefield was just a test, a way to prove their power and earn the respect of the other. Apex waved his hand, and Nero appeared by his side the next instant. Eve stared at Nero for a second before giving Apex a questioning gaze. The Holy Mother had a kind nature and, unlike other being of laws, she did not consider all life form beneath rank 7 like ants, but still, it was not proper for a small child like Nero to be present as they speak. He is my disciple, and one day will be a pillar of the fallen race. Apex offered no more explanation and reinforced the blue aura that was protecting Nero. When Eve heard that, a peculiar light appeared in her face before focusing on Nero. The seven-winged fallen saw the Holy Mother's bloodline eyes glowing and felt completely naked. Luckily it only lasted for a second. I see. This child's bloodline is weaker than that of a real archangel, but there is unlimited potential in his mutation. I have a genius kid like him in my race, so I get your feelings. Eve did not say anything more after and opened a portal before disappearing inside it. We are going to meet the head of the Magi world. Be respectful and try not to have improper thoughts. Apex's face was solemn as he spoke those words, and then he entered the portal. Nero could not stop himself from being nervous since after going through this portal, he would meet one of the universe's real powerhouses, the Magi world's leader, and a rank 9 life form. He took a deep breath and then went through the portal. Chapter 331, Prima Eldritch Universe Final Battlefield. After going through the portal, Nero found himself in a small room. The Fallen did not have time to inspect the place since unbearable pressure assaulted him. Nero was able to detect the origin from the pressure immediately. It came from a 15-meter-tall man with red hair, 5 dragon horns emerging from his head, 2 imposing wings bathed in a dark red fire, and a black aura surrounding his muscular body. As he saw this man, an illusion appeared in the Fallen's mind. He saw a gargantuan dragon, so immense that he could have swallowed the fish-like being of law that almost killed him a few minutes ago. This dragon had 16 wings on his back, dark red scales covering his body, and flames emerged from his mouth with heat so immense that they set the laws of the universe on fire. Nero saw how this apocalyptic dragon turned his head and stared at him. The moment that happened, the illusion vanished, and the seven-winged fallen saw the draconic man looking in his direction. The man stared at Apex and gave him a gentle nod before looking away. Since your next guest has arrived, it is time for me to leave. I will relay your message to my brothers and inform you of our decision as soon as possible. The man's voice was full of ferocity, but you could hear the respectful tone he employed. Are you sure you don't want to stay a little more? I was hoping we could play a game before you left. After hearing those words, Nero noticed the person standing in front of the draconic man. He appeared to be an amicable old man with a ponytail and thick white beard. His aura was non-exiting, and at simple sight, he appeared no different than a mortal. I have no desire to enter a contest I know I will lose. Goodbye. The draconic man performed a small bow and disappeared. How boring. Disappointment appeared in the old man's face when he saw the draconic man leave, and then he turned to Apex. So you are the one called Apex. I can see that you have already entered the Beyond Redemption stage. Good, if you were one of those cowards that did not dare to leave the Beyond Limit stage, This meeting would have ended immediately. Apex did not say anything after hearing the man's words and limited himself to performing a deep bow. It was easy for Nero to understand this older man's identity after everything that just happened. Is this seemingly helpless old man really one of the supreme overlords of the universe? After the thought passed through his mind, Nero saw how the old man focused on him and adopted a severe expression. Did you call me a helpless old man? Nero's eyes widened when he heard that, and shock filled his heart. Can he read my mind? Yes, I can. Now I will ask again, did you call me a helpless old man? Before Nero could even say a word, he saw an endless golden aura emerge from the old man that made the room along with Apex and Eve disappear. The seven-winged fallen felt the true nature of the golden aura immediately. It was killing intent, one so pure and majestic that it appeared capable of crushing the universe itself. While the dark red dragon impressed Nero, this aura was at a completely different level. The old man's killing intent continued to grow as he approached Nero, and when they were right next to each other, the head of the Magi world, a rank 9 life form, began to make funny faces. Nero's body shivered, and disbelief filled his face. The golden aura disappeared the next second, and the fallen saw the old man laughing. Ha ha ha, relax, I am just messing with you. Eve and Apex stared at the old man as he laughed with all his strength. The woman just shook his head after seeing the Magi world leader making fun of a little child. Head, you should act with more decorum, remember your position. Little girl, I have told you many times, the purpose of power is to do whatever you want. The old man gave Eve a kind smile before focusing on Apex and clasping his hands. Isaac, the truth of the universe, greets you. Apex also clasped his hands and returned the gesture. Apex, the end of the heavenly race, greets you. After the formalities were over, Isaac made a chair appear and sat in it before speaking. Tell me, Fallen, why did you ask for this meeting? I want your assistance to let my race enter the Prima Eldritch Universe final battlefield. When Isaac heard Apex's request, his eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Nero for a moment. You know very well that all great powers of the universe have a rank 8 life form monitoring those who enter and leave the battlefield, and that includes the heavenly race. There is no way they would pass the chance of killing your kind. Apex did not say a word after hearing that and just kept looking at Isaac. I can help your race, Fallen, but that would force me to fight against the heavenly race and maybe even begin a small war. So, the price you will have to pay will be equally great. What will I need to do? Apex did not accept immediately. Access to the Prima Eldritch Universe final battlefield was necessary for his people's growth, but his life was even more critical for the fallen race. I will call you one day to fight by my side, and that day, you must be ready to lose your life if needed since I will be taking the same risk. An extremely solemn expression appeared on Isaac's face when he spoke those words. Apex was surprised when he heard that. The head of the Magi world was mighty, and no one in the universe could say they could kill him. There was only one enemy in the Fallen's mind that could pose that level of threat to such a powerful being. The Great Old Ones? The moment Apex mentioned them, Eve's face became somber, and Isaac nodded to the Fallen. Has the state of the final gate deteriorated to the point even people like you are worrying about it? Apex's voice was solemn as he spoke that question since it involved something that affected all the universe. Not yet, the runic formations in the gate still stand firm, but they are deteriorating at a fast rate. If my hypothesis is right, someone is exercising pressure from the other side. I have already warned the rest about the danger, but many think that the best path is to reinforce the gate's defenses and buy as much time as possible. They want to use the help of the universe will to fight them once they enter our universe and slowly erase them, even if that means to lose a considerable part of this one. Disdain appeared in Isaac's face when he thought about that cowardly approach. We need to fight them head-on and not give them the chance to contaminate the universe. Isaac's eyes shined with battle intent when he spoke those words, but the next moment, he sighed. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to lead the entire universe. If only he were still here, things would have been much easier. His power and ferocity could make all of us tremble, and no one would dare to say no to him. Isaac didn't need to mention his name for Apex and Eve to know who he was referring to, the man who could make the two great fiend planes of the universe tremble under his might. The trio felt an immense admiration for that person since he reached the level they all dreamed of obtaining. If another rank 8 life form is born in my race, I will accept following you to an all-out battle against them the moment they enter the universe. Apex shared Isaac's feeling that slowly defeating them was the wrong path, but his life was not his own anymore, it belonged to his race. The head of the Magi world understood the Fallen's reservation, and he accepted his conditions for helping him. Then it is a deal. From now on, your people can enter the Prima Eldritch Universe final battlefield under the Magi world's banner. After agreeing to their deal's conditions, both Isaac and Apex began to speak in a strange tongue that made a peculiar and powerful aura invade the room. It was only present for an instant, but it was enough for the duo to understand that the consequences would be dire if they broke their words. Once the purpose of their meeting was over, Isaac looked at Nero with a smile. Little fallen child, you made me laugh, so if your battle power reaches the void stage while you are still a rank 6 life form, I will teach you my Omega Law. Nero did not know what those words meant, but he understood it was very beneficial for him when he saw the smile on his teacher's face, so he immediately bowed and expressed his gratitude. I will do my best. Apex nodded after seeing his apprentice's behavior, and after giving one final bow to Isaac, he took Nero and disappeared. Chapter 332, Devil Lord Animax Soul Rune. In the core of the territories dominated by the Eternum Empire, there was a majestic white magic tower filled with impressive runic formations. The magic tower and the large city built around it shared the same name, Rasputin, in homage to its creator and leader. On the magic tower's upper floor, a handsome young man with blonde hair and green eyes was sitting on a throne. His body was not overly muscular, but it carried a tremendous physical strength, and runes were covering his skin. This man was one of the youngest origin rune masters of the Empire and an overall genius, Salazar Rasputin. A couple of meters in front of Salazar, a 5-meter-tall man was kneeling. The might of this man's soul force made clear he was a rank 5 life form, but still, he was adopting a respectful and somewhat submissive posture. Are you sure there is no sign of mobilization from the Order Corps? There was a severe expression on Salazar's face as he spoke that question. Yes, my lord. A squad led by 3 rank 5 life forms was going to deploy 5 days after the massacre of the clans that had sided with us. However, without any explanation, they were ordered to stand down. I did thorough research and learned that the Corps Vice Captain gave the order to stand down a day after he met the new head of the Empire Commercial Association. When Rasputin heard that, he frowned, and all sort of information passed through his mind. The Order Corps was a punitive force from the Eternum Empire, and their mission was to punish all those clans who disobeyed the rules and codes from the Empire. They were feared and respected for their power and the fact they only responded to the Emperor. Tritus Fonder, on the other hand, used to be a nobody. Rasputin would not even have known his name if it wasn't because he helped the previous head of the Empire Commercial Association deal with him. However, after the events occurring in the Daybreak Magic Tower, Tristus came back as a rank 4 life form. He got control over the Empire Commercial Association in less than 2 days, and his influence just kept expanding. One of the reasons he was able to amass so much power so fast was the Soul Rune Convention he was organizing in the name of Zadiel Daybreak, and that only 100 people could attend. Tritus Fonder is that man's puppet, or else there is no way he would have been allowed to leave with his life and given such an important task. The Vice Captain of the Order Corps is a rank 5 life form at the 6th engraving stage, and the only thing that could have drawn his attention was the Soul Rune Convention. When the tall man heard Rasputin's words, a complicated expression appeared on his face before speaking. My lord, should not we forget about that man? Taboo existences are incredibly difficult to handle once they have developed their strength. We have hidden our identity very well, so I don't see what gain there is in continuing clashing against him. After he spoke those words, the man saw how the runes that covered his body glowed and frozen his soul, body, and energy. Salazar's eyes were cold as he looked at the man, and his body released an evil aura that made the entire magic tower tremble. Frederick, if you think he would forget about us if we no longer attack him, then you are only useful as a weapon and nothing more. He had shown more than once that he would seek revenge for the slightest grievance, so there is only one path for us now, and that is to kill him before he kills us. The tall man, Frederick, did not dare to respond and kept looking down, even after the evil aura and restrictions over his body were gone. Humphrey, taboo existences may seem impressive when they are young, but they are all a bunch of trash that did not manage to reach eternity and perished beneath time. His skill will undoubtedly face a bottleneck he would not pass, while I will keep rising higher. Besides, who says he is the only Soul Rune Master? Salazar's eyes shone with pride as he spoke those last words, and shock appeared in Frederick's face. Go and tell that Ma. Before Salazar could finish his sentence, an expression of agony appeared on his face. Lord Salazar. Frederick was startled, and before he could get closer to Salazar, this one rose his hand and stopped him. I am fine. Salazar was grabbing his head, and after taking a moment to focus, he continued speaking. Go and tell that man we need to meet. Frederick did not dare disobey, and after bowing, he left the room. After he was alone, Salazar's expression twisted as he experienced immense pain. What is happening to me? What is causing these attacks of pain and why so many of my memories are lost? A rank 5 life form like Salazar should remember every detail of his life, from the moment he was born. However, not long ago, he found out that he had forgotten years of his life. Salazar was sure someone was targeting him, and he did not dare to leave his magic tower. How could he know that what he experienced was the side effect of a man he knew most of his life being erased from space and time? In the Neo-Demon Realm's void, Zadiel was floating unconscious among the giant waves of elemental chaos. To most life forms, being surrounded by elemental chaos would only worsen their condition, but to a Doombringer, it only granted beneficial features. The Neo-Demon's apocalyptic star in his stomach swallowed elemental chaos, refining it and then sending the purest form of this one to the rest of the body, but that wasn't all. In Zadiel's stomach, there were also dozens of golden stones. These were high-quality origin stones, and they were replenishing his soul origin and helping the true will recover. After a week of resting, the Neo-Demon finally opened his eyes. The first thing he did was assess his condition. The wounds on my body were profound, and the energy of that devil was hard to purge. Luckily, my vital organs were not injured in the fight, and thanks to my unique regeneration ability, I am physically fine now. On the other hand, that woman's spell hurt my true soul, and my true will needs to rest before being at full capacity again. Zadiel was satisfied with his condition. After all, he fought 2 devil lords that were an entire rank above him. He communicated with Danrai and learned that all the Neo-Demons were able to endure the 3 severings, and they were now in the process of strengthening their true wills. A smile appeared on Zadiel's face, and the next moment, he sent a command to Danrai and teleported to the Beta Heavenly World. He appeared in the Forn's continent, close to the Underworld Forge. The giant gate used to swallow souls was gone, and Hades was sitting above the forge. Zadiel understood that the ancient being of laws was enhancing the forge's ability to gather the pieces of his existence scattered throughout the universe, so he did not bother him. He took Xenia's broken body from his spatial ring and used his rebirth eye to analyze her true soul. Good, the true soul fell into a coma, so I will not need to waste time weakening it. Zadiel took a deep breath of enlightenment mist and made hundreds of materials appear before starting to work. The Neo-Demon processed the materials until transforming them into a red liquid, and then he used it to create runic lines in the air. The Animax soul rune Zadiel was creating was a very difficult one, and if it wasn't for the help of the enlightenment mist, he was not sure he would have been able to complete it before his true soul reached the peak of rank 4. Once the rune was 75% completed, Zadiel began to extract pieces of Xenia's true soul and fuse them into the runic lines. The rune's final form was that of a pentagram, and in the center, you could see the Devil Lord's figure. A wide smile appeared on Zadiel's face as he detected the power of the rune. Excellent, with this, I will be able to act freely in theater. Chapter 333, Zadiel's first defeat. After completing the Animaxed soul rune made with Xenia's true soul, Zadiel rested for a couple of hours before beginning to work in the next one. Zatu's true soul was not in a comatose state like that of Xenia, but it was still pretty injured, so after using his rebirth eye, Zadiel managed to weaken it enough so it could not put any resistance. The process went smoothly, and before the day ended, a new pentagram rune appeared in front of Zadiel. However, unlike the previous one, this had a gargantula sealed in the center. The Neo-Demon stored the rune in a unique orb, just like he did with the last one. This too should be enough for the initial part of my plan in Avernus and Dis. I will gather more once I have established a foothold. I also need to collect a couple of demon lords' true souls. Hunting demons is easier since they are usually more foolish, but it would be dangerous going to Abyss in my current condition. I will wait until I am in peak condition before leaving. After deciding his next moves, Zadiel disappeared from the Forn's continent and appeared inside the Garden of Creation. The Neo-Demon did not waste time and headed to the sacred soul tree's crown and sat in the soul throne before closing his eyes. The soul throne was the divine treasure born after the Sun Cocoon's bloodline had finished its formation. Zadiel felt how the throne enhanced his perception and understanding of the laws exponentially. Trying to increase his comprehension of all the laws would be a futile task, so he focused on 3, the law of soul, law of creation, and law of destruction. Those with bloodlines do not need to explore the universe and analyze heavenly phenomena to obtain information about their laws. All they need is in their blood. Zadiel felt like he was in a dream, and different kinds of wonders were occurring around him. There were 6 kinds of panoramas in his bloodline, each one corresponding to a unique law. The Neo-Demon did not pick the law of rebirth to study, despite being less developed. The reason was that by pushing all of the other laws to the initial level, he would have an easier time understanding the one that shared a connection with all of them. He remained in that dream state, focusing on his bloodline's phenomena for several days, deciphering the mysteries of the laws. Zadiel left a piece of his consciousness connected to the outside world to receive updates on important events. The first piece of information that awoke him from his training was that the first Neo-Demon to no longer resist the strengthening of their true will was his son, Dante. After 10 days, the Neo-Demon with the Daybreak bloodline fell unconscious. Although Zadiel was a little disappointed, he was not surprised. The true will's first test had nothing to do with talent and everything with determination and willpower. As the son of an entity like Zadiel, Dante subconsciously knew he had a shield protecting him and that no matter how difficult things were, his father would always have a way to fix everything. He may have matured thanks to war's cruelty, but he could not compare with the kobolds born in Wasteland. They were people who saw their mothers and fathers devoured by monsters, who experienced the agony of seeing their children perish to sickness and famine. Those able to survive that and keep striving forward could not be looked down on. I was planning on sending him to Abyss, but I think Baatar will be of more help to him. Being able to persevere in a place where he has to suppress his hate and disgust for evil entities will help him grow. Dante was his son, and he loved him, but Zadiel would not allow someone born of his primordial essence to be mediocre. Zadiel closed his eyes and continued deciphering the laws in his bloodline. He received another piece of information on the 14th day. During that day, all but Rax and Ezequiel succumbed to the pain. Sophia and Kilo were the last to fall unconscious and were only 1 hour away from reaching the 15th day. Zadiel was satisfied with their tenacity since, by enduring 14 days, they all obtained an early star-defiant true will. Their achievement was according to his estimates, but someone surprised him, and that was Rax. The old kobold, who was once a little rank 0 life form with a foot in the grave and no real power at all, endured 17 days of strengthening. Well done, Rax, you can consider me impressed. It seems I can give you more responsibilities from now on. 17 days should give you a true will at the late star-defiant rank. Zadiel was extremely pleased with the achievement of the kobold leader. When he first decided to help that small kobold tribe in Wasteland, he trusted that impressive individuals could arise from it, and Rax proved he was right. Although willpower was not the same as strength, every member of the Neo-Demon race had divine talent, and as long as they pushed themselves to the limit and always kept striving forward, they would reach eternity. After some thought, Zadiel decided to use his authority as the Neo-Demon realm's ruler and observe Ezequiel's condition. The Neo-Demon with the primordial bloodline was trembling without stop, and you could see from his face that he was experiencing unbearable pain. After seeing his condition, Zadiel went back to his training. The Neo-Demon opened his eyes again on the 18th day of strengthening, not because the Nrai sent a message, but to check on Ezequiel. Blood was leaking from the mouth and palms of the Neo-Demon. He was clenching his fist and teeth as hard as he could, with the hope it would help him a little with the pain. Zadiel's eyes were filled with amazement by the determination of his first follower. He closed his eyes again and opened them on the 19th day. Ezequiel was convulsing on the ground and had lost every ounce of control over his body, but he still kept pushing forward and refused to surrender. This time Zadiel did not go back to training and continued looking at him. 3 hours after the 20th day began, Ezequiel could no longer endure the pain and fell unconscious. 20 days, 1 less than me. Without the memories from my past life that helped me develop my willpower, 19 days should have been my limit, so it can be considered his victory. As that thought passed through his mind, a smile appeared on Zadiel's face. This is the first time I taste defeat in this life. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. I guess the name Invictus truly fits you. Zadiel was able to see how Ezequiel's true will took form and opened his eyes, signaling he reached the peak star-defiant rank. Still, it did not end there since an almost invisible dot of light manifested in the eyes of the golden humanoid. Although the true will had not truly reached the Starbreaker rank, it was certainly above the Star-Defiant rank. It should only take him a couple of weeks for his true will to reach low Starbreaker rank, just like mine. After making sure that all the Neo-Demon were fine, Zadiel went back to train. The help of the Soul Throne made that every week of training equal to a year. Something very beneficial to Zadiel since each of his laws was incredibly challenging to develop. After 3 months of continuous training, his law of creation and law of destruction reached the peak potential level, and his soul law reached the boundary of the initial level. I was hoping they would all reach the initial level, but I guess this is the best I can hope for less than half a year of training. Zadiel understood that although his talent was unparalleled across the entire universe, his laws were equally challenging, so he felt satisfied with this improvement. His true soul and true will had fully recovered thanks to the rest and the dozens of high-quality origin stones in his stomach, so it was time to travel to Abyss. Before leaving, he read the updates about the type of true doomsday body the Neo-Demons had chosen. Many of the kobolds chose the absolute solar yang true doomsday body. They did not do this to copy Zadiel but due to their primary weapon being their flames. The rest chose a true doomsday body that perfectly suited their battle style, but Zadiel frowned when he saw the one Ezequiel had selected. The immortal avatar true doomsday body. Why did he choose that one? Chapter 334, World Strength. The immortal avatar true doomsday body granted unbelievable survival skills. Unless you could annihilate his soul with a single thought, Trying to kill a Neo-Demon with this type of body was almost impossible. The immortal avatar True Doomsday body allowed the user to divide his actual body into avatars that could act utterly independently from each other. Each of those avatars could go to wars, train, and experience everything the original body could. While Neo-Demons can form multiple avatars, they only had one true soul, True Doomsday body, and true will that would remain in one of the avatar's soul dimensions. But this is where the amazingness of the immortal avatar True Doomsday body presented itself. The true soul, true will, and True Doomsday body could instantly teleport from one avatar to another. Unfortunately, this fantastic True Doomsday body had a flaw. The original body's power would be divided equally between the avatars, and the loss of each avatar would force the Neo-Demon to enter extended periods of recovery. In the beginning, the immoral avatar True Doomsday body allowed the user to form 3 avatars, and each of them would have 33% of the Neo-Demon's real power. Zadiel's battle against Zeta proved that numbers matter little when the difference in power is too high. The clash between the two life forms with a battle power of rank 5 generated shockwaves that could severely wound standard peak rank 4 life forms. People who specialize in tasks with a high level of mortality, like spies, scouts, or assassins, should pick the immortal avatar True Doomsday body. It was not designed for someone like Ezequiel, whose destiny was in the heart of the battlefield. What is he doing? He should have picked a True Doomsday body of the kind meant to give an overall increase of the battle power, like mine. Zadiel understood Ezequiel's personality very well. Although he had a cold head, he was still a ferocious fighter and would not remain outside the battlefield. The absolute solar Yang True Doomsday body may not seem as impressive as the immortal avatar True Doomsday body. However, once it is fully developed, it could grant a physique so immeasurably heavy that a Neo-Demon could crush a world with a stomp of his feet, a body so hard that no weapon could pierce him, and flames so powerful that they could ignite the laws. Although he was confused, Zadiel did not interfere with Ezequiel's choice and remained watching him. The Neo-Demon had become a 5,000 meters tall giant after awakening his true soul and becoming a rank 4 life form. The true Neo-Demon Doomsday Chamber had a nearly endless amount of space so that it could hold him no matter the individual size. Under the attentive watch of Zadiel, Ezequiel divided his body into 3 avatars, each approximately 1,700 meters tall. What happened next shocked Zadiel and showed him, the creator of the immortal avatar True Doomsday body, a new way of using it. Ezequiel's avatars ignited, blue flames covered one, black covered the other, and the last one had his body filled with gray flames. Slowly, their size was decreasing as the flames burned parts of them. The fire stopped when the avatars were only 5 meters tall, and Zadiel's rebirth eye showed him their true nature. The avatar consumed by the black flames got rid of the energy and solescence in him. It was now a body that represented the physical aspect of existence in its purest form. The avatar consumed by the gray flames got rid of the physical and solescence in him. It was now energy made flesh and represented the energy aspect of existence in its purest form. The last avatar, the one consumed by the blue flames, got rid of his physical and energy essence. It had a phantasmagorical appearance and represented the spiritual aspect of existence in its purest form. Zadiel was baffled by what was happening. Ezequiel had the primordial bloodline, and he should be trying to fuse the 3 cores of his existence into a superior force. However, the Neo-Demon just used the immortal avatar True Doomsday body to divide them thoroughly. The avatars remained with their eyes closed as their figures stabilized, and Zadiel did not lose this opportunity to analyze them with his rebirth eye and then Rai. The other Neo-Demons had already left their chambers, but Zadiel did not meet with them and just gave them some instruction on how to pick their first apocalyptic star. Finally, after a month, one of the avatars opened his eyes. It was the one who discarded energy and solescence. I am the astral body avatar, the physical manifestation of the primordial bloodline. The avatar spoke those words out loud as if he was making a statement. The next one to open his eyes was the one that energy made his flesh and blood. I am the energy essence avatar, the energy manifestation of the primordial bloodline. The last one to open his eyes was the one whose body was made purely of soul force. I am the nether spirit avatar, the spiritual manifestation of the primordial bloodline. The avatars got closer to each other, and their figures began to superimpose one over the other. Slowly, they started to become a single entity again. Zadiel used an right to scan the changes on Ezequiel. The energy, soul, and body were now working as a single entity and in complete harmony. Although they had not fused and become one, their current state was miles ahead of the one Ezequiel had achieved before creating the astral body avatar, essence energy avatar, and nether spirit avatar and merging them. As Ezequiel assessed his condition and got used to his new power, he heard a voice in the chamber. How do you feel, and what did you obtain after going through that? Zadiel spoke in a respectful tone, making clear he was not giving an order and that Ezequiel could choose not to respond. His question was one born out of pure curiosity. Ezekiel did not have secrets for the man he considered family and who had guided him in the path of power, so after grasping his new body, he spoke. First, the fusion of the avatars purified my bloodline. Right now, my body is similar to that of a true primordial, with essence, body, and energy acting like one. My physical strength grew immensely, as did my spiritual defenses. The most impressive thing is that my ability to commune with the universe and its laws obtained an immense improvement. When he was a rank 3 life form, Ezekiel had to push his body to the limit to harmonize with the world, but now, he was in a constant state of attunement with the universe. If he was inside or next to a world, he could drive its vitality and spiritual energy to assist him in a fight, significantly increasing his battle power. I can now peer into the flawed universe and borrow the world's strength with ease. The last one is of immense help to my avatars. Ezekiel once again divided his body into 3 avatars. Even though the avatar cells contain soul, energy, and body, their cores remain the same. Their power is equal to a third of my own without augmentation, but each of them can use the world's strength with the same intensity that my original body. Thanks to that, now each avatar can express 70% of my strength. The one who spoke was the one with a ghostly appearance, the Nether Spirit avatar. Zadiel could not help but be impressed by Ezekiel's achievement. Using the world's strength was similar to what he did in the Beta Heavenly World by controlling the world consciousness, although more peaceful and less overbearing. Ezekiel had partially fixed the immortal avatar True Doomsday body's flaw by making external power its own. The avatars are also an excellent training system. By studying them separately, I can decipher the mysteries of the physical, energy, and spiritual aspect of existence with more efficiency. That will make it easier to unite them, improving my current abilities and developing new ones. Ezekiel now had a path to follow that will develop his bloodline and grant him unique techniques. I see. I will not bother you anymore. After saying those words, Zadiel's presence vanished from the chamber. Once he was alone, Ezekiel began the formation of the heavens in the True Doomsday body. The first 5 heavens were equal to every neo-demon and appeared in the stomach, liver, lungs, hearts, and brain. After some consideration, Ezekiel decided to form a unique heaven in each of his hands and spine. The last one was a twin heaven positioned in his knees. Once all of those heavens obtain an apocalyptic star, Ezekiel's body will be so powerful that crushing stars with nothing but his bare hands will be an easy task. Chapter 335, The Forgotten Lands. Zadiel left the Garden of Creation and appeared in the void near High World. The Neo-Demon had planned to travel to Abyss once his condition improved, but first, he wanted to make sure of something. He used his rebirth eye to see past the waves of elemental chaos and saw hundreds of objects with different forms rotating around the high world and slowly feeding it the energy and laws inside them. When Zadiel saw this, he could not help but sigh and massage his temples. I guess even the best plan can encounter some complications. It doesn't matter. I am not an omnipotent being and cannot control everything. Besides, this is not a bad outcome. The objects surrounding the world were the resources and artifacts belonging to the Neo-Demon's armory. Zadiel knew that he would need resources and weapons in the future when he created the Neo-Demon realm, so he made sure to prepare everything and leave it inside a dimension in the White Sunday. However, something happened in the years after his demise and before his reincarnation. The runic formation that covered the Neo-Demon realm was not a static entity. It was alive and constantly evolving, just like the worlds it contained. A few thousand years ago, a lucky chance presented itself, and the high worlds entered a state of accelerated growth. For that condition to remain, they needed a supply of powerful energies and laws, and the Nrai chose to use the objects contained in the armory. This decision was bound to generate problems for Zadiel, but the Neo-Demon realm was the ultimate weapon, and the Nrai core directive was to ensure its growth. They are part of the high world right now, and trying to remove them would harm the realm's runic formation, so they are gone. I will have to search and gather resources again, but the Neo-Demon realm grew almost 20% in power thanks to the actions of the Nrai. I would have made the same decision. The Neo-Demon did not longer bother what he could no longer change, and just when he was about to leave the realm, he received a message. Just in time. A small smile appeared on Zadiel as he returned to the Beta Heavenly World. On the Forn's continents, Heinz, Zydra, Toto, Tiras, and the rest were waiting. After the group finished their transformation and regressed to rank 3, they were sent here by the Nrai and instructed not to leave the continent. The Nrai considered them alien entities that would not allow them to move freely. I am glad to see that you are all doing fine. How do you feel? Zadiel's voice drew the attention of everyone. We feel a little weak, but nothing more. Zydra was the one who spoke and gave the Neo-Demon a beautiful smile. Zadiel returned the smile to his new lover and analyzed the condition of the group. The appearance of everyone was the same as before except for Toto. The last time Zadiel saw him, He looked exactly like a mummified corpse, but now his appearance was that of a short black-haired man in his 40s. So you took advantage of the procedure to undo your lich estate and regain your human body. Good for you. Tado limited himself to smiling and nodding. The magus was pleased with his current condition. He became a lich and renounced the worldly pleasures to overcome his lack of talent, but he would no longer need it. Okay, then let's start. You have to endure the attacks to your will and maintain consciousness. Zadiel made a giant ball of pure abyss aura appear and signaled everyone to adopt a meditative position. Heinz and the others followed Zadiel's command, and the Neo-Demon created several whips of abyss aura and began to work on everybody at the same time. His consciousness was more than strong enough to make several chaotic cores simultaneously. Although they showed pain as the process advanced, none of the ones present had weak will, and in a matter of minutes, several new Neo-Demons were born. The group was too strong to obtain a noticeable upgrade in power for a newly created chaotic core. However, the moment the knowledge about the Neo-Demon race entered their minds and how they could assimilate and combine bloodlines without any side effects like bloodline shackles, they were shocked. They all looked at Zadiel with amazement and wondered how he had created something so miraculous. Zadiel only smiled and waved his hand, teleporting everybody to the Garden of Creation. Although you all are rank 3 life forms, you are still rank 0 Neo-Demons. You have to complete your energy pool's conversion from their natural energies to Abyss Aura and transform your bodies. The moment you reach peak rank 0, you can choose one of the peak Emperor bloodlines in this place. I will see you all soon. Zadiel made a mountain of resources appear before disappearing. The Neo-Demon found himself in front of a world gate the next second. He put the coordinates in the gate but was more careful this time and sent a piece of consciousness first. The process took some time and was extremely uncomfortable. Zadiel made sure that, unlike in Avernus, there was no power interfering with teleportation in the abyss layer he would go, so without further delay, he went through the portal. The Neo-Demon appeared in a dilapidated city. Other than some insects and mutated rats, he was all alone. A black and filthy fog filled the sky, and Abyss Aura was in the air. Abyss Aura would constantly contaminate the body of any creature that was not a fiend, forcing most foreigners to leave after a short time, but that was not a problem for Zadiel. A Doombringer had elemental chaos running through their bodies, something much more dangerous than Abyss Aura. The Forgotten Lands have not changed much even after I harmed its origin. The price those fools had to pay to fix it must have been very high. Zadiel analyzed the terrain around him, and there was reminiscence in his eyes. He had traveled to Abyss Third Layer, one of the many he had ruled in his previous life. This layer's name, the Forgotten Lands, was due to the laws in this place affecting its inhabitants' minds and draining their memories. Only those who had awoken their true soul could resist this memory-stealing power, which made most individuals in this layer nothing but mindless beasts that act purely on instinct. Zadiel did not let remembrance affect his mind and focused on his mission. The first thing was to locate the demon lords. Using his consciousness to search was not practical. The process would be too slow, and a rank 5 life form would detect it. Demons may be violent and chaotic creatures, but their battle instincts were second to none. As a Neo-Demon, Zadiel had another scan and search tool that originated from his true will, named Heart Scan. This ability not only covered more terrain than consciousness and was harder to detect, but it also perceived the emotion in the people inside it, making it easier to discover ambush and surprise attacks. If he were a normal Neo-Demon, Zadiel would have used Heart Scan, but the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline owner had an even greater scanning weapon. The Neo-Demon rose in the air and focused his power in the Rebirth Eye. Immediately, he was able to see countless kilometers ahead of him. Thousands of demons and dozens of colossal cities appeared in his sight, but he kept looking. After 10 minutes of searching, a cold smile appeared on Zadiel's. He found a horde containing a few hundred lesser demons, 4 rank 4 demons, and a demon lord. They all had severe wounds on their bodies, and it appeared they had just left a battle. They are the perfect target. If I can take the demon lord by surprise, I may win the battle without draining all my energy. A plan appeared in Zadiel's mind, and the next moment, he began to manipulate the law of death. Slowly, every trace of vitality in his body began to vanish, and even his soul aura disappeared. He was no different than a corpse. If his law of death were at the potential level, that would be the most he could accomplish, but since it had reached the initial level, there was something else he could do. His body obtained a phantasmagorical appearance and became translucid before disappearing inside the earth. Laws have a wide range of abilities. Just like the law of shadow can grant teleportation and swallowing skills, the law of death can hide your presence by giving you a lifeless body, and if your comprehension of it is high enough, you can become intangible like death itself. Chapter 336, Demon Lord's Assassination. A demon horde was traveling through the Forgotten Lands. It became evident by the severe injuries in all of their members that they had just participated in a great battle. The demon lord leading the horde was 4 meters tall and looked like a minotaur, but a skinny one, to the point of seeming skeletal. Rather than bull horns, he had curved horns like those of a ram, and his feet ended in claws instead of hooves. He also had a serpentine tail that ended in a tangled clump of steel-like spines, and all of them secreted extremely deadly toxins. Of the entire horde, the demon lord was the one with the worst injuries. His left leg was missing, as did his right eye, and there were holes all over his body contaminated by poison. The most severe damage was in his back. There were 4 lacerations coated by a silver aura, and they were so deep that they had managed to cut his spine in several parts. Despite his terrible condition, there was no sign of pain in Demon Lord's face, only endless wrath. He was a Balazen, a type of demon known for their violent and irrational behavior. They would start fights to the death and wars for the most minimal altercation. Usually, foolish individuals who only know how to charge ahead die very fast, but Balazen were known for their extraordinary battle power. Their bloodline granted them the ability known as Baphomet's Rage, which multiplied their strength for a few minutes before leaving them exhausted and weakened. Those bastards. The moment my injuries heal, I will kill them all. The demon lord's eyes burned with fury as he spoke those words, and the rank 4 demons near him did not dare to look in his direction. They are well aware of the bestial savagery of their leader. Another rank 4 demon was able to survive the battle and escape with them, but he made the mistake of staring at the enraged Balazen and was devoured. As he talked to himself and promised to kill every one of his enemies, the demon lord felt his instinct warning him about an immense danger. However, before he could fuse with his law avatar, an invisible and undodgeable force struck his true soul. The demon lord saw a purple portal trying to draw his consciousness into a nightmare dimension. He was a rank 5 life form at the peak of the second engraving stage, but the power in the soul invasion spell was overwhelming him. As he felt his consciousness about to succumb, pure and wild rage filled his heart and soul. Demons may be foolish and stupid, but that did not mean they had weak spirit defenses. The best way to fight against a soul invasion spell is by having a pure mind, and that of the Balazen only had ferocity and slaughter intent. The demon lord was able to fight back the purple portal and perceive reality again. Unfortunately, his opponent took advantage of the fraction of a second he was unconscious and buried his white sword in his back, cutting his heart in 2. Impossible. My body is as hard as a rank 5 artifact. How could he pierce it with such speed and without using his law avatar? The demon lord was shocked, but he soon realized that the sword took advantage of the cuts on his back to overcome his body's defenses. As a law engraving existence, having his heart cut in half was not the end for his body. Still, the combined damage of this new injury and the old ones paralyzed him, and he could not defend from his opponent's index finger that penetrated his skull and filled his soul dimension with purple fire. The purple fire burned his consciousness like if it was paper and severely harmed his true soul, and before this one could escape, Zadiel put a sealing rune in the demon lord's body. Everything, from the moment Zadiel used his rebirth nightmare to attack the demon lord's consciousness until he put the rune on his body, took less than a second. The neo-demon was able to hide his presence until the last moment by using the law of death and not activating his law avatar. The horde was only now able to notice the neo-demon's presence and saw how he stored their mighty leader's broken body in his spatial ring. The rank 4 demons were shocked, and without hesitation, they prepared to escape. Demons may be chaotic killing machines, but those that have awoken their true soul can reason, and they understood fear very well. The 4 soul-forging existences activated their law avatar and flashed away immediately. When Zadiel saw the group trying to run away, he sneered. Useless. The neo-demon activated his law avatar and waved his sword, releasing 2 arcs of blue and purple fire. The rank 4 demons targeted by those arcs felt terror and even burned their life force to increase their speed, but they still were caught by the flames and destroyed in body and soul. Zadiel focused on the last 2 rank 4 demons, and his rebirth eye glowed. Without warning, the duo lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The neo-demon's right eye began to bleed after that. The rebirth eye's power was almost all used up after attacking the demon lord's true souls and these 2 rank 4 demons. After getting rid of the only ones who could fight against him, Zadiel deactivated his law avatar and focused on the lesser demons beneath him. These lesser demons could not form memories due to the power of the Forgotten Lands, and without their leader's orders, they did not know what to do. They roared to the neo-demon but did not dare to get near him. Zadiel saw some manies in the horde, and his eyes filled with coldness. The memories of his time as a lesser demon, a slave to other powerful fiends, were the ones he hated the most. He opened his mouth and released a gravitational force that affected all the lesser demons. The creatures attempted to resist, but it was futile, and in a matter of seconds, they were all swallowed. The neo-demon regained all the lost energy he used in this battle. He waved his hand and brought the 2 unconscious rank 4 demons to him before reading their minds. The duo was too busy enduring unimaginable torture to put any resistance. The demon lord he had defeated was named Philistos. He was a count and was lured out of his city by another demon lord called Harut. Philistos heard how this count was spreading rumors about him. Being a short-tempered individual, he immediately led his army to Harut's city to seek revenge. Unfortunately for Philistos, Harut had allied with two other counts, and they ganged up against him. The trio was sure they would win, but they underestimated the Bullazat. Philistos used all of his weapons and trump cards and was able to equal his enemies. In the end, neither party was able to achieve victory, and Philistos left the battlefield with what little remained of his army. The only reason I was able to win so easily against this Bullazat was due to his severe injuries and weakened condition. My rebirth eye has almost no energy left, but if I let the trio rest, it will be tough to defeat them, not to mention I will have to fight them one by one. Although one of them is at the second engraving stage, the other two seem to be at the first engraving stage, and their current condition is deplorable. After some thinking, Zadiel's eyes glowed with determination and looked in the direction of Count Harut's city. It took a moment, but soon a broken city that had witnessed a massive battle appeared in the Neo-Demon view. The fight between the demon lords had destroyed the city's walls and the runic formations in them. In the center of the city, Zadiel could feel three powerful presences. The city's runic formation lost their offensive and defensive properties, but their scanning abilities seemed to be active. A plan appeared in the Neo-Demon mind. Without wasting time, he used the law of death to hide his presence and obtain an intangible body before submerging into the ground and flashing to the city. Chapter 337, 3 vs 3. Three demon lords were inside a castle in the center of a broken city full of fiend corpses. The sky was covered with poison clouds that originated from the energy released by powerful life forms. One of the demon lords was a man with a canine head, 4 arms that ended in pincers, and a red shell covering his body. He was 40 meters tall, and there was a huge hole in his stomach and back. The other was a woman with pale skin, red hair, cloven hooves instead of feet, and there were 3 giant tails with poisonous stingers emerging from her back that extended for more than 100 meters. One of her arms was missing, and you could tell by the wounds in her back that she used to have 2 more tails, but they were ripped off. The last demon lord was a muscular, pale-skinned, hairless creature with a humanoid shape. His massive arms ended in sharp, barbed claws. 2 massive bone wings stretched upwards from his shoulders, and there was a third eye in the center of his forehead. One of his arms was missing, his wings were broken, and toxic green energy was infecting his wounds. Harut, how are you planning to pay for the massive losses we just endured? Most of the lesser demons we lend you are gone, and I have personally lost all my rank 4 subordinates. You told us you could contain Philistos even after he goes berserker, but in the end, that crazy bastard surpassed you. We were forced to save your life, and our bodies are now filled with severe injuries. The demon lord with the canine head spoke those words, and his energy began to circulate faster as he looked menacingly at the pale-skinned creature. I agree with Lena. We lost too much and saved your life, so the price you will have to pay should double what we originally agreed. The female demon lord also circulated her energy after speaking those words. Harut looked at the duo with coolness after he heard their demands and sneered. Humphrey, the only reason you saved me was that Philistos would have killed you too after he was done with me. Lena, Juin, remember who is the strongest of us 3 and don't think you can threaten me for a second. Harut's wounds were the most severe, but the moment he unleashed the power of his soul, the entire city began to tremble, and a solemn expression appeared in the duo near him. The strength of the true soul of someone at the second engraving stage was usually 50% higher than that of a life form at the first engraving stage. Although one soul power did not perfectly represent an individual's battle power, it was a good estimate for most life forms in the universe. After seeing that the duo understood they could not push him around, Harut took a deep breath and spoke. I will pay you a 30% extra due to the losses you received, but you will have to help me attack Philistos again once our injuries are healed. Although they wanted more, Lena and Juin understood that this was the best offer they would get, so they nodded after looking at each other. Helping Harut deal with Philistos was something they would do even if he did not ask. The duo knew the Bullazat's demonic nature very well, and he was certainly going to seek revenge against them, so they needed to join forces and kill him first. Once they renewed their deal, the trio adopted a meditative position and continued resting. Lena and Juin did not plan to leave the city until they stabilized their condition and expelled the toxic energy inside them. The duo would not risk walking around the Forgotten Lands with their injuries. They had rested for less than an hour when all of a sudden, the city's alarms warned them of a powerful source of energy heading to them. The group was already on high alert, so they immediately released their law avatars and fused with them. The demon lords were about to release their consciousness's full power to find their enemy's location when an invisible force attacked their true souls. The power in the soul invasion spell was too weak to pull their minds into an illusion, but it numbed their consciousnesses for a second and provoked immense pain. The trio was trying to locate their enemy using their eyes, and they were surprised as the earth broke apart a couple of meters away from them, revealing three identical figures. Zadiel, his 2 rebirth incarnation, had their law avatar, and Doom's the incarnation activated. The incarnation had golden plasma surrounding their spikes, making them appear like scythes, while Zadiel had it concentrated in his white sword. They took advantage of the Demon Lord's lapse of concentration to send the first attack. The Neo-Demon headed for the strongest, Haruta. His golden sword released a blast of golden, blue, and purple superheated plasma that consumed the Demon Lord. One of the rebirth incarnations severed an arm of the Demon Lord with a canine head, and the other cut one of the female Demon Lord's tails. The Demon Lords were all rank 5 life forms, and they would have been able to respond to the attack of Zadiel, his incarnation, in normal circumstances, but their condition was too deplorable. The attack generated shockwaves and blasts of plasma that destroyed the castle and everything in 1,000 meters around it. The space near the group broke, and the next second, the 6 found themselves very high in the sky, where their attacks could not harm the Forgotten Lands. The Demon Lords realized by the speed at which Zadiel arrived after the alarm was set off that they could not outrun him, and the Neo-Demon would not leave without their souls, so the 6 began a battle to the death immediately. The rebirth incarnations used their spines covered by golden plasma to fight a melee battle against the Leina and Juin. They completely disregarded defense and focused entirely on offense. Injuries accumulated fast in them, but they did not care and would gladly let their bodies be stabbed if they could deal equal damage to their opponents. Zadiel's battle with Haruta was the most impressive of all. The Demon Lord did not grow gigantic after fusing with his law avatar. He remained 5 meters tall, but his skin obtained a metallic luster, and his claw grew 1 size and had a silver aura covering it. Although Zadiel had his sword and spikes, Haruta matched him despite having only a single arm. His main law seems to be the law of metal. His attacks have striking severing power, and his body is incredibly resistant. He is physically stronger than me despite his injuries, and it is tough for me to penetrate his metal skin. The energy left by Philisto's attacks is still inside him, and I can take advantage of that. Zadiel analyzed his enemy's battle style, strong points, and weaknesses in a moment. The Neo-Demon no longer focused on penetrating his enemy's defenses. After each attack, he took advantage of the openings to make cuts in the Demon Lord's metal skin. Those wounds were barely noticeable, and Haruta kept striking with even more power. Stupid foreigner, you thought you could defeat me just because I was injured. Soon, I will flay you alive and devour your body piece by piece. Haruta smiled once he detected that his enemy's attack could not overcome his defenses. The Demon Lord's attack grew faster and stronger as he used his energy to increase his physical strength, and while the cuts in his body reached the hundreds, they did not bother him at all. Haruta had just pushed Zadiel's white sword out of his path and planned to cut the Neo-Demon when he saw the eyes of this one glowing. The next instant, the Demon Lord felt his blood catch fire. Each one of Zadiel's attack had deposited a tiny amount of purple fire containing the law of rebirth that transformed life force into death force, and blue fire charged with the law of destruction from Baatar. Those flames gathered and exploded the moment Zadiel sent the signal. Haruta's body was already at his limit containing Philistosa's energy, and the blue and purple flames generated a chain reaction. The Demon Lord's body froze, and he began to cough blood uncontrollably. Zadiel would not lose that opportunity. He charged all of his power into the white sword and hacked in the direction of Haruta's head. Chapter 338, 2 out of 3. Haruta was more than 10,000 years old, and as a Demon Lord, he had fought countless battles where his life could end at any time. By using his experience and the threat of death, he was able to push his body beyond its limits and move his head just in time to avoid the white sword cutting it in half. My body can resist it. Haruta was sure the damage he would take would not be too much, even after taking the attack head-on. A hurricane charged with superheated plasma was blasted in every direction as the sword descended. When the white sword landed in his chest, the Demon Lord knew he had underestimated the power it carried. Only one word came to Haruta's mind as the white sword broke his collarbone, destroyed his ribs, and incinerated his right lung. Heavy. The Demon Lord felt as if a sharp meteorite had collided with him. By pushing the Yang attribute of his absolute solar Yang true doomsday body to the limit, Zadiel had driven the weight of his white sword to an unbelievable level. The physical damage Haruta suffered was immense, but the worst part was that the destructive energies inside him went out of control. Rage appeared in the eyes of the Demon Lord. He no longer bothered with the consequences and redirected all of his energy into his left arm. By disregarding the rampage of Zadiel's flames and Philisto's toxic aura, Haruta made sure that his next attack would display the full power of a rank 5 demon at the second engraving stage. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he detected the claw carrying a raging silver aura that was about to strike him. They were too close to dodge it, and his all-out attack had left him exposed. A light appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he analyzed the battlefield. He was able to extract the white sword from Horuta's chest, use his wings as a shield, and twist his body right before the claw landed. The Demon Lord's attack generated a sonic boom that extended for thousands of meters and had the power to shred the bodies and souls of rank 3 life form to pieces. The Neo-Demon right wings shattered once the claw struck them, but the destructive power in Horuta's attack did not end there. Zadiel's right arm and a considerable part of his chest, containing his lung, kidney, and liver, were pulverized. The damage would have been much worse if it wasn't for the hardness of his body. The attack sent Zadiel flying away with an incredible speed. Immediately his bloodline began to work on regenerating the lost limb and organs, but the silver aura surrounding the wounds made the task very difficult. His rebirth force was consuming itself at an impressive rate, trying to heal him and expelling Horuta's nefarious energy. Horuta wanted to chase after the Neo-Demon and immediately finish the job, but his body was too hurt, and he found it hard to move. He made sure to maintain his consciousness over Zadiel, and when he detected where his attack sent him, his eyes widened. Leina, look out. Horuta saw how Zadiel was fastly approaching the battlefield between the female demon lord and a rebirth incarnation. Usually, he would not care if the woman lives or dies, but now that they were facing such a dangerous opponent, the loss of an ally would be fatal. Leina heard the warning. After releasing her consciousness to explore the surrounding, she detected the Neo-Demon was coming her way. Unfortunately, she could not divide her attention as the rebirth incarnate rushed to her like an enraged beast. After fusing with her law avatar, a green toxic aura covered the female demon lord's body, and her tails became more slender. She prepared to push her opponent away and focus on her defense until Horuta could assist her. To her shock, the rebirth incarnation allowed one of the tails to pierce his chest to get closer to her. Why did he do that? Leina did not understand his opponent's decision. Her attack had destroyed the incarnation's heart, and now it would not be able to continue fighting. She obtained her to answer the next moment. The rebirth incarnation gave her a cold smile before self-destructing right in front of her. Boom. A blast of purple and golden plasma that contained all the energy left in the rebirth incarnation consumed Leina instantly. The superheated plasma filled the sky with powerful energies. The female demon lord was able to leave the core of the explosion after a second. She was missing the lower half of her body, and the rest was completely burned. I need to run. That was the last thought Leina had before a white sword cut her head off. Zadiel immediately put the sealing rune on the demon lord's head and trapped her true soul. The Neo-Demon stored the head in his spatial ring before focusing on the one-armed demon lord coming his way. His condition was dire, but he did not run and remained close to the zone where his incarnation exploded. Quietly, his eye of life and creation was gathering the energy close to him. The moment Horuta arrived, the battle between the duo renewed. The demon lord had already given up on his body since the damage in it was massive. Nonetheless, he needed to kill Zadiel first so his true soul would be safe. As the battle continued, deep cuts appeared in Zadiel's body, and Horuta's organs rotted until becoming dust. The demon lord's body shook once his heart began to stop working, and the Neo-Demon took the opportunity to push his claw away and fire a beam of energy from his eye of life and creation. The beam contained a significant part of the energy the rebirth incarnation released after his self-destruction, so its power was great. It landed right in Horuta's face, destroying most of it and causing immense pain. The demon lord's eyes were destroyed, and he could not control his consciousness due to the pain and the damage. However, he felt a palm positioning right above his heart and how a massive amount of chaotic energy was about to be released. Apocalypse Blast. A concentrated beam of chaotic energy that contained all the elemental chaos Zadiel had left was released from his palm. His tail's energy pool was low by this point of the battle, but it granted enough fuel so the blast could destroy most of Horuta's chest, giving the final strike to his heart and lungs. Before the true soul could escape the soul dimension, Zadiel put the sealing rune on the demon lord's broken body and transferred it into his space ring. Now that Horuta and Leina were both defeated and sealed, Zadiel focused on the last battlefield. His last rebirth incarnation and Juin were both tired and injured. However, this final demon lord had impressive defensive abilities, and it would need a lot more damage for his body to give up. My energy pool is empty after using Apocalypse Blast, and I can hardly move my body right now. I don't have too much soul origin left, and my astral origin is also running low. I need to focus my rebirth force on my wounds. Even if I can defeat this demon lord, I don't think I can stop him from escaping. After taking into consideration every factor, Zadiel sent a command to the rebirth incarnation. There was no need to keep fighting when the outcome would not gain him anything. Juin and the rebirth incarnation were in an impressive melee battle with pincer clashing against scythes made of golden plasma. Then all of a sudden, the incarnation separated from the demon lord and began to fly away. The demon lord with a canine head was surprised. Just a second ago, his opponent was an emotionless machine that would not separate from him no matter the damage he took, but now he left just like that. Juin did not chase after the incarnation and took a moment to breathe and analyze the battlefield. The rebirth incarnation pressure on him forced him to focus entirely on his fight and ignore everything else. Fear filled his heart when he noticed that he was the only demon lord left alive. Although he also saw Zadiel's deplorable condition and the fact one of the rebirth incarnations was gone, he did not dare to bet and ran away immediately. The Neo-Demon saw how the Demon Lord escaped. He was a little disappointed by not being able to trap them all. 2 out of 3 is not so bad. Chapter 339, Doppelganger Fiend Ruin. Once the rebirth incarnation reached Zadiel's side and detected that the Demon Lord was already far away, he deactivated Doomsday incarnation before breaking the space by his side, taking him and the Neo-Demon to the center of the ruined city. Zadiel sat on the ground and began to stabilize his condition after deactivating his Law Avatar and Doomsday incarnation. His face was pale, and most of his inner organs were either destroyed or harmed. The only silver lining was that his hearts, brain, and spinal cord were fine. The rebirth incarnation did not remain still. He released his Sun domain and began to explore the city. A few moments after the incarnation left Zadiel, explosions and screams were heard all around the city. While this happened, the Neo-Demon reviewed the fight and analyzed his battle power. Horuta was severely injured due to his battle with Philistos and had used all of his life-saving cards. My battle power should be approximately that of rank 5 Demon Lord at the first engraving stage. Using the full power of Rebirth Nightmare and the Rebirth Incarnations, I could fight someone at the second engraving stage, but if they have sturdy spirit defenses, I would probably lose. Although his power was impressive, Zadiel knew there was room for improvement, especially in the Rebirth Eye's soul-invading abilities. The Rebirth Incarnation returned after 15 minutes and brought 5 rank 4 demons. 3 of them were dead, and the other 2 were just unconscious. He presented them to Zadiel before transforming in ash due to his vessel's soul, body, and energy been fully drained. The Neo-Demon swallowed the 3 corpses and immediately felt his condition improving a little. He used his new energy to read the mind of the 2 living rank 4 demons, and once he learned the location of a functioning world gate in the city, he devoured them as well. Zadiel did not plan to remain in the Forgotten Lands. He immediately flew to the world gate and left Abyss. Unlike his trip to Baatar, Abyss battle only damaged his body, not his true soul or true will. Once he expelled Horuta's silver aura, his bloodline was able to regenerate his vital organs and limbs pretty fast. After 5 days of resting in the Neo-Demon Realm's void, surrounded by endless elemental chaos, Zadiel fully recovered. After he finished his healing, the Neo-Demon teleported to the Furnace Continent. Everything was just like when he left. Zadiel sat on the ground and took a deep breath of enlightenment mist before working on his runes. The ones Zadiel was making were identical to the ones he did with the true souls of the defeated Devil Lords, with the only exception that the new ones had a Demon Lord's picture in the center. In less than 4 days, Zadiel had used the true soul of Horuta, Philistos, and Laena. He analyzed the Animax soul runes, and after seeing they were in top condition and fully functional, a smile appeared on his face. Excellent. I finished much faster than I thought. With this, I can begin the first step of my grand scheme. Zadiel's eyes shone with excitement as he went through his plans in his head. He sent a command through his chaotic core, and the next moment, Ezequiel, Sophia, Dante, Kilo, and Rax appeared in front of him. Zadiel immediately noticed the change in the appearance of the father and son duo. Their bloodlines have grown tremendously in power, jumping from the king level to peak emperor. He had obviously given the kobolds access to the Garden of Creation so that they could pick an angelic paragon's bloodline as their second bloodline. From Kilo's back, 6 majestic wings made of white fire charged with lightning emerged. Fire and lightning. It is a great combo, capable of displaying immense power and countless applications, both in battle and training. After analyzing Kilo's wings, Zadiel turned to the old kobold. Rax had 6 wings made of a dark red magma in his back. Fire, earth, and darkness. An interesting combination. It will be harder to practice and develop than those of Kilo, but they can allow Rax to display an amazing battle power if utilized well. Zadiel was satisfied with the choice of the duo. Of course, they still had a lot of work and improvement to do, but they were on the right track. I call all of you here to explain my new plan. We will invade, control territories, and extend our dominion in Avernus, Dis, Driller's Hives, the Forgotten Lands, Blood Rift, Worm Blood, and the Realm of the Million Eyes. Zadiel saw how his trusted subordinates make shocked expressions after recognizing the names he just spoke, and a smile appeared on his face. That is right, we will invade Baatar and Abyss. Making incursions in Baatar and Abyss, stealing resources, and killing demons and devils was normal and something that many species that inhabit principal worlds and planes do. However, controlling territories was something completely different. The energies in those great fiend planes were poisonous for almost all the universe's races, making long periods of inhabitation not practical. Although Neo-Demons did not have to worry about that, there was an even more critical reason why trying to establish a domain was not possible, and that was the fact the fiends would attack them without rest. Devils continuously fought against each other and were incapable of forming real alliances due to their nature. Still, the moment they detect an alien race trying to establish control over a region in Baatar, they would all gather against them. And the same happened with demons. Ezequiel and the rest knew this, so they remained silent and waited for Zadiel to explain how he would fix that flaw in his plan. Zadiel did not make them wait and showed them the Animax soul runes he made with the rank 5 Fiend Lords. These are doppelganger fiend runes, and once you engrave them in your true souls, you will become indistinguishable from a devil or a demon. Not even the consciousness of a peak rank 6 life form would be able to recognize your true nature. I made them using the true soul of demon and devil counts, so they will work even after your paths of power reach rank 5. The 5 Neo-Demon were amazed when they heard the abilities of the doppelganger fiend runes. They could thrive in Baatar and Abyss and gather legions of fiend under their command with those runes. Zadiel sent the demon runes to Ezequiel, Sophia, and Kilo, and the devil runes to Dante and Drax. None of them hesitated even for a second and immediately engraved the runes in their true souls. The process was fast, and the moment the inscription was over, an evil aura could be felt from the Neo-Demon souls as their appearance began to change. The change in their bodies was minimal. Drax and Kilo had spikes emerging from their spines, Sophia's wings became like those of a bat, black scales covered Dandy's body, and Ezequiel's skin became utterly white. Anyone seeing them for the first time would be 100% sure they were devils and demons. After the group had time to get used to the changes in them, Zadiel continued speaking. Dante and Drax, you two will work together and head to Avernus. Your first mission is to control a small city, obtain information about the devils around you and the power hierarchy. Sophia and Kilo, you two will do the same in the Forgotten Lands. After seeing that the 4 Neo-Demon understood his instructions, Zadiel focused on the only one in the group who could already kill a demon lord on his own. He was about to give Ezequiel his instructions when his rebirth eye detected something strange, and after a moment, shock appeared in Zadiel's eyes. Ezequiel, what is the tier of the star you sealed in your first heaven? When Sophia, Dante, Kilo, and Drax heard Zadiel's question, they immediately focused on the 5-meter-tall Neo-Demon. Thanks to the natural strength of my body, my first heaven was able to hold a weak tier 2 star, Ezequiel spoke calmly, and it was clear for all he did not feel pride in his achievement. However, everybody else looked at him like he was a monster. The primordial bloodline. When it comes to the body augmentation, even my rebirth eclipse bloodline falls short. Zadiel could only sigh in amazement of Ezequiel's physical might. Ezequiel, you will go to the Blood Rift. Your mission is to kill a demon lord, steal his title and domains, and bring me the true soul of 5 demon counts. I will give you the runes I used to seal the souls of the ones I fought. Although his mission was countless times harder than that of the rest, and he would be working alone, Ezequiel did not show anything and limited himself to nodding. The Neo-Demon with the primordial bloodline understood that Zadiel captured alive the 5 demon lords he used for the runes, so he cannot do less. Chapter 340, The Test. After giving them their mission, Zadiel sent a stream of information that depicted all the customs, behaviors, and rules of Abyss and Baatar. Demon and devils have a hierarchy and caste system. No master wants ever to see their subordinates succeed and grow powerful enough to threaten their position. That is why Fiend Lords always use contracts and magic tools to bind their followers. Zadiel's tone was serious since this part was crucial. Ezequiel, you will gain a count title with ease. In Abyss, these can be obtained by simply killing another demon lord, but after that, you will have to sign a contract with a demon duke, where he will try to bind you one way or another. Unfortunately, you cannot avoid these pacts since if you don't have a powerful backing, another rank 6 demon will attack your city in less than a week. A troubled expression appeared in the faces of Ezequiel and the rest of the Neo-Demons. The contract that they will have to sign with the Fiend Dukes will force them to some degree of servitude. However, Ztail's next words made a smile return to their faces. Luckily, the doppelganger Fiend rune will be the one marked by the power of the contracts, not your true souls. Despite that, do not just accept any pact thrown at you since it will raise suspicion. The Neo-Demons blessed the doppelganger Fiend rune since it would help them greatly in their mission. Dante, Rax, the laws of Baatar were modified by the archdevils. All the people arriving there through a world gate will appear near a battlefield. Even though you have fiend identities, that doesn't mean other devils would not attack you. We cannot overcome the law's power, but we can make sure that you arrive in a fight between rank 4 devils instead of one involving devil lords. The duo indicated that they understood Zadiel's instruction. Dante already had the magic knowledge, and they only needed to make some modifications to the world gate. You should depart after having conquered the star consciousness inside you. Take advantage of this opportunity to hone your instincts and battle style. There is no better training ground than Abyss and Batter. In those planes, death can arrive any second and in many forms. If you lower your guard for an instant, then you can kiss goodbye to your life. After seeing the solemn expression on everybody, Zadiel nodded. The Neo-Demon sent an orb with sealing runes to Ezequiel before allowing them to leave. The Neo-Demons used their chaotic core to communicate with Enrai and teleport to the will-forging sea. The only one that did not leave was Sophia. The woman gave Zadiel a charming smile before walking to his side and creating a dome of ice to cover them. The dome remained for 4 days, and the moans of pleasure did not stop for a second. After the ice melted, Sophia's eyes were shining with bliss as she disappeared from the Forn's continent. Zadiel also had a smile as he saw his lover leave. There had been years since the last time he enjoyed some alone time with Sophia. The Neo-Demon was about to teleport to the Garden of Creation when he heard Dante's voice through the core. Father, the Scientia Kingdom has sent a message to the Daybreak Magic Tower. The test's preparations are over, and they are asking if you are ready to take it right now, so they can send someone to escort you. A thoughtful expression appeared on Zadiel's face when he heard that. I was planning to enter secluded training to fix my battle style flaws and increase my power before leaving for this. It is better to handle this immediately. Tell them I am ready. I will, Father. Zadiel went to the world gate and returned to the Magi world. The Neo-Demon appeared at the Daybreak Magic Tower's peak and used his heart scan to cover the entire city. The somber atmosphere that once filled the City of the Sun was gone. All the people were laughing and training, striving to become better. The Neo-Demon felt warmth in his heart and remained there for a few minutes until a portal appeared next to him, and Gabriel emerged from it. Master Demonologist, I have come to escort you. The second prince's attitude was respectful, and he performed a bow after seeing Zadiel. Zadiel stared at Gabriel for a moment before focusing on the portal, which was still open. The portal Gabriel created was stable despite the immense amount of energy it was needed to form it. This feat proved the royal's great control over his power and the law of space. Your law of space has reached the minor completion level. For someone so young, it is a great achievement. Coming from someone like you, that means a lot, but I got help. My royal father gave me a treasure that aided my advance past the initial level. Zadiel looked at the second prince and shook his head. No matter how good a treasure is, if you don't have a solid foundation, they are useless. Everyone uses some form of assistance to improve their law comprehension, just like me with my bloodline. The only thing that matters, in the end, are the results. Gabriel's eyes shone when he heard that. He took Zadiel's advice to heart. After all, he knew that the Neo-Demon was someone who had reached eternity. The second prince bowed once again and accompanied Zadiel through the portal. They moved at an unbelievable speed, and in less than a second, they found themselves in a grand hall in the Scientia Kingdom. The hall was simple and without any unique decoration, but Zadiel did not notice any of that. His entire focus was on the black-haired man in front of him. Even though the man restrained his power, Zadiel's eyes showed him that the energy inside him was higher than that of a high-world sun. Nice to meet you, Zadiel Daybreak. I am John Eric Rebellion, the king of the Scientia Kingdom. The man showed no emotion on his face as he stared at Zadiel. Glad to meet you as well. Zadiel also nodded to the man, and his face became emotionless. The Neo-Demon felt how the king was monitoring every single one of his movements. Gabriel, you can go. John did not take his eyes away from Zadiel as he spoke. Yes, sir. The second prince responded immediately, and after bowing to the duo, he disappeared. Please follow me. I will take you to the place where the test takes place. John began to walk forward after speaking, and the Neo-Demon followed him. Zadiel felt the eyes of the king still focusing on him, despite this one looking forward. The Magus and the Neo-Demon entered a small room at the end of the hall. The only thing inside was a statue of an older man with a white beard and ponytail. The eyes of the Neo-Demon narrowed the moment he saw the statue. Although he never saw him in person, he recognized the appearance of the rank 9 life form of the Magi world. John Eric Rebellion displayed an extremely respectful expression on his face as he bowed to the statue, and then he turned to Zadiel. The test is straightforward. I will ask you 3 questions, and you have to answer them right now. John's face was solemn as he spoke. And if I refuse to answer? Zadiel stared at the king's eyes when he spoke and saw how they filled with coldness. Then I will have to kill you. The Neo-Demon's eyes were emotionless as he heard that. He inspected the room and began to think about the test. I am a... Zadiel was going to say the words woman, but he was unable to continue. After a moment, He closed his eyes for a couple of minutes before opening them again. John frowned the moment the Neo-Demon opened his eyes. He could not explain why, but he felt like he was in the presence of a completely different person. The Neo-Demon gave a charming smile to the Magus, making the king of the Scientia Kingdom incredibly tense. I am a... Once again, he was not able to finish his sentence. A confused and naive expression appeared on Zadiel's face, but he returned to his emotionless self the next second. I see. I cannot lie in this place even if I believe the lie. So the Omega Law of the leader of the Magi world is related to truth. The moment John heard that, his eyes widened, and a sliver of fear appeared in his eyes. Due to his power and identity, he has had many interactions with rank 7 life forms, but the way Zadiel behaved made him understand he was once above them. The king adopted a fighting stance and was ready to attack. The immense difference in power only made his fear grow as he saw the Neo-Demon indifference. Relax. Let's hear what type of questions the leader of the Magi world left for those like me. Chapter 341, Underworld Flocro. The king did not start with the questions immediately and stared at Zadiel for a long time, but the Neo-Demon only responded with eyes devoid of any emotion. After a couple of minutes, John took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke. The first question. Do you have any intention or desire of harming the Magi world's origin or its consciousness? That question was pretty easy for the Neo-Demon, and he did not even have to think before answering it. I do not. I only awoke in this world by chance and did not have anything planned for it. The moment John heard those words, he released a sigh and continued with his next question. Second question. Do you have any intention or desire of harming members of the Scientia Kingdom? Just like before, it was pretty easy for Zadiel to respond. I do not. The people of your kingdom follow the rule of not attacking unless provoked, so I don't see a scenario in which I would want to harm you. A smile appeared on John's face, and the Neo-Demon saw pride in his eyes after he praised his people. Third and final question. Do you have any intention or desire of harming the rank 9 Magus and head of the Magi world, Isaac or his disciples Eve the Holy Mother, and Ever the Flawless? Zadiel showed some interest when he heard that question, and a better image of the leader of Magi world appeared in his mind. Other than the Scientia Kingdom's people and his 2 disciples, Isaac doesn't care about the rest of the inhabitants of the Magi world. Even those who had become beings of law are not important in his eyes. In the Neo-Demon mind, the rank 9 Magus was someone who would not care even if the billions of inhabitants of the Magi world died, as long as the people important to him were safe. Although that sounded cold, for a supreme overlord of the universe, the head of the Magi world was remarkably gentle. Many rank 9 life forms only see their people like cattle from where a useful tool, meaning a rank 7 life form, could be born. I guess we are similar in that aspect. We both protect our people and don't really care about the rest. Ahem. That cough awoke the Neo-Demon from his thoughts, and he saw how the king was starting to get nervous due to him not answering the last question. Don't worry. I don't have any intention of harming Isaac or his 2 disciples. After hearing those words, John relaxed and felt a great weight leaving his shoulders. Excellent. I can finally give you an official welcome to the Magi world. You and your people can live here as long as you want. The king had a smile on his face, and his eyes shined with excitement. Zadiel made a weird expression as he saw the behavior of the man in front of him. It appeared as if he was the one who passed the test and not the Neo-Demon. However, he felt the genuineness in the man's happiness, so emotions returned to his eyes before speaking. I guess you have something you want to discuss with me. Oh yes, but this is not the place. I don't dare to discuss my problems in the presence of my forefather. The king gave a deep bow to the statue of Isaac before making a portal appear. Could you please accompany me to my laboratory? John's behavior was courteous but not submissive. Since he would be asking for help, the king showed respect. Zadiel was curious about what this man wanted, and after a moment, he nodded and went through the portal along with him. The duo appeared in a large room, with all kinds of precious resources that would arouse desire in most rank 6 life forms scattered on the ground. Runic diagrams along with magic formulas filled the walls and ceiling. It was clear to anyone that this was the place of a messy individual. The Neo-Demon began to inspect the room, and the king remained quiet by his side. After analyzing the runic diagrams and magic formulas, Zadiel's eyes widened, and surprise appeared on his face. So you are an Animax Soul Rune Master, and by the complexity of those diagrams, you should be able to create rank 5 Animax Soul Runes. You were able to learn all that just by giving a glance at my work? The excitement in John's eyes grew immensely, and he could not help but smile. He did not know how profound was Zadiel's knowledge about the ultimate rune path, but the fact he could tell his level by just seeing the runic diagrams on the wall for less than 30 seconds told him a lot. It would be weird if I could not tell how high someone's level was in a technique I created after seeing his runes. Of course, Zadiel did not express those thoughts and only nodded. The ultimate rune path, which contained the knowledge needed to give runes a soul, was created by the incarnation of death and destruction. He scattered it through the universe to use it freely in his next life, without no one questioning him from where he obtained such a divine technique. I will be frank. I obtained my knowledge about the ultimate rune path from the Forefathers' library and not directly in my dreams like the first generation of Animax Soul Rune Masters. Unfortunately, it is flawed since it comes from someone else's comprehension and not directly from the source. I have been able to fix some of the problems, but I still found it very difficult to advance past rank 5 Animax Soul Rune Master. I can see that your theoretical knowledge is profound, so I was hoping you could help me. Zadiel was not surprised about the problem John had in the ultimate rune path. After all, he purposely made the teaching of this one to future generations hard. He showed the technique in people's dreams to explain why his runes had souls, not so that others could benefit from his work. The king did not wait for Zadiel to respond before continuing speaking. Of course, I don't expect you to help me for nothing. John waved his hand, and the next moment, the 5-meter head of a crow appeared. Although it did not have any particular characteristic at plain sight, Zadiel recognized the creature immediately since he formed an incarnation in his sun domain based on it. The head belonged to an underworld flock crow, a creature with a law bloodline. I don't ask you to impart all your knowledge, only for you to answer my question to the best of your capabilities, and you can have it. Zadiel did not hide his interest in the head. He had not been using the nether crow after reaching rank 4 since the incarnation was too weak to be of help. The undying Leviathan would have suffered the same destiny if he had not fused a void creature's soul and body in the sun domain. Can I analyze it? Of course, go ahead. The Neo-Demon used his consciousness and rebirth eye to examine the head and opened the eyelids to see its eyes. He smiled when he saw that the eyes were in perfect conditions and how they still glowed with vitality and power. It was a rank 6 life form. There are still traces of energy and laws fused in the tissues, and the eyes that are essential organs of these creatures are functional. His blood has almost no trace of his bloodline left. What occurred with the rest of the creature's body and bloodline? I am willing to exchange it for knowledge if you have it. Although the bloodline was not useful for him, he could give it to another Neo-Demon. I had to destroy the rest of the body to defeat it since I could not harm the head. As for the bloodline, the creature burned it entirely during the last part of the battle when it realized its body would not survive. Zadiel believed the king of the Scientia Kingdom since that was the behavior most creatures with powerful bloodlines would have. They would rather destroy their bloodline than allowing others to have it. Okay. I will help you in exchange for the head. Chapter 342, Dream Dimension. Zadiel, the king of the Scientia Kingdom, completely immersed themselves in the ultimate rune paths study. They examined every single one of the runic diagrams and magic formulas that John had developed through the years. The duo's goal was not to obtain tricks or easy paths to develop John's rune mastery but to enhance his foundation. The king was not the only one who improved his rune master abilities since those of the Neo-Demon were also increasing. Zadiel had all the theoretical knowledge about the ultimate rune path, but he still needed a lot of practice to transform it into actual skills. Although neither of them needed to sleep, their minds still grew tired due to the countless calculations they were performing every minute, so once a week, they rested an hour. They continue like that for 1.5 months before finishing. I have solved all your doubts and explained in detail the basics of the ultimate rune path, fixing all the flaws you had before and fully solidifying your foundation. You should have no problem becoming a rank 6 Animax Soul Rune Master with enough time and hard work. As for going beyond that, it depends on your talent and destiny. Zadiel knew that the king was a determined person, but just hard work is not enough to become a rank 7 Animax Soul Rune Master. Thank you, Grand Animax Soul Rune Master, for your teachings. John performed a small bow after saying those words. He had begun to use that title to refer to Zadiel after the 3rd day of study. The king was a smart person and understood by the interaction with Zadiel that his previous identity must have been an exceptional one, so he found nothing wrong in his behavior. Besides, the Scientia Kingdom's members learned to show respect to anyone who taught them something regardless of their power. There is no need for gratitude. We performed an equivalent exchange. No. The help you gave me is much more valuable than the price of that head. John spoke with resolution and sincerity. When the Neo-Demon saw that, he just shrugged his shoulders. He was not going to argue with the king if this one wanted to thank him. I will leave now. Can you create a portal to the Daybreak Magic Tower, or we need to call the boy? Zadiel knew John was strong but did not know if his laws allowed him to perform long-range teleportation. Don't worry. I can do it. John released his consciousness, and in less than a second, it reached the city of the Sunday. He marked 2 points in his consciousness, and then with a single punch, he broke space and connected them. The king and Zadiel shook hands before the latter went through the portal and left the Scientia Kingdom. Zadiel had many things to do, so he immediately used the World Gate and returned to the Neo-Demon realm before heading to the Garden of Creation. The Neo-Demon sat in the Soul Throne before releasing the Sun Domain, Genesis Sun Seed, and Nether Crow. The Genesis Sun Seed had changed after Zadiel advanced to rank 4. It no longer had the arcs of golden energy that the Neo-Demon could use to enhance his physical strength, but its mass, size, and ability to increase the fire's might in the Sun Domain grew. You could see an undying Leviathan and Nether Crow engraved in it, but only the first one was moving. Zadiel threw the underworld Flocrow into the domain, and this one began to rotate around the Genesis Sun Seed, slowly melting. As that happened, the Nether Crow began to evolve from an incarnation made of energy to a creature made of flesh and blood. Despite only being a severed head, the creature was a rank 6 life form, so it will take a while for it to integrate into the domain. Luckily, the Genesis Sun Seed can handle it independently, and I don't need to waste my time. The Genesis Sun Seed was a living spell and was already showing the first sign of consciousness thanks to Zadiel's bloodline laws. Although it did not possess sentience, it could handle a simple task like consuming a corpse. With that taken care of, I can focus on the other aspects of my battle style. Both my long-range spells and martial arts can express the full power of my body and energy pool. The only thing that has ample room for improvement is my illusions and soul invasion spells. The incarnation of death and destruction battle style focused on using his mighty body combined with destructive spells and laws, so Zadiel did not have many experiences with illusion and the likes. The Rebirth Eye's soul offensive capability was too impressive not to take advantage of it, so he went through all the illusion path techniques in his mind and the opponents he faced that used that battle style. When it comes to skill and technique, not even beings of laws could compare with that man. I still wonder from where he came and what his real identity was. The one Zadiel was thinking was the entity that almost caused his demise, the Sage. The Neo-Demon took a deep breath and began to examine the illusion spells the Sage used on him and understand the properties behind them. The raw power of the illusion I can perform with my Rebirth Eye does not fall behind the one he used on me. The main difference and where my biggest flaw lies is in our fuel. He used that unique mind force that was not only perfect for illusions but also vast, while my spells solely have the energy inside my right eye to function. Zadiel had many energies inside him, but the soul invasion spells from his Rebirth Eye do not work with them. That is why he can barely use his Rebirth Nightmare at full power once. My right eye has a unique energy pool that originates from the purple dimension inside it. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to develop it, and it is too small for. Wait. A flash of inspiration appeared in Zadiel's eyes as enlightenment filled his mind. The idea was already born, and the more he developed it, the wider the smile on the Neo-Demon's face became. Artificial Intelligence Chip, show me the status of my Animus Path of Power and the information about the Dream Dimension Technique. BIP. Path of Power, Animus, Peak Rank 3, Mind Force, 0.3 Dream Dimension Technique, Training Method for an Animus to enter Rank 4. Using Soul Origin, an Animus can form a dream dimension in their mind that will serve as the new origin of Mind Force. This technique doesn't grant special abilities besides a higher amount of Mind Force and enhanced spiritual defenses. Zadiel had not focused much on his Animus Path of Power after entering Rank 4. It could not compare with the other paths of the Neo-Demon, and even if it advanced to Rank 4, it would not be of much help, but now things were different. There are many other path techniques for Rank 4 Animus better than the Dream Dimension Technique, but what if instead of creating a dimension out of Soul Origin, I expand the one in my Rebirth Eye to my mind? Zadiel could barely contain his excitement as he imagined the kind of mind force that would be born out of the purple dimension that was the embodiment of the law of rebirth. I need to make modifications to the Dream Dimension Technique, which will take me a lot of time and hard work. Before beginning, Zadiel made 5 Fiend Lords' corpses along with 100 high-quality origin stones appear. The Neo-Demon opened his mouth and sent everything to the unique dimension inside his stomach, where they will slowly be digested. I have a constant stream of origin power to train my true soul and true will. The Fiend Lord's corpses will nurture my body, and the elemental chaos in my stomach will improve my energy pool. I can now focus my mind on a single task. Zadiel was now ready to enter secluded training. Chapter 343, Evil. 2 massive demons with bodies that could be measured in tens of thousands of meters were fighting. The power of their attacks made it seem as if the sky was breaking apart. Finally, one of the demons, a fiendish cyclop, managed to land a devastating blow in his opponent's head, destroying it along with the true soul that resided inside. The next second, the fiendish cyclop took his defeated enemy's body and broke space before returning to the ground. The demon had an expression full of bloodlust and craziness as he licked the blood of his enemy from his hands. Ha ha ha. Stupid garbage, you dare to defy me, the great Pylo. I have finally regained my freedom, and all those who get in the way of my glorious path will become my food. The fiendish Cyclops' body shrank as he deactivated his law avatar, and then he started to consume the defeated demon's corpse. The bloodlust in his face only grew as he chewed the flesh and drank the blood of the other demon. I will become the strongest demon of the Blood Rift and one day will rise even higher. I will. The fiendish Cyclops could not finish his grand speech due to a voice that came from behind him. Silence. When Pylo heard that, the first thing that came to his mind was to kill the person that dared to interrupt his feast, doing honor to his demonic nature. What garbage dares to give orders to the Grand Pylo? The demon turned around, intending to launch himself on the enemy, but the moment he saw him, his entire body froze. The one who ordered the fiendish Cyclops was a man with an extremely evil aura, white skin, and red lightning coming from the corners of his eyes. Every cell of his body released an immense killing intent that drowned the demon in front of him. Pylo was a peak rank 4 demon, a crazy killing machine, but he could not control the terror that arose in his heart. The reason for his fear was that what he felt in front of him was not a person but a world, one evil and full of slaughter and chaos. Do you know the location of a city with a demon count in it? The man's voice was cold and only increased the fiendish Cyclops' horror. The fear prevented Pylo from thinking straight, but when he saw how the man was about to raise his hand, his instincts kicked in, and he began to speak. There is a place like that not far away from here. A demon count named Ilos ruled it, but another demon lord killed him and took control of the city a few days ago. I used to serve Ilos and managed to escape after his demise. That is how I know. I swear I am telling the truth. Pylo spoke faster than ever before in his life, and cold sweat soaked his body as he looked at the monster in front of him. The man showed nothing after hearing that. After a moment, he nodded and walked until landing on the fiendish Cyclops' shoulder. Bring me there. The man did not say anything else and adopted a meditative position before closing his eyes. Pylo did not dare to disobey and began to run with all his strength. Like that, the giant fiendish Cyclops traveled through the rocky plains filled with endless canyons from the Blood Rift. The laws in this layer of abyss made flying extremely hard and taxing. That is why the demon was running and used ancient bridges to cross the canyons. Although rank 4 demons could still fly, that would force Pylo to rest before reaching his destination, and he was sure the man would kill him if he stopped even for a second. As they advanced, Pylo felt the malignant and evil aura of the man growing. It was like he was becoming one with the abyss layer, and things did not end there. Waves of energy began to converge in the man as if he was some black hole, and among those energies, there was a golden one that shocked Pylo. Origin power. He is drawing such a tremendous amount of origin power into his body. Although origin power was extremely beneficial for the rank 4 demon, Pylo did not dare to touch it and limited himself to keep moving forward. After 3 hours of running at full speed, the fiendish Cyclops was finally able to visualize a city in the distance. The demon was happy since the man's evil aura was becoming so powerful that it began to burn his body. Evil Lord, we have arrived. After hearing that, the man opened his eyes. He did not use his consciousness or another kind of scanning force to see inside the city. The elements told him everything he needed to know. A demon lord at the second engraving stage. 5 rank 4 demons. 4,304 lesser demons. They are fixing the city defenses, but they are still inoperative. The man jumped from the fiendish Cyclops' shoulder and landed on the ground. A black and sinister aura overflowed from his body and mixed with arcs of red lightning. That evil aura was of his world strength the man had managed to channel into himself. He mobilized his soul origin and laws, and the next instant, a white spectral avatar manifested behind him. His physical strength and energy output multiplied after he released his law avatar. The man rose his hand and began to channel the energy from his surroundings into an arc of dark red lightning. The strength of the dark red lightning grew very fast as it devoured massive amounts of energy. The man also poured the origin power around him into his attack and gave it unique properties. Pylo felt like if countless needles were piercing his skin due to the energies emanated by the arc of dark red lightning. After a minute, the dark red lightning transformed into a metal sphere, with an extraordinary magic matrix on its surface. The man closed his eyes, and in his mind, he saw the 5 rank 4 demons moving around the broken city. The next second, he fired the dark red sphere. The weapon made no sound at all, and the energies around it hid its presence. In the consciousness of everybody, the spear was no different than another stream of abyss aura. The spear covered thousands of meters in a second. Once it passed through the city's walls, the magic weapon divided into 5 smaller copies of itself, and each one of them headed for a different rank 4 demon. As soul-forging existences, the demons were able to detect the attacks once they were near them. However, the spears were too fast, and before they could do anything, they pierced their stomachs and dissolved into dark red lightning that paralyzed their bodies. The instant the man defeated the rank 4 demons, a ferocious consciousness that produced gales and storms in the sky covered the entire city along with everything in a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The consciousness focused on the man and Pylo after it detected them. The rank 4 demon began to tremble, and the only thing he wanted was to run, but he did not dare to move. He focused on the monster that forced him to come here and saw how this one showed nothing but killing intent. From the center of the city, the demon lord emerged. He resembled a demonic humanoid turtle, with large claws and a giant maw. When the demon lord detected his subordinate's defeat, wrath filled his heart as he considered it an insult against him. He intended to kill the perpetrator immediately, but the danger he felt from the man's dark aura allowed him to calm down. Even for a demon lord, this man's aura is too sinister and monstrous. The demon lord's eyes narrowed as he intended to measure the man's strength, and he felt a true soul with an equal force than his. I am the mighty demon count, Uro. Who are you, and what do you want here? The man was surprised when he heard those words. He did not expect the demon lord to try to speak with him and was sure they would start fighting immediately. As he wondered what would be his identity inside the blood rift, he remembered the title the fiendish Cyclop used for him and focused on the dark aura that permeated his existence. A cold smile appeared on his face as he stared at the demon lord. I am evil and am here to kill you and take everything from you. Chapter 344, Evil vs. Uro. A devil would not have let his emotions get the best of him. He would have gained time to do a more in-depth analysis of his enemy's power and abilities, but Uro was not a devil. The moment the demon lord heard that flagrant insult, all logic flew out of his mind. He made his energy explode, filling his body with strength, and then like a cannonball, he shot toward the neo-demon. Ezequiel did not remain put and flashed forward as he activated his abilities. The dark red lightning exploded with power, and it evolved into a plasma-like armor that covered Ezequiel. The plasma also blended into his inner organs, muscles, and bones, increasing the neo-demon's physical strength, speed, and durability. The dark red plasma consumed an unbelievable amount of energy each second, and Ezequiel's energy pool would not have been able to maintain it for more than a minute. However, to a neo-demon with the primordial bloodline, the world was his energy pool. He drew massive amounts of energy into his body and fed the dark red plasma with them. Just with the dark red plasma and his law avatar, Ezequiel's battle power had reached rank 5, but he had one more weapon at his disposal. Dense and pure energy began to circulate through the neo-demon's body, and he pronounced 2 words. Doomsday Incarnation. Ezequiel's body split into the Nether Spirit Avatar, Astral Body Avatar, and Energy Essence Avatar before fusing them into a new body. A neo-demon with 6 arms and 3 faces appeared. A bone armor covered his arms, and his consciousness became 3 times larger. His evil aura now carried a will that needed to bring the universe to absolute entropy and destroy life. The Doomsday Incarnation of someone with an immortal avatar true Doomsday body allows the 3 avatars to morph into a single body. The new arms can express the same power as the originals, and the larger consciousness grants a higher perception and more robust spirit defenses. Those characteristics increase survival abilities, but the increase in battle power is low since the new body is as powerful as the original. Of course, that is in normal neo-demons. The eyes in the faces glowed, and the next instant, the world strength Ezequiel was able to draw into himself was 3 times greater than before. That was possible since each avatar could channel the same amount of world strength as the original body. In the hands of Ezequiel, the immortal avatar true Doomsday body that granted the highest survival skills also provided top-tier enhancement in battle power. The demon lord's body changed after fusing with his law avatar. His figure became more slender and taller, reaching 45 meters. The immobile turtle shell transformed into hundreds of small plaques covering every inch of his body, which granted great defenses and dexterity. The plaques had runes made of light that formed a golden mantle around Uro, exponentially increasing his speed. The duo's transformation took a lot of time to explain, but they happened in less than a second. The moment they were right in front of each other, Ezequiel's 6 arms covered in dark red plasma, bone armor, and filled with world strength clashed against Uro's strong and agile claws. A shockwave that extended for thousands of meters occurred the moment they collided. Space broke next to the duo, and the next second they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the ground. They appeared a few meters apart and immediately launched at each other to continue their fast-speed melee battle. Every time they collide, cataclysmic explosions occur in the sky, making it seem as if the world was about to end. Pylo was staring at their battle from the ground, and they were so fast that his eye could barely follow them. One used dark red lightning plasma to reach extreme speed, while the other filled his body with the law of light. Although they were both smaller than his leg, the fiendish Cyclop knew that each one of them could kill him with a single strike. He remained looking at the battle and did not dare to leave. If he runs, Pylo was sure that the monster would hunt him down. As for Uro winning, The demon he recognized as evil had frightened him so much that he did not believe he could lose. Ezekiel had just been pushed back with blood coming out from his mouth after a kick landed in his chest and fractured most of his ribs. The demon lord flashed forward and was about to continue his attack when he felt how some of the plaques in his leg broke. The next second, the bones shattered. He managed to land his attack on my leg as I struck him. How is he able to produce so much damage with his strength? Yuro was confident in his defenses, but his enemies' attacks always found a way to pierce them and generate more damage than they should. There was no way the demon lord could know that Ezekiel's eyes could pierce into the flawed universe and that every strike aimed at a soft spot in his body. Yuro did not have the luxury of analyzing the uniqueness of the monster known as evil, since this one flashed to him full of killing intent. The demon lord acted fast and attacked with his right claw. Raging winds formed around it due to the strength and speed it carried. Ezekiel could have dodged the claw if he changed his path, but he drove forward and used 3 of his arms to counterattack. The claw cracked the bone armor and briefly paralyzed his left arms, but Ezekiel got right in front of Yuro's chest. The demon lord felt his instincts warning him about incoming danger, so he charged all of his energy and strength in his left claw, attempting to stop Ezekiel. The neo-demon's eyes narrowed as he felt the immense power of the attack coming his way. He used only 2 of his right arms to stop the claw and fired the last one with all his strength to the sternum, right between the demon lord's 4th and 5th rib. The left claw shattered the armor in the right arms and made cuts so deep that they reached the bone before sending the neo-demon flying away. Although this was a perfect opportunity to injure his enemy severely, Yuro did not chase after him. Disbelief could be seen in his face as he stared at the place where the attack landed and saw how large cracks rose from it. The sternum was not a vital organ, and even if destroyed, it would not affect much the battle power of a rank 5 life form. However, Yuro's case was different. Ezekiel's punch landed in a severe injury he received a few days ago when he fought against Pylo's former master. How did he know? I made sure to hide the fact that the wound had not healed yet. The plaques covering Yuro's chest shattered along with all the bones beneath it. The demon lord puked an immense amount of blood, and his entire body froze due to the damage. Taking advantage of his enemy's weakened state, Ezekiel managed to reach his back and then released a barrage of punches. The fists broke the plaques and buried beneath the flesh. Dark red lightning infected the demon lord's wound, and they were devouring his blood and flesh to become stronger. The threat of death and rage made Yuro's eyes fill with determination, and the next second he roared with all his strength before detonating the plaques left on his body. Boom! The explosion struck the neo-demon point blank and threw him away from the demon lord. This time it was Ezekiel's turn to puke blood, and if it weren't for the dark red plasma covering his organs, the damage would have been much worse. Ezekiel had just regained control of his body when Yuro emerged from the explosion, with a crazy expression on his face. The last attack completely ruined the demon lord's body. His skin was gone, showing his bloody muscles and broken bones. Yuro's condition was critical, but he did not care. Die, you piece of shit. He aimed his bloody palms forward and burned every ounce of energy he had left before firing his last and most potent attack. World End. Meteorite of Earth and Light. Chapter 345. 9 Primordial Steps. World End. Meteorite of Earth and Light. All the light in a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers gathered in a sphere above Yuro. This sphere absorbed threads of blood from the demon lord along with his life force. Less than a second after Yuro voiced his spell, a bloody meteorite, packed with golden light that behaved like flames, was formed. Words could not describe the meteorite's size or the crushing pressure and might that released in every direction. Even those lesser demons in the city could see it from the ground, despite the immense distance to the battlefield. Fear appeared in the paralyzed rank 4 demons' eyes when they noticed their lord's most devastating attack. They had seen it before and knew that Yuro would lose control over it once launched. The meteorite will eventually touch the ground, and the destructive power in it could level a considerable part of a continent, and the rank 4 demons were in the blast range. Yuro no longer cared about the consequences of his action, and with eyes full of madness, he released a pulse from his palms and fired the meteorite. Ezekiel saw a projectile the size of a small moon heading his way and felt how the spell had transformed the light around him into a viscous matter, making it impossible to escape. The only thing that appeared in the neo-demon eyes as he saw an attack that could destroy his body and soul right about to collide with him was killing intent. Roar! Ezekiel roared as he made his bloodline burst with all its power. His voice filled the blood-drift's sky with lightning and thunder. Cracks formed in the space around the neo-demon, and the light hindering his movement was obliterated. That was the roar of a primordial, and even the laws had to back down in front of it. The neo-demon activated his unique bloodline ability that combined the law of inner force and law of strength. 9 Primordial Steps. Ezekiel took a step forward and appeared less than a meter away from the moon-size meteorite. Instantly, his body, soul, energy, and the amount of world strength he was channeling, doubled in power. His white eyes were bleeding as he pushed them to the limit to perceive the flaws in the spell. Then with every ounce of strength he had, he struck the meteorite with his 6 arms. The meteorite that was moving hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound froze the moment those fists collided with it. Silence reigned for a second, and then an explosion that made the ears of lesser demons bleed was heard. It indeed sounded like the end of the world. Complete and utter disbelief filled the soul of Uro as he saw the colossal indentation that Ezequiel's fists created in his attack. The supreme Neo-Demon was not over yet, and he took another step forward that once again pushed every part of his existence to a higher level. His veins bulged, and many of them broke due to the immense pressure his body was withstanding. Ezequiel fired 6 more punches to the flaws in the meteorite and managed to pierce half of it. If he just had the primordial bloodline, the second step would have been a limit his body could resist, but he was a Neo-Demon with an apocalypse star made from a Tier 2 star and had astral origin that strengthened his flesh and bones. He took another step and felt his muscles tearing apart and bones breaking. The pain was excruciating, but that did not matter to Ezequiel, and he just fired all of his power forward. Uro felt absolute terror as he saw his meteorite break in half and the Neo-Demon rise from it. The 2 pieces began to crack, and soon, the world and meteorite shattered into thousands of small fragments. Now that he was in the open, Uro could see the majestic figure of the Neo-Demon. Ezequiel had so much energy and abyss world strength inside him that he appeared a dark red evil sun in the sky, illuminating the blood rift. I need to run. Uro was terrified. The only thought in his mind right now was to run as fast as possible and never again get near the monster known as evil. Unfortunately for the Demon Lord, he was too hurt and had used all of his energy in that last attack. Uro could not react to Ezequiel, who arrived in front of him like lightning and destroyed his chest and extremities with a single strike. The only thing that remained from the Demon Lord's body was his head, and before the true soul could escape the soul dimension, Ezequiel put a sealing rune in it. The Neo-Demon could hear screams of rage and despair from inside the Demon Lord's head, but he did not care and stored it into his spatial ring. Only now, after defeating the Demon Count, did Ezequiel deactivated his Law Avatar and Doom's the Incarnation and analyzed the condition of his body. Other than my hearts, brain, and spinal cord, in whom I gathered most of my plasma to protect them, the rest of my vital organs, bones, and muscles are severely injured. I have almost no astral origin or soul origin left. The only good thing is that I can still draw world strength and the energies from the surrounding into my body, which will help me recover faster. Remaining in the blood drift will be very dangerous, but another Demon Lord will take this city if I leave. Ezequiel thought for some time how to proceed, and in the end, he made the Nether Spirit Avatar leave his body and disappear into the sky. The Neo-Demon lost a third of his strength, but the Nether Spirit Avatar's camouflage abilities were impressive due to his spiritual nature. Even the consciousness of a rank 5 life form would find it hard to detect it. With this, I can remain in the city and take control of it until an emissary of a demon duke arrives without worrying about my life. Ezequiel broke the space near him and returned to the ground. The moment he landed, his body trembled, and he began to cough blood without control for almost 20 seconds. Once he regained control over his body, he stared at the fiendish Cyclop, who was looking at him from a distance, and spoke. Come here. Pylo was surprised by that order. Usually, when a demon was injured so severely, they would not allow anyone to get near them, but the monster told him to get closer. The rank 4 demon did not dare to disobey and ran until he was in front of Ezequiel. He is so severely wounded that he can barely control his body. Why do I still feel like I will die any second when I am in his presence? Pylo did not dare to look directly into the Neo-Demon eyes and lowered his head. Ezequiel did not care about the thoughts in the demon's mind and just jumped to his shoulder. Go to the city. The fiendish Cyclop obeyed and immediately began to run forward. It only took a couple of minutes until they were both in the city's gates. Ezequiel used the energy from his surroundings and world strength to support his body, and he flew to the center of the city before opening his mouth. The law of swallowing that was part of the Tier 2 star he sealed in his stomach formed a black hole in front of the Neo-Demon's mouth. Swallowing force filled every corner of the city, and the lesser demons were pulled into the sky. They screamed, roared, and some even attempted to fight back, but it was hopeless, and in the end, they all ended up inside Ezequiel's stomach. After swallowing more than 4,300 lesser demons, Ezequiel felt his condition improved significantly, but it was not enough. He also devoured 2 of the paralyzed rank 4 demons, the ones with the better bloodline. With this, I can stabilize my condition in less than a week and be able to display 80% of my strength. I should have recovered in half a month. With his initial treatment over, Ezequiel turned to Pylo. You are now the second in command in this city. Tell the other rank 4 demons who their new lord is, and search for lesser demons to replenish the ones lost. Ezekiel did not bother with the demon response and headed to a grand castle in the center of the city. The fiendish Cyclop understood very well that he was insignificant for the monster known as evil. The only reason for his title was that the new Demon Lord did not want to waste time speaking with the other rank 4 demons. Pylo could only sigh now that he was once again under the ruling of a Demon Lord. The next second he shook his head and started the task given to him. Chapter 346, Changes in Abyss. Slaughter and changes in the power hierarchy were something that happened every minute in Abyss. Some were insignificant in the grand scale of things like the death of millions of lesser demons, while others had more profound repercussions like the rise of a new Demon Lord. The fight in the Blood Rift and the demise of Uro was important enough to involve the Demon Dukes. A battle was occurring in the Forgotten Lands, but this one drew much less attention than the one that saw the birth of the Demon Lord known as Evil. A 50,000 meters white dragon with wings made of lightning and fire was fighting in the sky against a 3-headed demon hound, infernal hawk, and flesh golem. The 3 creatures were rank 4 demons, and their size did not fall short of the white dragon. Their demonic heritage granted them an enhancement in battle power equal to a king bloodline, but the fight had started less than a minute ago, and they were all already full of injuries. The white dragon was incredibly fast and agile, and even when the demons' attacks landed, they could barely harm the dragon's scales. A cold smile appeared in the white dragon as he focused on the 3-headed demon hound, making terror appear in the heart of this one. The dragon flapped his wings, and he became a lightning bolt, arriving in front of the rank 4 demon instantly. The 3-headed demon hound attempted to dodge, but he was too slow. The white dragon tore one of his heads with his mouth before sending him flying away with a claw strike. The infernal hawk and flesh golem took the opportunity while the white dragon beat their comrade to launch their attacks. The claws of the infernal hawk were covered in black flames as he flashed to the dragon's back while the flesh golem fired his massive fist to his ribs. The rank 4 demons had charged all their energy in those attacks, and the destructive power in them was immense. Unfortunately for the demons, they were too slow. Before the infernal hawk could reach his target, the white dragon's tail transformed into a lightning whip that hit him in the chest, breaking his ribs and making the demon puke blood. The flesh golem managed to land his fist, but although it made the white dragon's body tremble a little, it barely left a mark. How can his body be so sturdy? It is like if I am hitting a solid piece of rank 4 demon metal. The rank 4 demon did not have time to wonder about the white dragon's body's resilience since his instincts began to scream the next instant. The white dragon body adopted a serpentine form with wings shaped like tentacles, and he twisted around the rank 4 demon, trapping him. The dragon was too fast, and the flesh golem could not free himself no matter how hard he tried. The last thing the demon saw was how the white dragon opened his mouth and released dragon breath made of fire and lightning that pulverized his head and true soul. After destroying the head, the white dragon swallowed the rest of the flesh golem before looking at the other 2 rank 4 demon who did not dare to get close to him. The duo was burning with rage as they saw the mockery in the eyes of the white dragon. The 3-headed demon hound was the most furious of all. The white dragon attacked his city. The other 2 rank 4 demon were underlings he paid an immense price to obtain. He was sure they would prevail at first, but it was clear to him by now that the white dragon was too strong. Who are you, and why did you attack my city? I serve under Count Hero, and if something happens to me, there will be dire consequences. When the white dragon heard that, instead of fear, what appeared in his eyes was disdain. Trying to threaten me with your leader is beyond stupid. After I kill you, I will offer my services to that count. What do you think his response will be? A nasty expression appeared in the 3-headed demon hound since he knew any demon lord would be more than happy to have someone as strong as this white dragon under them. As for avenging a fallen soldier, they were demons, and none of them genuinely care for the others. I must say, I am very disappointed. I thought rank 4 demons would have more guts and honor their title of chaotic killing machines. However, I only see 2 cowards in front of me. When the white dragon saw how his words awoke the chaotic nature of the infernal hawk and 3-headed demon hound, a smile appeared on his face. He was having fun testing his new powers and wanted the opponents to fight back, and not just run. Unfortunately for the white dragon, he heard a robotic voice that spoiled his fun. White flame, enough games. Bring me the city's leader and kill the other. The origin of that voice was an individual in the center of the 3-headed demon hound's city. A cold blue flame hid that person's body, so it was impossible to distinguish the gender. The rank 4 demons did not have time to inspect that person since the white dragon appeared next to them the instant the person finished speaking, and his energy was almost 3 times greater. The fights lasted less than 10 seconds after that. The white dragon devoured the infernal hawk and destroyed the 3-headed demon hound's heart before surrounding his body with lightning so the true soul could not escape. Kylo returned to his humanoid form after deactivating his law avatar. He broke space and returned to the ground, carrying the rank 4 demon's broken body before approaching the flaming figure and bowing. "Sorry for the delay, my lady. I wanted to have a better sense of the demon's power, but this group was too weak." The person covered in that cold fire was Sophia. The Neo-Demon had chosen to hide her body since she knew demons were lustful creatures, and if a demon lord took fancy of her, it would carry a lot of problems. The trio was weak. None of them had reached the 3rd origin cycle, and they were incapable of working together. Your bloodline and true doomsday body put your battle power at the absolute peak of rank 4, but you should not relax. Like my husband always says, we can never underestimate our enemies, or one day we will pay a great price. I understand, my lady. I will forever remember those words. Kylo had a solemn expression as he spoke those words. Zadiel's words were sacred for him, just like they were for the rest of the Neo-Demon race. Sophia nodded and focused on the rank 4 demon. She sent her consciousness into the 3-headed demon hound's soul dimension and consumed his true soul with the law of devouring. All the rank 4 demon's memories appeared in her mind after she finished with him, and she shared that information with Kylo. "We will make this city our headquarters. You will be the leader, and I will remain in the darkness, hidden from the rest of the world. I will only act when there is a threat you cannot handle. We will have around a week before an emissary from a demon lord comes and demands we join them. During that time, we will gather as much knowledge as we can. Do you want to suggest something?" Sophia treated the kobold like a comrade and not a servant. The only reason she took the lead was that she was stronger and had proven her cunning mind. Kylo shook his head and did not say anything since he felt that Sophia's plan covered everything. They were ready to start working when a message reached them through their chaotic cores. "I have sealed a demon count and taken control over a city. My nether spirit avatar is heading to the Forgotten Lands and will remain with you too while I recover. The avatar can express pseudo-rank 5 battle power, but it would be best if he doesn't have to fight." Ezequiel's message ended there, but there was amazement in the eyes of the duo. They had entered Abyss together, but while they had just taken control of a small city and defeated a few weak demons, the Supreme Neo-Demon had captured a rank 5 demon lord alive. Lord Invictus is as impressive as ever. He is truly worthy of being the will of the ancestor. Kylo's eyes shone with respect and admiration. "Yes, he is. I still remember when he was just a little boy that followed Zadiel everywhere, and now he is a mighty monster. We cannot remain behind. Let's begin to work." Chapter 347, New Brain. Although the amount of slaughter happening in Baatar was not inferior to Abyss, the way the devils implemented it was more systematized and always following specific codes and unspoken rules. Winzatu, the first devil lord that Zadiel defeated, marched to Xenia City to butcher it. He had obtained permission from his duke and bribed his opponent's backing. That was the way in Baatar, a place with organized massacres and where those above always had their part. However, this day an indiscriminate massacre was happening in a small city in Avernus. A young man with 3 eyes and black scales fought against 6 peak rank 4 devils in the sky. If it weren't for the evil aura in the young man, he would certainly appear like a legendary hero fighting against the giant devils. He had a golden sun made purely of light behind him. A golden aura filled every cell of his body, and he had a bow on his hand. The man was so fast that the rank 4 devils had a hard time following his movements, and his arrows were even quicker. The devils were burning with rage as the battle progressed, and their wounds became worse. However, they were not demons and would undoubtedly have escaped if it wasn't for the 5 giants in black armor who released a force field made of mind force around them. A spike lizard attempted to take the young man by surprise and attacked his back as he fought another devil. Unfortunately, when his claw was a meter away from striking the young man, this one transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from his sight. Before the devil could even begin to seek the young man, 4 arrows pierced his extremities. The projectiles were so fast and carried such immense kinetic force that they pulverized everything around them. In an instant, the rank 4 spike lizard lost his extremities, and things only grew worse from there. The young man appeared right in front of the spike lizard's face. He was smaller than the devil's eye and fired one final arrow made of mind force. The arrow did not cause physical damage but invaded the devil's soul dimension and paralyzed the true soul. After the first rank 4 devil fell, the rest followed him. The young man managed to capture all of them alive. The young man and the brain golems took the defeated rank 4 devils and returned to the city. There were thousands of lesser devils around them, but none of them moved, and their eyes were empty. The reason was that tadpoles had parasitized their brain, and although they were technically alive, they had lost the ability to think for themselves. Dandy's face was pale as he assessed the city and the prisoners. The fight may have seemed easy, but the truth was it exhausted the Neo-Demon. Usually, for a Neo-Demon with a Tier 2 law bloodline, it should not have been so hard to defeat a group of rank 4 devils, but due to the way he was born, Dante's bloodline purity was affected. He still had the Daybreak bloodline, But the battle power enhancement was only equal to a tier 4 law bloodline. The good news is that he can increase the purity, and the bad is that the resources needed are very hard to obtain. The Neo-Demon did not let that affect him. Even if his bloodline was worse, a well-developed true Doomsday body is not inferior to a law bloodline. Dante had chosen the superluminal true Doomsday body, the fastest true Doomsday body. Theoretically, this body could challenge the Shooting Star bloodline once it reaches its peak. The superluminal true Doomsday body only allows the body and not the spells or other attacks to reach a supreme speed. However, Dante broke that rule. Using the law of creation and law of life, he made his arrows contain his flesh, blood, and traces of his life force. Dante looked to the distance when he felt a powerful presence and saw a mighty dragon. The creature had dark red scales, large spikes on his spine and tail, enormous wings made of fire, earth, and darkness. He was the perfect representation of a devil dragon. The moment the devil dragon reached the city, he transformed into his humanoid form, showing Rax in his devil disguise. Rax looked at the defeated rank 4 devils and nodded to Dante before waving his hand and bringing out another 4 rank 4 devils from his space ring. These are the devils that were the nearest to our current location. I made sure to spread your parasite in the lesser devils, and no one saw me. Good, with this, we can begin. Dante made 10 tadpoles appear and sent them to the rank 4 devils. These parasites were a unique strain named soul parasites. They not only controlled the brain but also the true soul of a victim. The price to create any of them was equal to a peak rank 5 artifact, and the victims must be in the same world or plane that Dante is, or else the true soul may free themselves from the parasite power. The Neo-Demon knew he could not just kill rank 4 devils and take control of their domains, but what he could do was to control them and be a puppeteer in the shadows. He had obtained knowledge about a meeting between rank 4 devils and had chosen to attack it. And with the devils Rax captured, he could use all the soul parasites he had available. I will send one of these rank 4 devils to visit a devil lord and see if they can go unnoticed. We should hide in this city in the meantime and move again when I get another batch of soul parasites. Their mission was to gather information and establish a foothold, so Rax agreed with Dandy's plan. The duo and the brain golems disappeared inside the city. The next second, all the lesser devils and rank 4 devils moved again. They showed anger, happiness and schemed against each other, but the truth was they were all puppets. 2 years had passed since Zadiel started his secluded training. He modified the dream dimension technique in less than 6 months and spent the next year and a half making tests and experiments. Expanding the dimension inside his rebirth eye to his brain was an incredibly complex process and involved 2 essential organs for the Neo-Demon, so there was no room for mistakes. The first step was to change his brain's composition to be better suited to contain that purple dimension. Slowly, he extracted threads of purple energy from his rebirth eye and sent them to his brain. The process was delicate and painful, but the Neo-Demon's concentration did not falter. After a few days, Zadiel's brain began to vibrate, and a high fever assaulted the Neo-Demon. Zadiel was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth as pieces of his brain were melting and replaced with new ones charged with purple energy. Cracks formed in the walls in the soul dimension as the process continued. The true soul and true will had to use their power to keep it stable. It took Zadiel a month of constant destruction and creation until every cell in his brain evolved. The Neo-Demon rested for 2 weeks since the change in his brain left him with great pain, and he needed to get used to the new organ. Zadiel only continued once he was in peak condition. This is the last part. I cannot fail, or else there will be severe repercussions for my rebirth eye. The Neo-Demon's eyes were filled with resolution as he began to inject origin power into the purple dimension inside his right eye. The dimension was not meant to be trained that way, and it started to tremble the moment the origin power entered it. Zadiel felt immense pain in his right eye, but he did not stop and kept feeding it origin power until this one finally exploded and left chaotic purple energy. The Neo-Demon's entire body shook when that happened, and the pain was so great that he almost lost consciousness. Using all of his willpower, he remained awake and immediately expanded the chaotic purple energy to his brain. Chapter 348, Beyond Reality. The only way Zadiel could bring the purple plane out of his rebirth eye and into his brain was by transforming it into the chaos purple energy that made it. If the dimension were physical, it would have been the end for it, but since it was an illusion, reconstructing it was possible. Zadiel took half of the chaos purple energy and extended it to his brain. The Neo-Demon could not divide it since that would harm the dimension. The process was beyond painful, and if it weren't for his true will helping him, Zadiel would have fallen unconscious. It took him 5 days of immense agony until he transferred half of the chaos purple energy. One half was now inside the rebirth eye and the other in the center of his brain, both connected by a trail of chaos purple energy. Once that part was over, Zadiel began the reconstruction of the purple plane. Previously, the right eye held the plane in its entirety, But now it had two cores. The chaos purple energy began to condense, and Zadiel felt how the purple plane was starting to reappear. The process was slow, but after 5 days, Zadiel could access once again the illusion dimension with that raging purple energy. There were no changes in the rebirth eye. However, the moment the dimension stabilized, an evolutionary change happened in Zadiel's brain. An explosion of a unique form of mind force originated from the Neo-Demon and covered the entire garden of creation. Heinz, Zydra, Todo, Tiras, and others who had regressed to rank 3 were training in the garden. Without any warning, they saw the world around them change and entered a purple plane. The group was shocked and immediately put on high alert. The first thought that came to their mind was that a powerful entity had teleported them to a different world. There is no need to worry. I have seen this place before. It is an illusion plane of my brother. Luckily, Heinz was able to recognize this plane after a moment and calm down the others. The group looked at Heinz with confusion, and they began to explore the plane. Broken buildings were around them, and there was the purple energy in the air that clouded their sight. Is this truly an illusion? Zydra was the one that asked that question, but it was in the mind of everybody else. They could felt the air entering their lungs, the earth beneath their feet, and they could even attract energy to their bodies and increase their energy pool. Everything felt so real that they were more inclined to believe that someone teleported them to a different place. 10 minutes after the group appeared on the plane, Zadiel manifested himself in the sky. Sorry about that. I succeeded in an experiment and accidentally released a soul invasion spell to the entire garden. The group looked with amazement at the Neo-Demon, as this one waved his hand and sent everybody, but Zydra, back to reality. The woman was confused, but when she saw Zadiel approaching her with lust in his eyes, her heart began to beat faster. The Neo-Demon was in an excellent mood, and he wanted to be with his new lover. Time in this place runs much faster than in reality. We can have a lot of fun. Zydra opened her eyes 10 minutes after the rest of the group, and they were glowing with bliss. She spent several days experimenting with the pleasure of the flesh for the first time. The next moment, coldness returned to her eyes, and she stared at Heinz and Toto. She heard the duo giggling when she just woke up. Zydra sneered when she saw them looking away and returned to her training. Her expression was calm, but from time to time, a smile appeared on her face. Zadiel opened his eyes in the soul throne, and excitement could be seen in his face as he felt his new mind force and how it could feed his rebirth eye. My new mind force did not improve my striking power, but now the illusions and soul invasion spells are harder to detect and can last longer. The power of the spells fired by the rebirth eye was already very high, so Zadiel did not feel disappointed it did not increase. Artificial intelligence chip, show me my current stats. Zadiel wanted to see how much he improved after 2 years of secluded training and advancing to rank 4 Animus. BIP. Analyzing host. Paths of power, Animus, rank 4/True Soul, rank 4 Second Origin Cycle/True Will, Low Star Breaker /True Doomsday Body, First Heaven, Strength, 5.0 to 5.7, Physique, 7.4 to 7.6, Speed, 5.9 to 6.2 Elemental Chaos, 2.7 to 3.8 Rebirth Force, 2.6 to 3.7 Soul Origin, 1.5 to 3.2 Astral Origin, 1.4 to 3.0 Mind Force, 0.3 to 1.7 Note, Host's Mind Force is of a higher level than those of high-ranking Mind Rulers. It can compare in quality with the one generated by the entity known as Sage. Zadiel was delighted with the information given by the chip. Although his advance may not seem that high for 2 years of secluded training, even geniuses spent decades in rank 4 since the increase of soul origin and the true soul training takes time. Reaching the second origin cycle in less than 3 years after reaching rank 4 was impressive. My true doomsday body has finished consuming the star consciousness of my first star, and I can seal another star in my body, but it is better if I wait. My second heaven still has room for improvement, and I am in no hurry. I should add some spells to my repertory before I leave. Zadiel's most potent ability was his Rebirth Nightmare. Nevertheless, this soul invasion spell generates tremendous pressure over his rebirth eye. He needs to trap the target's consciousness in the purple dimension, and Zadiel cannot use it repeatedly in the same battle. Before, there was no need for the Neo-Demon to know more spells that could take advantage of his rebirth eye's abilities because he did not have more energy left after using Rebirth Nightmare, but things were different now, thanks to his mind force. The list of illusion and soul invasion spells in Zadiel's mind was endless. He discarded all the techniques that needed laws he did not train and those whose use was limited to a rank. After an hour, he decided on 3 spells named Soul Eradicator, Heart Seal, and Beyond Reality. Soul Eradicator attacked the enemy's soul, destroying it if he was weak and stunning it if he could resist. The attack was instantaneous, regardless of the distance. Zadiel only needed to have the target in his line of sight. Heart Seal planted a mark in the target's soul, allowing Zadiel to control his action and thoughts. Unfortunately, it was challenging to implant it in a target with similar strength to yours. Beyond Reality was a technique Zadiel stole from a powerful enemy. That person reached the peak of the universe and relied on this spell at the beginning of his path. It controls the 5 senses to the point where it can make the target misinterpret another person's form, shape, mass, feel, and smell to be an enemy's. Zadiel could make an adversary believe they were targeting him when they were really sending their attacks to an ally. Beyond Reality was an incredibly complex spell, and if it weren't for his rebirth eye, Zadiel would not even think of training it. This technique also needed the Neo-Demon to form a connection with the target for it to work. The creator designed it to work with a kiss, but the Neo-Demon had another plan in mind. Zadiel spent 6 months more training until he reached the first level in the 3 spells. With everything ready, he went to the World Gate and left the Neo-Demon realm. Chapter 349, Dis, the second of the 9 hells, was named Dis. Green clouds covered this circle's sky, and powerful lightning coursed through them. The earth had endless rivers of lava that covered the entire layer. The most impressive thing about the second circle of Baatar was the fact that, despite having a size comparable to a high world, it was once covered in its entirety by one single city. The legendary Iron City of Dis was one of the 2 cores of Baatar, along with Nessus, the home of Asmodeus. The Iron Duke, a powerful rank 9 archdevil, controlled the city. It was thanks to his might and cunningness that the Iron City of Dis rose to prominence. In the entire universe, the Iron City was believed to be an eternal bastion of the devils that no one could ever destroy due to its impregnable defense. However, even the most fantastic city of Baatar could not resist the nightmare of Dis. The incarnation of death and destruction, butchering the archdevils and then swallowing the origin of Dis, destroyed the Iron City. After millions of years and countless sacrifices, the archdevils have managed to restore Dis' origin and reconstructed the Iron City. Nonetheless, the size of the city was half of the one in its prime. The outer layers were abandoned and considered a lawless zone. Devils killed each other regularly in those places. They did it to rob people or to consume their flesh to strengthen their bloodline. 2 devil armies were fighting in one of those lawless zones. The tactics on each of the troops were impressive, and it was clear they had done this many times. A rank 4 devil led each army. They would only begin their fight once a victor emerged between the lesser devil's troops. Both leaders frowned as they felt a fluctuation in space. They looked at the sky, trying to find the newcomer. That was the last thing the rank 4 devils did before an invisible force hit them and their armies. The duo fell unconscious, and every single lesser devil died instantly. Zadiel saw with a smile how his soul eradicator had killed everyone in a single swoop, and even more when he realized how little mind force the spell needed. The Neo-Demon could have also killed the rank 4 devils, but they were more useful alive. Zadiel's mind force invaded their brain, and in less than 10 seconds, he learned everything about them. He shook his head when he realized that neither had a direct connection with a devil lord. Well, it is reasonable. These 2 rank 4 devils are both at the first origin cycle, after all. The Neo-Demon gathered their belongings before opening his mouth and devouring all the dead lesser devils along with one of the rank 4 devils. After that, he used the true soul of the last devil to create a doppelganger fiend rune. Zadiel did it very fast and did not care if there were instabilities in the rune since it would only be temporary. His soul force will be equal to the one of the true soul with which he made the rune, and it would bring him many problems if he displayed his full battle power with a weak rank 4 devil soul force. The moment he engraved the Animax soul rune in his true soul, bones covered his wings, and an evil aura emanated from his entire being. Zadiel began to fly after he finished his transformation. After 2 days of traveling, he saw a city surrounded by an unbelievable high wall covered with endless runic formations. Although he could fly above the wall, it was forbidden to enter the Iron City that way. The Neo-Demon headed to one of the many entrances and waited in line. Luckily, the devils were moving fast. They just had to pay the entrance tax. Zadiel was behind a 50-meter-tall rank 4 stone golem. The moment the devil reached the entrance, 2 peak rank 4 ice devils received him. The stone golem showed the guards a medallion revealing the devil lord he served. One of the ice devil examined the medallion, and once he made sure it was real, he spoke. 20 soul coins. Soul coins were the currency used by high-ranking devils. They were made with the souls of the mortals that arrived in Baatar and origin power. The stone golem nodded and handed 20 blue coins to an ice devil before entering the city. It was the Neo-Demon's turn next. He walked to the guard before taking 20 soul coins from his space ring. The ice devils looked at each other once they saw Zadiel did not show any medallion and felt that his soul force was at the first origin cycle. For new residents, the price is 10,000 soul coins. There was a wicked smile in the ice devil when he spoke those words. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that. 10,000 soul coins were enough to buy a rank 6 artifact, and there was no way a rank 4 devil could have so much. The Neo-Demon did have that amount with him. After all, he had killed many devil and demon lords, but the problems would only grow if he showed his wealth. It was clear to him they were trying to trick him. If they were in Abyss, Zadiel would have killed them, but this was Baatar, a lawful plane, so he needed to play by its rules. Not to mention he felt several consciousnesses belonging to devil lords surveying the wall. 10,000 soul coins are the price needed to buy a property in the Iron City. I only want to enter it. Coldness appeared in the eyes of the Ice Devils when they heard the words of the Neo-Demon. They wanted to scare Zadiel away with that immense sum, but it was clear they were facing a smart opponent. The devils could not go against the rules of their position. That wordplay they did before was a way to trick the newcomers who did not know the Iron City's rules, but the Ice Devils were not defeated yet. Humphrey, we were given the authority by a devil lord to inspect all the belongings of any newcomer who behaves suspiciously. You enter that category since you have never been to the Iron City before, and yet you know the price of a residence. There were many ways the person in front of him could have obtained that information, and the Ice Devil knew it, but he just needed to find an excuse to pressure his opponent into giving in. Zadiel may have lived his life as a demon, but his cunningness was so great that he once made the 9 hells tremble. He could defeat this Ice Devil in a game of wits and obtain his entrance to the city, but a new plan appeared in his mind. He immediately backed up and adopted a defensive stance once the Ice Devil mentioned examining his belongings. Zadiel showed a trace of killing intent in his eyes before flying away and vanishing into the mountains in the distance. When the Ice Devils saw the Neo-Demon's behavior, they smiled, and less than 10 minutes after Zadiel left, one of them chased after him. Everybody who saw the Ice Devil understood his goal, but no one bothered with him. It was typical for the city guards to chase away and then rob the newcomers. Of course, most of the profits went for the devil lords. The peak rank 4 Ice Devil returned in less than an hour, and there were some minor injuries on his body. He first went to the top of the city's walls and bowed to a devil lord lying there before offering a space ring. I suppose you only took 10% of what was inside, right? The devil lord had the form of a giant poison worm, and his voice carried an ominous feeling. Of course, my lord. The Ice Devil responded with fear and did not dare to look at the worm directly. The devil lord inspected the space ring and allowed the devil to leave. The moment the Ice Devil returned to his post, his comrade spoke to him. It seems that the weak devil gave you a fight. Humphrey. I was able to kill that garbage in 2 moves. Chapter 350, Count Kinner. The next few days were normal for the Ice Devil duo. They guarded one of the entrances to the Iron City, collected taxes, and more than once made sure weak devils could not pass through the gates, chasing them away to kill them and steal their belongings. Once their shift was over and 2 other rank 4 devils replaced them, they flew to their dwellings. However, when they were about to split apart, one of the Ice Devils sent a message to his comrade in a very discreet way. Turo, we need to discuss something. I found a powerful artifact in that weak devil's belongings. When the Ice Devil named Turo heard that voice in his mind, a flash of surprise appeared on his face, but he immediately hid it. He thought about those words for a moment before sending a message to his comrade's mind. Lopai, why are you telling me this and not just keeping that object for yourself? Turo knew that despite knowing each other for more than 100 years and fighting countless battles together, neither of them would hesitate even for a second in killing the other if they could gain something. Devils were paranoiac beings by nature, so Turo immediately thought something fishy was going on. It is too valuable for me to use it in the open, and the moment someone realizes I have it, they will kill me and steal it. You and I know that Count Nico is a petty individual, and if I hand it over to him, not only I will gain nothing, he may search my soul to know for sure I don't have something else of value. Lopai words made perfect sense for Turo. Having wealth without power was a sin. That was even more true in Baatar on Abyss, where its inhabitants killed each other for pleasure. Count Nico is currently part of an invasion force in a high world, and he will not return in at least 100 years. You know very well that we are doomed if we remain as his subordinates since he will not allow us to enter rank 5 and equal him in strength. Turo did not show anything on his face when he heard that, but he made a small gesture indicating his understanding. I know you have been developing a relationship with Count Kenner. The moment Turo heard that, his eyes widened, and killing intent was born in his heart, but he managed to hide it. He knew very well the horrible fate that would fall on him if his current master knew he was trying to leave him. The Devil Lord would torture him until his lifespan is over for his audacity. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lopai and signaled him to continue. If we present this item to Count Kinner, he may accept us together under his wings and free us from Count Nico. Turo remained quiet for an entire minute before speaking. I will arrange the meeting with Count Kinner, but I need to examine the object before. If I displease the Devil Lord, The consequences will be dire for me. I have the tools in my castle. Lopai immediately refused but saw that Turo was unwilling to compromise. In the end, he did not have another option but to comply. If they separate now and rumors about him having a valuable item spread, it would mean his end. The duo headed for Turo's castle, and once inside, immediately went to the laboratory. The entire room looked exactly how you would expect from a devil's laboratory. There were living creatures kept in cages and mutilated corpses hanging from hooks. Follow me. Turo guided Lopai into the room, and the moment they were both inside, the eyes of the first one glowed. The entire laboratory began to shine with red light, killing all the prisoners inside and releasing a power that made it impossible to mobilize Soul Origin. Rage appeared in Lopai's eyes as he attempted to escape, but chains emerged from the walls and immobilized his body. A wicked smile appeared on Turo's face as he saw Lopai's fury. I am sorry, old friend, but you know too much. Besides, if you knew Count Kinner's personality, you would have understood that you were bound to die. Now I will take the item and... Turo could not finish his sentence since a special force had frozen his true soul. It happened too fast, and he did not even notice it when it entered his soul dimension. The rage in Lopai's face vanished when he saw the state of the ice devil. His right eye shined, and the next second, it fired a wave of mind force that destroyed his bindings. Lopai got closer to the ice devil and put his hand over his head. The next second, mind force began to brand Turo's true soul. It took 2 hours, but after it was over, the ice devil lost the ability to control his body and thoughts. Lopai and Taro sit down the next moment, as the first one restored his strength. Neither spoke a word and remained in complete silence inside the laboratory for 2 days before flying away. They traveled at full speed for an entire week before reaching an impressive fortress. There was a giant ball of blue fire floating in the sky above this construction. When the ice devil reached the entrance, Fiend Trent rose from the ground. Why have you come here, Turo, and with an outsider? His name is Lopai, and he's also a servant of Count Nico. We bring an offering for Count Kenner. Show us the way, unless you want the Lord to know you are responsible for him not getting his gift. A mocking smile appeared in the Fiend Trent when he heard that. There is no need for threats. I will take you to the Lord. The fortress was so great that it could be considered a city, and millions of devils lived in it. The trio flew through the sky until they reached an impressive castle. The castle was more than 10 times larger than Turo's, and countless runic formations covered its walls. The two ice devil entered it under the Fiend Trent's guide, who led them to the throne room. After 10 minutes of walking, a massive gate appeared in front of them. My lord, Turo requests a meeting. He brings a comrade who also serves under Count Nico. They bring a gift. A few seconds after the Fiend Trent spoke, the gate opened. The room was immense, but it was empty other than a throne where the Devil Lord was sitting. Count Kenner had a 4-meter-tall humanoid body, with a dark blue exoskeleton covering his skin. There were 2 horns in his head, and his eyes were closed. The physical might this Devil Lord released was so great that it made the trio feel they were at the bottom of a deep ocean, and countless waves were crushing their bodies. The Fiend Trent bowed to the Devil Lord and left, but not before giving a sinister smile to the Ice Devils. Turo and Lopai ignored the Fiend Trent and walked forward until they were less than 5 meters away from the Devil Lord before kneeling. Great Lord Kenner, this is my comrade Lopai. During our job as a guard, we came in possession of a powerful item. We want to give it to you, Great Lord, and hope you could take us as your loyal subordinates. Turo's voice was full of respect and fear. Once his comrade finished speaking, Lopai made a white sword appear. It was only when the artifact appeared that Kenner opened his eyes. He opened his palm, making the white sword fly to him. What an impressive magic matrix. With enough resources, this sword could become a rank 6 artifact. Very good. Although Kenner's voice was cold and full of viciousness, it made a smile appear in the Ice Devils. Unfortunately, I would have problems if I take 2 rank 4 devils from Nico. Fight among yourself, the winner becomes my subordinates, and the loser dies. By the way, if someone releases their law avatar and harms my castle, I will flay him alive. When the Ice Devils heard that, they were surprised, but they attacked each other the next second. Kenner began to smile once he saw that. This Devil Lord enjoyed putting people against each other and seeing them kill their friends and comrades. Turo knew that and was one of the reasons he did not want to come here with anyone. The fight advanced fast since both Ice Devils were attacking with everything they had. Turo lost an arm, but he kicked Lopai in the chest and managed to send him flying away in the direction of the Devil Lord. When Kenner saw the Ice Devil about to clash with him, he slapped his body. However, when he touched Lopai, this one exploded, and a man with 8 wings and 3 eyes came out of him. Chapter 351, Defeating one after another. Count Kenner was shocked by the appearance of the winged man. His castle had powerful scanning abilities, and yet he received no warning at all. However, As a warrior who survived thousands of years in Baatar, his battle instincts were top-notch. He did not hesitate and was about to release the full power of his energy pool and his law avatar, even though it would mean the end for any rank 3 life form in a radius of 2,000 meters. To the Devil Lord, all of his subordinates and family were worth nothing compared with his safety. Unfortunately for him, before he could mobilize his soul origin, Zadiel's right eye shone. Instantly, an unavoidable force hit his true soul and stunned him. Kenner's vision went black, and he lost the ability to think for a second. When his sight returned, Zadiel grabbed the back of his head, and both of their eyes were less than 5 centimeters apart. The world around the Devil Lord crumbled to dust, and what appeared in front of him was a giant portal made of raging purple energy. He felt like someone was cracking his head, and the portal was trying to swallow him. Terror filled the heart of the Devil Lord since his instincts were telling him that once he passed through the portal, it would mean his end. Roar! Count Kenner released a roar full of rage and killing intent. He could not mobilize his soul origin due to the state of his true soul, but what he could do was to detonate his energy pool. The energy pool of the rank 5 life form was like an ocean. The might of the explosion could level the entire fortress. The Neo-Demon could not care less about the devils living in this place, but that destruction would ruin his plan for this Devil Lord. Coldness filled the eyes of the Neo-Demon, as he released his law avatar and then made his 8 majestic wings form a cocoon with him and the Devil Lord inside. The cocoon had just closed when Kenner energy blasted in every direction. The entire castle began to tremble, and a storm began to form around the cocoon. You could see lightning, thunder, fire, and raging winds wrapping it. Zadiel was inside a sphere less than 5 meters in diameter containing a tornado that could decimate a continent. His skin was burning, but he did not move away. The Ice Devil burned his life force and covered the cocoon with ice to help contain his power. The Neo-Demon's rebirth eye was bleeding as he used all the strength he had to push the Devil Lord's consciousness into his rebirth nightmare. Every second, Kenner saw the portal getting closer and closer. He did all he could, but in the end, the portal swallowed him. The Devil Lord found himself in a purple plane the next second without a single clue of how he arrived here. Before he could even think about leaving that place, a dark monster materialized in front of him. Kenner was a Devil Lord, someone who enjoyed horror and slaughter, but the monster's eyes filled his heart with dread and terror. The creature roared, showing his horrible mouth, before invading the body of the Devil Lord, by entering through his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. The raging energy inside the cocoon began to calm down. After a few minutes, the white wings retracted, showing the Neo-Demon and the Devil Lord. The tornado of raging energy incinerated Zadiel's skin, and the force of the explosion broke most of his bones. Luckily his vital organs were fine, and his rebirth force was already healing his wounds. Count Kenner had most of his muscles and organs torn. Releasing so much energy so fast was more than his body could handle. However, the most severe injury was in his true soul that had fallen unconscious after Zadiel trapped his consciousness in the rebirth nightmare. After having neutralized the Devil Lord, Zadiel immediately scanned his surroundings. Despite the commotion, no one came to the throne room. The Neo-Demon knew that those rank 4 devil must have detected the moment Kenner detonated his energy pool but chose to ignore it. It makes sense they did not come. If an opponent strong enough to defy Kenner had appeared, they would only be throwing themselves to their death by interfering. There is no way a devil would be willing to sacrifice their life for their master. Zadiel understood the devil's nature very well, and he could decipher their thoughts in a moment. He sat on the ground and focused on healing his injuries before looking at the ice devil that stood immovable, waiting for his orders. Heart Seal is truly a fantastic skill. I can even put them in a default state and make it so that they live their lives without them knowing they are under my control, creating perfect spies. The Neo-Demon turned to the unconscious Kenner, but he shook his head. Trying to implant the seal in the true soul of the Devil Lord could allow his consciousness to break free of the rebirth nightmare, not to mention there is a limit to how many seals he can implant. Thanks to his current soul force and mastery of Heart Seal, he can control 10 rank 4 devils simultaneously or a single rank 5. The Neo-Demon had a plan for the Devil Lord, so even if he could control him, he still would not. The first thing is to read his memories, learn his habits, and study his personality. Zadiel's mind force invaded the Devil Lord's brain and allowed the Neo-Demon to learn everything about him, from his birth until this moment. It took him a couple of hours, but no one in the universe knew Count Kenner better than the Neo-Demon after he finished. Once that task was completed, Zadiel used the law of death to make his body intangible and vanished beneath the ground. The Neo-Demon headed to the abode of Kenner's second-in-command, an old devil named Arachi. He was a weak rank 4 devil, but Kenner liked his cunning mind and the fact he could never threaten him due to his potential being all used up. Zadiel reached his dwelling in less than 5 minutes. The old devil was ravaging a group of slaves, and none of them resisted. It was clear their minds have been thoroughly broken. Coldness appeared in the eyes of the Neo-Demon as he used Soul Eradicator to leave Farachi unconscious. As for the women, he killed them. He did not have time to be caring about them, and there was no safe place to leave them in theater, so he did the most merciful thing and ended their misery. The Neo-Demon appeared in the room, and after using his flames to incinerate the broken bodies of the women, he began to brand the true soul of the old devil and read his mind. Once he finished and obtained complete control over Farachi's thoughts and actions, he grabbed him and disappeared from the abode. The duo resurfaced at the entrance to the throne room. Zadiel closed the gate and left Farachi guarding it before vanishing beneath the ground. Once he was alone, a vulgar and cocky expression appeared on Farachi's face as he took an orb from his spatial ring and sent a message. Listen up, all of you. Lord Kenner has ordered that every rank 4 devil, his descendants, and women immediately come to his throne. We know all of your locations and calculated the time it will take you to arrive. If any of you is late, we will brand you as a traitor, hunt you down, and torture you until your lifespan is over. After he sent the message, the old devil was left looking at the distance with empty eyes, but his nasty expression remained. Less than 5 minutes after Farachi spoke to the orb, a group of 10 rank 3 lesser devils with a powerful bloodline running through their veins, and the fiend Trent that received the ice devils reached the entrance to the throne. Although the lesser devils were descendants of Kenner, their status was inferior to that of the fiend Trent, so this last spoke first. Farachi, why did the Lord? Before the fiend Trent could finish his sentence, an invisible force knocked him and killed the lesser devils. Zadiel's hand and head rose from the ground. He stored the rank 4 fiend Trent in his spatial ring and devoured the lesser devils. Chapter 352, New Identity. After having devoured Kenner's descendants and capturing the rank 4 fiend Trent, Zadiel waited until more people arrived, and the cycle continued for the next couple of months. Every time a rank 4 devil arrived, Zadiel would put them into a coma and store them inside his spatial ring. As for the offspring and consorts that had yet to awake their true soul, he devoured them all. For the rank 4 Neo-Demon, consuming rank 3 life forms was not of much help. They could restore his strengthened energy pool, but they proportionate almost no benefit for his body. However, Kenner's descendants had a powerful devilish emperor bloodline running through their veins, and although their purity was low, consuming more than 5,000 of them was nutritious. Individuals with powerful bloodlines and of a high rank have a more challenging time procreating, but Kenner had a harem of more than 3,000 women. That, plus his libido and the fact he was almost 10,000 years old, made that number of his progeny high. Finally, after half a year, he had captured all the rank 4 devils under Kenner and ended the Devil Lord's bloodline. Zadiel went back to the throne room, where Kenner was lying unconscious. The Devil Lord's powerful physique had already healed all of his wounds on its own. The Neo-Demon meditated for an entire week until he was in optimal conditions. He took rune crafting tools from his spatial ring and some resources before starting to work. The Neo-Demon did not have the enlightenment mist to help him now, so he had to push himself to the limit to create this new doppelganger fiend rune. It took Zadiel 5 days until he reached the part of the Animax soul rune where he needed to implant the true soul of the Devil Lord. This is where the challenging part comes. Zadiel used his mind force to increase his speed of thought, and his eyes glowed as he examined Kenner's true soul. The Devil Lord had several red runes covering his true soul. Those were the contracts he had formed and that were still in operation. There was only one that mattered to Zadiel, and it was the only one that had Kenner as the yielding party. It was the contract the Devil Count had signed with his superior, a Devil Duke. Zadiel couldn't preserve all those red runes, and the moment they were broken, the other party would know that Kenner had died. That is why he captured all the rank 4 devils who signed a contract with the Devil Lord. Slowly and with extreme dexterity, Zadiel advanced in the Animax soul rune. It took him 3 days, using his mind force to push his body beyond its limits and the full might of his powerful eyes, but he was able to finish the doppelganger fiend rune and preserve the red rune that connected Kenner to the Devil Duke. The Neo-Demon stored the rune before closing his eyes and resting. Once he was better, and the fatigue had left his body and mind, he expelled the rune currently in his true soul before inscribing the new one. Zadiel's appearance did not change, but his soul force was now that of a rank 5 life form at the peak second engraving stage. That was not all, since his soul aura was the same as Kenner's. The soul aura, memory, and personality are ready. Now it is the turn for the body. Zadiel put his hand over Kenner's chest and began to manipulate the law of life. The Neo-Demon's body began to change, and after an hour, he became a copy of the Blue Devil Lord. He did not obtain Kenner's physical might, and his physical stats remained the same. However, anyone who analyzed his body would find it identical to that of the Devil Lord. The new Kenner conserved the wings and eyes of Zadiel. If he hid them, it would greatly diminish his battle power. Besides, he had a way to explain them. Now that he no longer needed the Devil Lord, Zadiel took his space ring and opened his mouth before swallowing him. The moment the body reached his stomach, he felt a wave of energy and vitality fill his cells. The Neo-Demon walked and sat on the throne before closing his eyes for a moment. After a minute, he opened them, and the viciousness they released was the same Kenner had when he was alive. He killed all the offspring who could use their bloodline to find out the truth and captured the rank 4 devils whose contracts broke. As for the consorts, it would be weird if the lustful Kenner all of a sudden stopped visiting his harem. So to be sure, Zadiel also killed them. Now that his soul aura, soul force, memories, personality, and body were identical to that of the Devil Lord, Zadiel had thoroughly usurped his identity. Instead of creating a force from zero, Zadiel took control of one that had already planted its roots in the Iron City of Dis. While his expression made people think he was having evil thoughts, the truth was that the Neo-Demon was assessing his next movement and examining his power. He felt how his constitution was growing stronger and how the second heaven was reaching its limit. All those people and Kenner's body were helpful. After I have fully digested them, I can seal a new star. Zadiel was satisfied with his fast and yet steady and solid improvement. He threw a few dozens of high-quality origin stones to his mouth and left his body to grow stronger on its own before beginning to handle the rank 4 devils. With 6 rank 4 devils, I can control Kenner's force and hide the fact that something happened. The rest will remain in my space ring until I can seal them in the Neo-Demon realm. I will need them in the future, but they can never see the light of day again since they know the truth. Zadiel picked the 4 more powerful of the group and began to use Heart Seal on them. With a break needed between each seal, Zadiel was able to finish in 10 days. He took them out of the space ring and waved his hand, making them leave along with the Ice Devil and Farachi. Once they exited the castle, light returned to their eyes, and they began to act like their true self. As for the fact that the red rune in their true souls being gone, they could not process that information. The Neo-Demon was deciphering his next move when a call reached him through Kenner's space ring. His eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he answered. Kenner, old friend, I heard rumors about something odd happening in your fortress and the fact your children vanished from the Iron City. Is there something I can do to help you? The voice belonged to a woman and was full of concern and worry, but Zadiel only sneered before responding. Kita, if that is all you have to say, then you are wasting my time. Zadiel's behavior was full of arrogance. His answer was identical to the one Kenner would have used, from his tone until the tempo and words. The voice on the other side of the call remained silent for a moment before speaking again. There is no need to behave like that. I was only making sure you were okay. Anyway, the real reason I was calling is due to the Blood Fortress incursion. It is supposed to start in a few weeks, but the rest are already traveling to the location Duke Prior gave us. They want to see if they can learn anything before entering. I wanted to know if you wanted to travel with me? The woman's voice was truly enchanting, and it could affect weak life forms. A thoughtful expression appeared on Zadiel's face after hearing that. The Blood Fortress incursion was a mission led by 2 opposing Devil Dukes. As its name suggested, the task was about invading the dwelling of an ancient devil named Blood Duke. The Blood Duke was a powerful devil lord that failed his ascension to Archdevil. The most impressive thing about this devil lord was that he possessed a technique that allowed his body to reach the void stage. When his advance to rank 7 failed, and his life was nearing its end, he sealed his fortress in a unique dimension so no one could benefit from his demise. The Devil Duke that Kenner served and another Devil Duke found the entrance to the dimension by chance as they explored some ancient ruins. The first thing the Devil Lords did when they realized what they found was to try to kill the other and get everything for themselves, but in the end, none of them was able to succeed and decided to take a more civilized approach. Each Devil Duke will send a force, consisting of 3 Devil Marquises, 10 Devil Counts, and 100 rank 4 devils, to explore the Blood Fortress. Each force's goal was to obtain as many resources as they could and find the unique body refinement technique of the Blood Duke. As for how to respond to the other force, their instructions were simple: kill them all. Coldness appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he thought about the mission. He did not care about the Blood Duke's technique, but there must be some resources that will help his body in that place, not to mention 200 rank 4 devils who no one would complain if they disappear. Okay, let's meet. Chapter 353, Establish a connection. Zadiel flew at an incredible speed to the meeting point he settled with the female Devil Lord, Kita. Every time his wings moved, his momentum grew higher, and the lesser devils beneath him looked at the sky with fear. Although both Kenner and Kita had teleportation formations capable of connecting their fortress, none of them would allow such a thing to happen. In a battle, a Devil Lord could use that type of portal to enter the core of the other's territories, or worse, send a destructive device that could decimate everything. Even the Magi Worlds organizations did not have that type of teleportation formation built between them. As the Neo-Demon was getting closer to the female Devil Lord, he analyzed his strength. My current battle power is between the second and third engraving stage if I go all out. I can handle the counts, but the Marquises have already established the elementary form of their sacred body of laws. If I encounter one of them, my best chance is to attack their souls and then escape. I have 2 goals in this mission. One is to gather resources to train my body, and the second is to capture as many rank 4 devils as possible. Regarding the technique of the Blood Duke, I couldn't care less. No matter how great the Blood Duke's technique was, it could not compare with the ones in Zadiel's mind. After half an hour of flying, Zadiel finally saw the female Devil Lord. Kita looked like a beautiful elf with 2 horns, and there was an enchanting aura surrounding her body. The woman's eyes narrowed when she noticed the changes in the physical appearance of Kenner. She still greeted him with a smile but raised her guard. The female Devil Lord tried to hide her suspicions, but she could not trick Zadiel. Devils, paranoid garbage, always making things more difficult. Everything else about the Neo-Demon was the same as Kenner's, but the woman still felt distrust for his wings and eyes. My devil bloodline grew stronger. Zadiel offered no more explanation. If he did, it would only make Kita's suspicions grow. Bloodlines significantly impact a creature's appearance, which was even more true in fiends, so the Neo-Demon's explanation made perfect sense. I see. Let's go. Kita did not say anything else, and although she made it seem as if she lowered her guard, Zadiel's eyes showed him how she was mobilizing her energy in secret and was ready to strike. Although moving through the sky was dangerous since anyone could detect them, they were powerful rank 5 lifeforms. Their strength allowed them to ignore whether or not they are spotted. The duo flew in complete silence for the first 30 minutes before Zadiel opened his mouth. I have a piece of information regarding the Blood Fortress that could be useful for you. It is related to an alteration made in the laws of that place. A flash of interest immediately appeared in the eyes of the female Devil Lord, and she turned to the side, only to see Zadiel staring at her. What do you want in exchange? Kita understood their relationship very well. There was no way Kenner would give her something out of the kindness of his heart. I heard that you have a bone devil heart. I want it. Impossible. The female Devil Lord showed a trace of killing intent the moment Zadiel mentioned that object. A bone devil heart was not an organ but a treasure, a type of plant born in a place where powerful life forms have died and whose vitality has changed the terrain. It purified the bones of a life form and helped the entrance to the 3rd engraving stage. Zadiel did not truly need that treasure since the law of rebirth constantly refines his body. He just wanted to bring out a subject that would draw Kita's full attention. The Neo-Demon did not do anything after seeing the woman's killing intent and limited himself to stare coldly at her. Kita understood she could not defeat the Devil Lord. While both were at the 2nd engraving stage, the woman had entered recently while the Blue Devil was at the peak. Most of her rage came from the fact Kenner managed to learn a secret from her. After seeing that she calmed down, Zadiel kept speaking with her, trying by every means to obtain the heart. He offered various treasures, promised help, and made subtle threats. During the entire conversation, Zadiel made sure they maintained eye contact. When the Neo-Demon saw that everything was failing and the female Devil Lord was about to end the conversation, he offered something he knew she could not pass. I can also give you the technique that helped me increase the power of my devil bloodline. Kita could not hide the desire in her heart from showing in her face. The bloodline and true name are the core of most devils' power, at least until they manage to reach rank 7. No matter how slight, any improvement in either of them was something every fiend strived to obtain. I want a sample. Although the Bone Devil Heart was useful for Kita's next advance, improving her bloodline was more important. Zadiel kept his eyes on the woman as he took a crystal from his ring and began to imprint some information in it. He stayed like that for more than 5 minutes, and although Kita was getting impatient, she did not look away. The Neo-Demon had finished in the first minute. He was stalling for time until he finally felt it. The connection has been established. Zadiel was thrilled but did not show it on his face and handed the crystal to Kita. The female Devil Lord immediately analyzed the technique, and a look of understanding appeared on her face as she stared at the Devil Lord. The principle behind the technique Zadiel handed it over was to use your offspring in a cruel ritual, where their life force would be ignited to enhance the bloodline inside them. They would burn to ashes until only a ball of condensed blood essence remained. After that, the Devil Lord would consume it and improve his bloodline. Kita believed she had figured out why Kenner's descendants had disappeared all of a sudden. The cruelty of the Devil Lord did not affect her. On the contrary, she unconsciously lowered her guard a little as she had a better picture of the strange events that happened in Kenner's fortress. The female Devil Lord immediately agreed to the exchange after seeing the technique. Zadiel imprinted the entire technique in a crystal and traded it for a rock, the size of a fist, that had veins and was beating. Kita began to memorize the technique once she had it in her hands. A cruel smile appeared on her face. If it wasn't for the fact the technique needed a lot of preparations, and she had to take part in the mission, The female Devil Lord would have returned to her fortress and devoured her children. After she finished learning the technique, Kita stared at Zadiel. She was waiting for the other part of the deal. The Neo-Demon no longer cared about the woman since she was no threat after forming the connection, but it was still too early to shred all pretenses. The Blood Fortress was affected by the Blood Duke's laws. Our souls and energy will be weakened, so we will have to rely mostly on our bodies to fight. Kita frowned when she heard that, and envy appeared in her eyes as she focused on Zadiel. Her battle style focused on illusion and bewitching abilities. Although her body was still strong due to her demonic bloodline and the laws she had engraved in it, it could not compare with Kinner's. I guess you got lucky. Zadiel only glanced at the woman before looking forward. He was not Kinner, and his energy pool and law avatar were an essential part of his battle power. My illusion and soul invasion spells depend on my rebirth eye and unique mind force. I hope the laws do not hinder them as well. The duo kept flying for another 3 hours before finally reaching their destination. 2 groups have already formed there, and they were both showing pure killing intent. Chapter 354, Severian. The 2 groups noticed Zadiel and Kita. One team showed an even greater killing intent when the duo arrived, while the members of the other team displayed a smile. The duo went to the team that was welcoming them. Zadiel and Kita repaid the courtesy and greeted them all, but they knew that these comrades were just as dangerous as their enemies. The moment something precious appeared in the fortress, everybody would become an enemy. With the addition of the Neo-Demon and female Devil Lord, the party that served Duke Breer had 7 members, while the other only had 5. After that short reception was over, the Devil Lords focused on the space in front of them. There was nothing there other than some ruins, but you could detect invisible cracks in space connected to another dimension if you were strong enough. The Devil Lords' powerful consciousnesses were like invisible beasts that swept everything in their path as they scanned the terrain. Zadiel did not join them since the first thing in his mind was to assess the threats around him. He could not use his consciousness to examine them since they would notice, and heart scan was not very useful in determining the target's strength, but his rebirth eye could show him a lot of an individual. The Neo-Demon's right eye focused on the Devil Lord floating a couple of meters above the other counts. She was a woman approximately 2 meters tall, with a snake body and 2 heads. He could see a thriving life force like an ocean, an extraordinarily dense and pure soul force, and engraved laws in every cell of her body. A sacred body of laws. Zadiel recognized the qualities of the woman's body that depicted her as a Devil Marquis, a peak rank 5 life form. He marked her as an extremely dangerous individual since his current strength would only let him run from her. The Neo-Demon battle power allowed him to handle life forms at the 2nd and maybe 3rd engraving stage, but someone at peak rank 5 was 5 to 7 times stronger. After he finished with the strongest, his rebirth eye began to analyze the devil counts. They were a Hell Lion, a Fiend Dragonburn, a Spider Wolf, a Storm Hawk, and a Shadow Frog. According to Kinner's intel, the group's strongest was supposed to be the Hell Lion. His name was Cyrex, and he had reached the peak of the 3rd engraving stage. However, the Neo-Demon's attention was drawn to the Shadow Frog, named Severian. He was at the edge of the group and had a very timid and cowardly attitude. No one found that odd since he was supposed to be at the 1st engraving stage, but Zadiel's rebirth eye showed him a soul force more extraordinary than that of the Hell Lion. The Devil Count appeared to have detected Zadiel's stare and glanced at him. A strange light appeared in the Shadow Frog's eyes before giving a humble smile and looking away. He obtained a technique that permitted him to hide his true power. Since they do not see him as a threat, the rest unconsciously put less attention on him, giving him more freedom. He is like a wolf playing to be the sheep only to show his fangs when the time is right. Cunning and powerful, a dangerous combination. The Neo-Demon also marked the Shadow Frog as a serious threat. Once he ended with his team, Zadiel analyzed the other side. He did not get surprises in them, and other than the Devil Marquis, the rest were between the 1st and 3rd engraving stage. After analyzing all those already here, Zadiel followed the Devil Lords and attempted to peer into the dimension where the Blood Fortress resided. The first thing was to find one of the invisible space cracks that led to the dimension. The Devil Lords were using their consciousness to locate them. As for the Neo-Demon, he once again thanked his bloodline for giving him his right eye. The rebirth eye showed Zadiel the space cracks. He picked one that no one had detected yet and sent his consciousness inside. The moment the Neo-Demon's consciousness passed through the crack, he felt a powerful repulse force fighting against him. He was barely able to enter 10 centimeters with his consciousness before being shut out. Zadiel frowned when that happened. He was not able to see anything on the other side. My consciousness is stronger than the rest due to my racial heritage and the fact elemental chaos tempers it. Nonetheless, its origin, my true soul, is still at rank 4. The Neo-Demon began to think about how to handle that problem, and an idea came to mind. Once again, he sent his consciousness into the space crack, but this time injected his mind force in it. It was hard to control, and he felt like his consciousness was carrying a heavy boulder but was able to defeat the force on the other side of the space crack, allowing him to see the dimension. What appeared in Zadiel's mind was an enormous fortress. The buildings in it were thousands of meters tall, and it had a diameter that could equal a small continent. The Neo-Demon's consciousness could not cross the fortress's walls due to the repelling force being too high. However, he could see the fortress's outer layer from the sky, and there was no sign of life in it. Zadiel also used the energy in his consciousness to release a fireball against the walls. The Neo-Demon did not think he could harm them with such a weak spell, but he was surprised when he saw how the blast of the attack was almost null. An extremely powerful life form with high control over the laws reinforced space in the dimension. Normally, a spell carrying the full strength of a rank 5 life form could create destructive shockwaves that would extend for hundreds of kilometers, but here, they would cover a few dozen meters. Zadiel frowned when he detected the uniqueness of the Blood Fortress. The price the Blood Duke had to pay to make those alterations in space and reinforce the city should have been astronomical, even for a peak rank 6 life form. According to the information, when the Blood Duke failed his ascension to Archdevil, he used his last breath to seal his fortress in a hidden dimension so no one could steal his resources, but that story had several flaws. For starters, if he wanted that no one could get their hands on his belongings, why not just destroy the fortress? Second, this place must have had millions of devils living in it. They would not have chosen to stay here after their master died, and even if they could not escape, some of them must have remained alive, and yet I can see no trace of life anywhere. Hundreds of different scenarios appeared in Zadiel's mind that could explain what he saw, but he had too little information to pick one. The Neo-Demon continued exploring the Blood Fortress border, but it was a barren wasteland with nothing to offer. Eventually, he pulled his consciousness out. Zadiel saw how the rest of the Devil Lords were still trying to enter the dimension. The Devil Marquis and Hell Lion were the only ones with a relaxed expression on their faces, telling the rest they succeeded. The Neo-Demon focused on the Shadow Frog. Severian's annoyed expression made people think he had not succeeded, but Zadiel was sure he managed to enter the dimension. A nasty expression appeared on Zadiel's face as he approached the Shadow Frog. Severian, you should give up. I could not beat the repelling force in the dimension, and your consciousness is weaker than mine. Instead of wasting time, why don't we discuss a proposition I have for you? Zadiel did not hide his voice, and the rest of the Devil Lords could hear him, but no one bothered. They did not care if the Blue Count wanted to ally with the weak Shadow Frog. Severian's eyes narrowed when he heard those words, and an annoyed expression appeared on his face, but he hid it immediately. Kenner, my friend, what are you thinking about? There was a smile on Severian's face, and his attitude was docile. Zadiel was sure the Shadow Frog felt nothing but disdain for Kenner. Unfortunately for him, since he is hiding his strength, he could not just ignore a Devil Lord that was supposed to be stronger than him. The Neo-Demon began to talk and made sure to maintain eye contact the whole time. Chapter 355, The Mission Begins. Zadiel kept talking with Severian for a long time. The Neo-Demon could tell the Shadow Frog's annoyance, but he couldn't care less and took advantage of the fact he had to maintain his cover and could not dismiss him. It was only after 100 minutes of non-stop eye contact that Zadiel finally let the conversation finish. In the end, they made a deal and promised to do their best in case one of them needed the other's help, but they were just empty words. Almost double the time that I needed to establish the connection with Gita. If he had not been hiding his power, it would have been incredibly difficult to maintain eye contact for that long. Zadiel looked at the Devil Marquis above him after handling the most significant threat between the Devil Counts. If he could use Beyond Reality with her, then the Blood Fortress mission would be much easier. Unfortunately, even if Zadiel could establish a conversation with her, he would have to maintain uninterrupted eye contact for more than 10 hours. Since establishing a connection with the Devil Marquis was not feasible, he went after the other Devil Counts. Zadiel could not just force the conversation with them as he did with the Shadow Frog, and there were many distractions. The good news is that he had a lot of time, and no one was going anywhere. Less than a week after Zadiel and Gita reached this place, all the missing Devil Lords arrived. Both parties had 10 Devil Counts and 3 Devil Marquises. The new Marquises in Zadiel's team was a man that had the appearance of a giant worm with spider legs and eyes all over his body and an individual made of green fire that appeared to have no gender. With only a few days until the Blood Fortress incursion started, the rank 4 devils began to arrive. Those devils knew it would be suicide to reach this place before the Devil Lords of their team came, since their enemies would have killed them if they see them alone. After the 100 rank 4 devils appeared, the Devil Lords began to split them between themselves. Every Devil Marquis chose 15, leaving the 55 remaining for the Devil Counts. 5 Devil Counts would have 6 rank 4 devils beneath them, while the rest would only get 5. The strongest devil counts would be the ones with an additional soldier and choose first, allowing them to pick the best rank 4 devils. Zadiel chose third since Kinner's strength was beneath the Hell Lion and Fiend Dragonburn. The rank 4 devils had no vote regarding who they would be following in this mission. Although the ones picked by Zadiel did not show it, they were all cursing their luck. Those devils had done their homework before this mission and got information about the devil lords they would be serving. Kenner had a massive red flag on him due to his sadistic nature and the fact he liked to see teammates kill each other. Zadiel's mind force allowed him to feel those rank 4 devils' emotions, but that did not bother him. With Kenner, at least some of you would have made it alive, but with me, none will see Batter again for a long time. The Neo-Demon picked the 6 devils with the most powerful soul force and no longer looked at them. When the day of the mission finally arrived, space above both teams broke at the same time, and 2 individuals appeared. They released no aura at all, and there was no fluctuation of soul force or energy in them, but the moment they showed up, everybody kneeled. The Devil Duke, known as Krier, had a humanoid appearance. His skin was charred, and red light could be seen coming from inside his chest. He was less than a meter tall, but all the Devil Lords and rank 4 devils showed a terrified expression the moment he appeared. Zadiel also showed fear in his face, but his focus was on the other team's Devil Duke. He is a rank 6 pit fiend. If I could get a piece of his soul or some life force, then there is a chance I could evolve my sword in a rank 6 artifact. Unfortunately, a Devil Marquis is already more than I can handle. Zadiel focused once again on Duke Krier, just in time to see this one releasing the full power of his consciousness. The pit fiend did the same, and the power they released to the outside was so great, they generated an earthquake that could cover half a continent. The Devil Lords felt tremendous pressure over their bodies, and the rank 4 devils felt nauseous due to the raging and poisonous energies that covered the sky. Both Devil Dukes seized control over the space in front of them in a second. The pit fiend created giant chains that pierced the edges of a space crack and expanded it. Duke Krier, on the other hand, spit a ball of the green fire that entered a space crack and began to form a gateway into the dimension where the fortress resided. The portals were reinforced with the Duke's laws, allowing easy passage to rank 5 life forms and beneath. The one who brings me the Blood Duke's body refinement technique can keep the resources he obtained. The rest can only remain with 5%. Duke Krier announced that before closing his eyes. The devils will be risking their lives, entering a Devil Duke's fortress that must be full of traps and fight against an enemy force, and yet they would obtain less than a tenth of what they managed to collect. That was bullying, and precisely the way leaders treated their subordinates in Batter. That behavior could incite resentment in your underlings, and that was one of the many reasons devils would rather see the people beneath them die rather than see them grow stronger. Both teams went through the portal created by their Devil Dukes and found themselves inside the dimension that contained the Blood Fortress. They immediately felt how their energies were harder to move, and a foreign force suppressed their consciousnesses. The alterations in this place would diminish the might of their spells and make scanning harder. Zadiel also felt those drawbacks but was happy when he noticed how his mind force was not affected. Both teams looked at each other after reaching the dimension. Although killing intent overflowed their bodies, it was not the time to fight yet. Zadiel and the devils beneath Duke Krier followed the Blood Fortress border and took the left side, while the team under the Pit Fiend took the right side. The Devil Lords began to split apart, and each one chose a separate entrance. The fortress was almost the size of a continent, so they all were pretty far apart. They did this to avoid fights at the beginning of the mission. Each group would start on the fortress's outer layer and slowly make their way to the center, where the most valuable resources and information should reside. While every group immediately entered the fortress, Zadiel's group remained at the gate. The Neo-Demon looked at the rank 4 devils, and his right eye glowed as he forcefully implanted a seed of mind force in the head of every one of them. The devils were too weak, and they could not fight back against the power of the Neo-Demon. They were all furious when it happened, but there was nothing they could do since even working together, the best they could achieve was to equal a weak rank 5 life form. Begin to explore the outer layer. I will join you after I finish with something. The thing I implanted in your heads will allow me to see all you do. The Neo-Demon said nothing more before vanishing beneath the ground. Zadiel's words only made the wrath in the rank 4 devils grow. He left them on their own, and even if they managed to find anything valuable, they were sure the Devil Lord would take it from them. They could not ignore the order Zadiel gave them since that would mean death, so they entered the fortress. Once he was deep underground and was sure no one was looking at him, Zadiel began preparing to seal a new star in his body. Chapter 356, Second Apocalyptic Star. Zadiel's eyes were closed as he injected elemental chaos into the true Doomsday body's heaven connected to the liver and relayed coordinates to his chaotic core. As the elemental chaos overflowed the heaven, a white whirlwind emerged inside Zadiel's liver. In the Neo-Demon Realm's void, a white whirlwind like the one inside Zadiel appeared. Only this one was countless times larger, and it was swallowing a burning star. The heat in the star was so high that an average rank 4 life form would found it hard to be near it for a long time, and yet the Neo-Demon planned to seal it inside him. The distance between Baatar and the Neo-Demon realm was incommensurable. Thanks to the Narayan, the incarnation of death and destruction's Omega law, Zadiel teleported a star from his realm's void into his body. A red marble appeared in the white whirlwind inside the Neo-Demon's liver, and the energy in it increased as the process of crystallization started. When the sealing of the burning star was 50% done, the star consciousness woke up. Although it could not form coherent thoughts, it could express emotions. The star consciousness reacted with rage and fear at the prospect of being incarcerated. It attempted to release a blast of fire and break his cage when a giant golden sword appeared inside the dimension containing it. The sword created by Zadiel's Trouble pierced the star with an unbelievable speed, breaking the star consciousness into pieces that the true Doomsday body will soon devour. Without the star consciousness resisting the process, the crystallization finished before compressing itself and finally forming a stellated dodecahedron with a red orb in the center. A massive amount of dense and heavy energy overflowed Zadiel's body now that he formed a new apocalyptic star. The increase in astral origin was not the only benefit the Neo-Demon obtained. The apocalyptic star released Law's fragments that fused with the tissues around it, granting supernatural abilities to the organ. The liver had many functions, but the most important ones were the purification of blood, the creation of nutrients for the body, and as a reservoir of glucose that is a biological energy source. The burning star Zadiel sealed in his liver was a peak tier 2 star with a developed law of fire that worked as its core. Zadiel remained with his eyes closed beneath the ground as the changes on his body were happening. The Neo-Demon felt how his liver cells were now releasing a burning heat that would incinerate any nocive substance that passed through it. The proteins created by his liver and released into the bloodstream evolved, generating an overall improvement in his constitution. His blood was now glowing with blazing red color. The glucose stored in the liver transformed into liquid fire. Not only was it more powerful, but it was also faster, and in a few seconds, it could fill every cell of the Neo-Demon's body with energy. Artificial Intelligence Chip, show me my stats. BIP. Scanning host. Paths of Power, Animus, Rank 4/True Soul, Second Origin Cycle/True Will, Low Star Breaker/True Doomsday Body, Second Heaven, Strength, 5.7 to 6.1, Physique, 7.6 to 8.0, Speed, 6.2 to 6.3, Astral Origin, 3.0 to 3.9. A smile appeared in Zadiel when he saw those numbers and felt the power in his body. Every point meant an increase in 50% in that respective parameter. Right now, Zadiel's physique was 17 times stronger than that of a newborn archangel. My physical might can equal that of a newly advanced rank 5 life form that focuses on body refinement. It is time I take part in this incursion. The Neo-Demon rose from the ground and went through the information the seeds of mind force inside those rank 4 devils gathered. They advanced through the outer layer with ease. There were traps and defensive systems in that area, but their power was not enough to hinder rank 4 life forms. The devils managed to obtain some resources, but they were insignificant for the Neo-Demon. It made sense since the Blood Fortress outer layer was where lesser devils must have lived. After a week of traveling, the rank 4 devils reached a new wall. It was the dividing point between the outer layer and inner layer. From that point on, the devils began to have problems and advanced very slowly. A red fog covered the Blood Fortress's inner layer. It hindered the devils' consciousness even more and clouded their vision. The inner layer traps had the power to harm rank 4 life forms, and the devils could not get more than 30 meters away from each other since they would lose sight of their comrades. Zadiel frowned as he went through the information. The division between the layers, traps, and even the red fog was not a surprise. What bothered him was that the rank 4 devils hadn't seen a trace of life in all this time. There was not even a corpse. Without wasting more time, Zadiel passed through the gates and entered the Blood Fortress. He advanced through the ground since flying would make it easier for others to detect his position. This place was full of devil counts that could threaten his life, not to mention the devil marquises that were much stronger than him. Zadiel had just arrived at the wall that divided the layers when light filled his eyes. A seed of mind force showed him a rank 4 devil being blasted out from a building he had entered less than a minute ago. Someone had punched him with so much strength that he broke all the devil's ribs. The rest of the devils immediately gathered around the injured devil and saw a 10-meter-tall faceless humanoid with red skin and raging blood energy coming out from the building. The creature attacked without saying any word. It flashed to the group, and a sonic boom was formed behind it. The rank 4 devils responded by releasing their law avatar. Unfortunately, the alteration in the fortress laws diminished the help it brought to their battle power. I need to go there fast. Zadiel did not care about the devils, but they were more useful for him alive, not to mention he was interested in the faceless humanoid since he was the only thing that appeared to have life in this place. The red fog hindered the Rebirth Eye's vision, although not at the rank 4 devil's level. He used the seed of mind force in them to find out their location. Zadiel bent his knees, and after charging his legs with all his strength, he fired his body like a cannonball. A building appeared in the Neo-Demon's path in a second. With incredible dexterity, he adjusted his body to land with his feet in the wall. Without losing momentum, he bent his knees again before leaping. He did that with all the buildings in his path, increasing his speed with every jump. The faceless creature had sent a rank 4 devil flying away with a kick when it heard the sound of a building's wall shattering. It had just turned around when the Neo-Demon pierced its chest with the white sword, and both crashed into the ground. The sword pierced its heart, but the creature still was able to send a fist with immense strength to the Neo-Demon's head. Zadiel frowned when he saw the punch coming his way. The moment the creature appeared in his sight, he used Soul Eradicator in it, but there was no effect. A month ago, he would have been forced to dodge the fist, but this time, he had the strength to stop it with his bare hands. The Neo-Demon felt his arm trembling but stopped an attack carrying a physical might equal to the first engraving stage without needing the help of his Law Avatar or Doomsday Incarnation. The next second, his Eye of Death and Destruction glowed, and death force overflowed the creature's circulatory system, stopping its body functions. The rank 4 devils looked at Zadiel from a distance and did not dare to get close to him. The creature had almost killed them all, but the Neo-Demon defeated it in a single strike. In another race, that display of might and the fact he saved their lives would have awoken respect and admiration, but the devils only felt fear and envy. Zadiel did not care about their emotions and began to analyze this creature. Chapter 357, Statue. Zadiel used his rebirth eye, consciousness, and mind force to examine the humanoid creature and soon found out its nature and why his soul eradicator did not work. A rank 5 blood zombie. It doesn't have consciousness and operates following the commands given during its creation. The Neo-Demon's hope of catching a living being and finding out what was happening in this place vanished. Usually, high-level puppets could store information in their minds, but time had deteriorated this one's brain. He stored the puppet in his space ring before going through the information in the mind of the first rank 4 devil that the blood zombie attacked. It attacked the devil when this one put a foot in the stairs that led to the basement. Zadiel knew that such a strong puppet must have been guarding something valuable, so he entered the building after commanding the devils to stay put. It took a few seconds for the Neo-Demon to reach the entrance to the basement. He did not descend right away since most places containing valuable objects or information have self-destruction devices meant to go off if the guardian fails. Zadiel created thin threads of mind force that began to invade the walls. Carefully he broke the magic matrix and rune formation in his path until finally reaching a giant laboratory. Only after making sure he deactivated every trap did the Neo-Demon enter the room. Hundreds of different plants and all kinds of books filled the room. It was not hard to realize that this was a laboratory of a grand alchemist. The Neo-Demon's mind force covered the entire laboratory and gave him a clear view of everything inside it. Most of the plants had withered, but Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he noticed a fossilized root floating in a bowl with green liquid. He got closer and began to analyze the root and the liquid with his right eye. The liquid had lost its unique properties, but had not dissolved after all this time. It must have been a high-level substance. If I am right, the root belonged to a tree of massacre. It is fossilized, and it will be hard to restore even with my knowledge, but it will be worth it. Zadiel took a container and filled it with his blood before depositing the root inside. The Neo-Demon stored the container and all the books of this place into his spatial ring. The magic knowledge was low level for him, but he could exchange it for something else with the rest of the Devil Lords. And in case a Devil Marquis asked him from where he got it, he would have an explanation. After gathering everything valuable, Zadiel's released blue flames that destroyed anything they touched. It was best not to leave any clue of what was in here. The Neo-Demon exited the laboratory but did not leave the building. He advanced until reaching the rooftop. The red fog was thicker in the sky, and the Neo-Demon's vision that could see an ant more than 100 kilometers away now saw everything blurry. Still, by pushing the rebirth eye to the limit and taking advantage of the height, Zadiel was able to form a clear picture of the buildings around him. Suddenly, the Neo-Demon's eyes widened, and he focused on a structure in the distance. It was a 1,000 meters tall statue of a young child with no eyes nor ears and a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The red fog hid everything else, and the reason Zadiel could see that statue was due to his Eye of Life and Creation's unique ability to perceive hidden energy. It is like a heart, beating, gathering blood energy and producing life force before sending it to somewhere else. Zadiel had already developed an idea of what the purpose of this fortress was. However, that only made more questions appear in his mind. I need to get inside it. The Neo-Demon descended to the ground. After giving orders to the rank 4 devils of searching the buildings for anything valuable, he left. Zadiel advanced carefully since the traps and defensive systems around him reached a level in which they could harm a rank 5 life form. After more than 2 weeks of running, he almost reached the statue when his rebirth eye caught a glance of someone. The fog was too dense to figure out its identity, but it was not a devil marks due to the soul force he felt. That was everything he needed to know before flashing to the individual with his sword in hand and killing intent in his heart. It did not matter to the Neo-Demon whether the person was part of his team or an enemy. After he got close enough, he was able to identify him. He was a 15-meter-tall Hell Toxin Minotaur, a devil count under the rank 6 Pit Fiend. The red fog's effect was higher in the Hell Toxin Minotaur's perception than in Zadiel's, so the devil count was only able to react to the Neo-Demon when this one was in front of him. The devil roared and attempted to strike the Neo-Demon with his claw full of black poison. Unfortunately, Zadiel was too close, and the moment he raised his hand, an invisible force hit his true soul, momentarily stunning him. The next thing the Hell Toxin Minotaur felt was a burning sword cutting his arm off. The pain was immense, but as a devil lord, his battle experience was high. He immediately moved away from his enemy and fused with his law avatar. Zadiel saw black tendons cover the devil count's body, and his rebirth eye showed him an invisible gas that filled the air around him. The Neo-Demon did not give the devil count time to rest and flashed at him as an eclipse formed behind his back and bone spikes emerged from his knees and elbows. A thin layer of golden plasma appeared around Zadiel, stopping the gas from infiltrating his body. He got in front of the devil count and once again fired Soul Eradicator. The Hell Toxin Minotaur's spirit defenses were higher now that he had fused with his law avatar, but the attack still affected his concentration due to the immense pain. Zadiel managed to block the claw with his sword before hitting the devil count in his chest with his knee. The black tendons were resilient, but the bone spike was hard and burning, so it managed to pierce them, making a big hole in the devil count's chest before blasting him away into a building. The 2 strikes broke the devil count's magic defenses and gave the artificial intelligence chip enough time to scan him. The next second, Zadiel saw all the information in his mind. Bip. Target scanned successfully. Race, devil, rank 5, second engraving stage, strength, 8.1, physique, 6.7, speed, 4.5 energy pool, 8.3 soul origin. 8.2 inches in a different place. This fight would have been much harder for Zadiel due to the difference in energy pool and soul origin, not to mention that his opponent could fuse with his law avatar. However, the Blood Fortress weakened law avatars and made the energy pool harder to use, so they depended mainly on their bodies to fight. The Neo-Demon's strength was lower than the Hell Toxin Minotaur, but his speed was almost 2 times greater. That difference in agility was catastrophic since Soul Eradicator affected the concentration of the Devil Lord. Zadiel had just appeared in front of the Hell Toxin Minotaur when he detected something. His rebirth eye aimed at the top of the building next to him but instantly returned to the Devil Count. The poisonous claw once again stopped his sword, but he managed to land a fist in the Devil Count's face. His fist carried enough strength to break the Devil Count's face before being pushed away due to a kick that landed in his stomach. The fight continued, and in less than 10 minutes, the Hell Toxin Minotaur's body was full of serious injuries contaminated with blue fire. The Devil Count could not keep up with Zadiel's speed. The Devil Count was furious, but he was not a demon. Knowing that the situation was getting too dangerous, he chose to escape. Roar. The Devil Count roared as his energy exploded. From every cell of his body, a dense black gas was released. The toxins in the black gas were powerful enough to endanger the life of a rank 5 life form at the 3rd engraving stage. It drained all the energy the Hell Toxin Minotaur had, but he was sure that his opponent would not dare to get close to him. Unfortunately for the Devil Count, his calculations were wrong. He had turned around and was about to run when a sword pierced his back, severing his heart and overflowing his body with death force. Before his true soul could leave the soul dimension, sealing runes covered his skin. Chapter 358, Bloodchild. There was a man on the rooftop of a building close to where the fight between Zadiel and the Hell Toxin Minotaur occurred. His 10-meter-tall body had draconic and fiendish traits. The Devil Lord was a fiend dragonborn named Dior, a member of the same team as Zadiel. He managed to hide his presence thanks to his laws, making it challenging even for a rank 5 life form's consciousness to detect him. The red fog was so thick that he could not see the battle, but he had a highly developed sense of smell that worked like a form of sonar for him. Dior followed the Hell Toxin Minotaur and was about to attack him when he detected another presence and chose to hide. He was surprised by Kenner's arrival and how he handled the Hell Toxin Minotaur. The Fiend Dragonborn could also defeat the opposing team's Devil Count, but he had reached the 3rd engraving stage and focused on body refinement. There is something odd about Kenner. His strength is higher than the last time I saw him, and his law avatar has changed. It would have been a hard battle if I took him head-on, but the stupid dared to enter the Helltoxin Minotaur's breath of death. Luckily he did not kill the Devil Count, so I have a chance to devour both of them alive. There was hunger in Dior's face as he thought of eating his comrade. The Fiend Dragonborn's primary goal in this mission was not to harvest resources from which he would only keep a fraction or search for a technique he had no affinity for. The moment he set foot in this dimension, he began to hunt Devil Counts to devour them and increase the power of his devil bloodline. Dior could see in his mind how Zadiel left the black gas after storing the Helltoxin Minotaur in his space ring and how his body had a horrible stench due to the poison that invaded his cells. It doesn't matter. Sometimes smelly foods are the most delicious ones. Dior smiled as he prepared to take advantage of Zadiel's weakened state when he noticed this one running to a statue close to him and then, out of nowhere, make an underground passage appear. What is that? The Devil Count was surprised. His nose could give him a perfect picture of everything around him, but he had no idea how Zadiel found that tunnel. Zadiel descended the next instant, and Dior's perception began to lose him as his scent vanished. The Fiend Dragonborn did not chase after Zadiel immediately. He did not believe that the Neo-Demon could have set him a trap since he should not have been able to detect his presence, but the Blood Fortress was a strange and dangerous place, so he had to be careful. Dior got closer to the passage and once again got hold of Zadiel's scent. He sensed the Neo-Demon going down the path for a long time and how nothing got in his way. The Devil Count waited for a few minutes, and after discerning no problem, he also began to descend. After a few minutes of flying, the red fog disappeared, but the tunnel had so many curves that his eyes were not very useful, not to mention that the pressure on his consciousness grew even higher. The tunnel was very long. Even with the Fiend Dragonborn's speed, he had to advance for almost half an hour before seeing the exit. Dior had just left the passage, and what he saw shocked him. He found himself in the center of a giant tower, with devils tied up to the walls. There were thousands of devils, and while most of them were rank 3 life forms, there were plenty of rank 4 life forms and even rank 5 life forms. They had metallic ducts connected to their spines that introduced red golden energy into their bodies, and another set of tubes came out from their hearts and sent blood energy and life force down. They are cattle. Whoever built this and captured all these devils is a mighty entity. Those lesser devils should have died of old age a long time ago, but whatever those pipes pumped into them keeps them alive and allows blood energy and life force extraction. Fear was beginning to appear in the Fiend Dragonborn's eyes as he inspected the place. He followed the tubes from the devil's hearts and saw them gathering in a formation on the tower's floor. Another thing that disturbed Dior was the fact he had lost trace of Zadiel. He had followed his scent all the way here, but now he could not find him. Even though this place could be a treasure trove, the danger was too much for the Fiend Dragonborn. The Devil Count had just turned around, ready to escape this place at full speed. However, his entire body froze due to a child appearing right in front of him. Where do you think you are going? It has been a very long time since I had someone with whom to speak. Besides, Bloodfather would be very angry if I disobey his instructions. The child's appearance was the same as the statue above this tower. He had no eyes nor ears, and there was a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The Fiend Dragonborn was almost 10 times taller than the child and an evil monster that had provoked countless atrocities, but right now, his instincts were screaming with utter horror. Cold sweat appeared in his body, but as a cunning devil who survived thousands of years in hell, his mind was fast. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dior, a devil count and faithful servant of Duke Krier. I came to the Blood Fortress following my Duke's commands to search for the Blood Duke and offer my assistance. How can I address your highness? Dior kneeled in the air and adopted a submissive stance. All he had said were pure lies, but from the child's words, he deducted a connection with the Blood Duke, and from there, he went with his gut. The child touched his chin as he appeared to be thinking. Dior's words seemed to have affected him, and his stance relaxed, but the bloodthirsty smile remained. How weird. Father told me none of you knew your true purpose for coming here. How did you find out? Dior's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and all kinds of thoughts crossed his mind. However, he could not make the child wait. I am Duke Krier's trusted lieutenant and an essential part of his organization. That is why I know things others may not. Why would Duke Krier send you here if you are an important part of his organization? The child frowned as he spoke those words, but he talked to himself and did not hope for Dior to answer. The child remained thinking for a few seconds, which felt like an eternity for the Fiend Dragonborn. In the end, he shrugged his shoulder and shook his head. It is not my place to question a devil duke. If he wanted to send a trusted lieutenant to assist father, then I can only thank him. By the way, my name is Bloodchild, son of the Blood Duke. The tension diminished after Bloodchild spoke those words, and the Fiend Dragonborn took the opportunity to ask a question that had been bothering him. Your Highness, Bloodchild, you say I am the first visitor you had in a long time, but I saw a person coming to this place a few minutes before me. Bloodchild immediately shook his head when he heard Dior's words. I am confident that you were the first one to came to this place. None of the sacrifices should have the strength or special abilities capable of hiding from me. The Dukes made sure of that when they picked you. A flash of realization appeared in the Fiend Dragonborn's eyes when he heard how Bloodchild referred to the devils that took part in this mission. I would like to speak a little more with you, but Bloodfather would be very angry if I delay things too much. Now show me your back so I can begin with my work and you can fulfill the mission Duke Prior trusted you. Bloodchild rose his palm, and pipes, like those piercing the devil's spine in the walls, emerged from it. Chapter 359, Law of Destruction's minor completion level. Dior felt absolute terror invade his heart the moment he saw those pipes coming out from Bloodchild's right palm. He imagined suffering the same fate as the devils trapped in the wall and being kept alive like blood bags. He moved away from the child and immediately made his energy explode and mobilized his soul origin. When Bloodchild saw the Devil Count's behavior, an incredibly evil, cruel, and chaotic aura was released from his body and covered the entire tower. You dare to defy Bloodfather's orders? Bloodchild flashed to the Devil Count's chest and slapped him with his left palm. The Fiend Dragon's body could compare with that of a rank 5 life form at the 4th engraving stage, but that palm strike was not only fast and powerful but also had the great might of the laws fused in it. Dior's body crashed against the wall. An immense amount of blood energy, along with Law of Blood's runes, invaded his body, numbing his soul and energy. Bloodchild appeared in front of the Devil Count the next instant and sent pipes into his body. The Devil Count's destiny was gloomy, and there was nothing he could do to free himself from Bloodchild's power. Suddenly, 2 dark figures entered the tower and flashed to the rune formation on the floor. Their speed was incredible, even for rank 5 standards. Dior only saw a black blur, but Bloodchild was able to discern their appearances. They were 2 crows with 6 red eyes in their faces, 2 in their wings, and black obsidian feathers. Mounted in the back of these creatures were 2 blue devils with 8 wings connected to an eclipse, bone spikes in their elbows and knees, and 3 eyes. Don't you dare touch it. Bloodchild went ballistic the moment he saw the crows and devils approaching the runic formation. He immediately forgot about the Devil Count and forcefully shut off the connection with him to chase after the blue devils. In that exact moment, when his spirit defenses were the weakest, an invisible force struck his soul, and his sight went dark for an instant. Along with that attack, another crow emerged from the tunnel. This one was even faster than the other 2, and the devil riding his back carried a white sword covered with blue and purple fire. When they were less than 2 meters away, Zadiel jumped out of the nether crow's head, increasing his momentum as he aimed his sword forward. Bloodchild had just regained his vision when the sword collided with his chest, right above the zone where his heart resided. That attack, carrying such an immense speed and the full power of the Neo-Demon, could have easily pierced the body of a Devil Count at the 3rd engraving stage. However, it was only able to penetrate 4 centimeters into Bloodchild's chest. The wound was still deep since Bloodchild's body was small, but there was no pain or sign of damage in him, only wild rage. Bloodchild clenched his fist and threw a punch that could split a meteorite in half. Right before that tiny fist could land in Zadiel's body and make it explode, in front of him, the undying Leviathan's armored head materialized. The fist immediately destroyed the incarnation and even harmed the void creature's soul connected to it. The attack continued until reaching Zadiel's chest. That tiny fist destroyed all of his ribs, smashed his lungs, and injured his hearts. The Neo-Demon crashed on the other side of the tower, coughing mouthfuls of blood with pieces of his organs in it. While a clash between Zadiel and Bloodchild happened, Dior had managed to free himself. The first thought in his mind was to escape, but he heard a voice in his mind. You better stay and fight as if this is the last battle of your life. If you even think of running away, I will use my ability to hide from Bloodchild as I did before and let you here to die alone. We need to distract him until my clones finish altering the runic formation. The Fiend Dragonborn was shocked when he heard that. He felt no gratitude to Zadiel for saving his life, and his mind focused on choosing the path with the highest chance of survival. Dior noticed how the tunnel to the surface had vanished and heard crystal cracking when Zadiel's rebirth incarnations broke the invisible force field around the runic formation. Those 2 factors made his decision clear. Roar. The Fiend Dragonborn roared as he fused with his Law avatar, making him grow until he reached 45 meters tall and silver metallic scales covered his entire body. The Devil Count's power-up did not end there since he also burned his life force and activated a medallion that made a silver aura cover his body. Dior's battle power now could be compared with someone at pseudo-5th engraving stage. He gathered every ounce of strength he had in his fist as he launched it to the monster in front of him. Bloodchild was about to chase after the rebirth incarnations that were at this moment infusing new runes in the formation when he saw the giant draconic fist coming his way. The only emotion one could detect from Bloodchild was fury. His tiny fist clashed with the oars, creating a shockwave that made the entire tower tremble. The fiend Dragonborn felt all the bones in his hands shattering, the muscles on his arm tearing apart, and his blood burning, but he resisted the pain and attacked with his other arm. Fucking garbage, stop bothering me. Bloodchild's tiny body appeared to contain an ocean of blood energy, and he made it erupt. Bloodchild responded to the fiend Dragonborn's fist with his own, but this time, the oar's entire arm exploded after the clash. He did not end there since he flashed to the oar's chest and attacked with both his arms simultaneously. The Devil Count felt the threat of death more clear in this instant than ever before in his entire life. He exploded his energy, broke his medallion to generate more silver aura, and gathered everything in his chest. Bloodchild's strike shattered the oar's defenses, made the Devil Count's chest explode, and buried him hundreds of meters into the wall. The Devil Count's entire body would have burst like a balloon full of blood if it weren't for his final defenses. Bloodchild wanted to kill the Devil Count, but he felt how the duo was already affecting the runic formation's core, and he could not allow that to happen under any circumstance. He had just started his path down when he noticed the Neo-Demon coming to him, once again mounted in the Nether Crow. Bloodchild saw how Zadiel propelled himself at him with the white sword pointing to his heart. Trash, I will end you as well. He was much faster than the Neo-Demon and was about to blast his head off before this one could land his attack when his entire body froze. Bloodchild knew the reason for his condition immediately. It was the duo's fault, who had managed to affect the core of the runic formation. It is just a second. I can resist. A second was a lot of time for rank 5 life forms, but Bloodchild's body was incredibly hard. Zadiel's white sword was just about to enter right where the first attack landed. That instant, the Neo-Demon burned his life force and made his elemental chaos, soul origin, astral origin, and rebirth force explode. Draining all that power, Zadiel was able to activate the second release of his white sword. Bloodchild was shocked when he felt the sword bury into his body, pierce his heart and then release a torrent of blue fire that contained Baatar's law of destruction at the minor completion level. A smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as he saw blue fire coming out from Bloodchild's eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. However, his happiness ended the next second, when a kick had landed in his waist, shattering it and sending him flying away. Bloodchild had his heart destroyed, and blue fire filled every corner of his body, but he was still alive and strong enough to blast Zadiel away with a single kick. Chapter 360, The Price of Choosing the Wrong Target. There was a hole the size of a fist where Bloodchild's heart should be, and flames capable of challenging the heat of a high-world sun had invaded his body. Nonetheless, Bloodchild was still able to perform a kick powerful enough to send the Neo-Demon flying away. Of course, Bloodchild's condition was not good. The damage was enough to reduce his power level, or else that kick would have cut Zadiel's body into instead of just destroying his pelvis, liver, kidney, and most of his stomach. Bloodchild did not chase after the Neo-Demon or descended to kill the rebirth incarnations. He needed to expel the blue fire that was destroying his brain and the rest of his organs. The white sword produced the blue fire filled with Baatar's law of destruction after draining Zadiel's many energy sources and even a part of his life force. The power in it could incinerate an individual at the 4th engraving stage in a second. It took Bloodchild almost 5 minutes until he managed to purge the blue fire. Initially, he did not have eyes nor ears, but the fire had carved burning holes where these organs should have been. The first thing Bloodchild did after regaining control over his body was flashing to the runic formation in the ground. He exuded an immense killing intent, and if it weren't because it may harm the formation, he would have sent a spell to annihilate the incarnations. Both rebirth incarnations were moving their hands at an incredible speed as they modified the runic formation. Seeing Bloodchild approach them, one of them flew to intercept him. Bloodchild showed nothing but disdain for the rebirth incarnation's actions. He was going to destroy him with a single punch and continue his path without losing momentum. Unfortunately for Bloodchild, when they were right next to each other, the rebirth incarnation self-destructed. The explosion could not truly harm Bloodchild but was able to push him back a few meters. The incarnation that was still alive made his wings cover the runic formation as he continued to modify it. Bloodchild's face began to show anxiety when he felt the changes in the runic formation, and he continued pushing forward. The rebirth incarnation raised one of his hands and fired a chaotic energy beam so powerful that the recoil made his arm explode and almost emptied his energy pool. At the beginning of the battle, Bloodchild could have pierced the attack. However, now he was forced to respond to it, which delayed him even more. Bloodchild nullified the beam with a simple palm strike and flashed forward once again, but he was too late. The rebirth incarnation added the last rune and changed the core of the runic formation beneath him. The moment that happened, Bloodchild lost consciousness, and his aura disappeared. Even though he could not perform an attack, Bloodchild's body was harder than a star and was descending very fast. The rebirth incarnation jumped and collided with Bloodchild's body. The incarnation exploded but managed to change Bloodchild's path and stopped him from crashing in the runic formation. Finally, after putting 2 rank 5 life forms at death's door with nothing but a few punches and a kick and forcing 2 rebirth incarnation to destroy themselves, Bloodchild was defeated. Silence reigned in the tower for the next few minutes until finally movements were heard from the hole that Dior had made after Bloodchild's attack. Dior slowly approached the exit. His law avatar was deactivated since he needed to channel his energy into stabilizing his condition. Bloodchild's double punch pulverized his lungs, shattered his heart, and burned most of his blood. He detected Bloodchild's defeat and the destruction of the incarnations thanks to his nose. After a moment, he focused on Zadiel, who was lying unconscious buried in a wall, and hunger appeared in his eyes. If I devour him and the other devil count in his ring, I may be able to heal my injuries before it is too late. Now that the greatest threat was gone, the devil count immediately thought of devouring Zadiel to heal himself. That was the nature of devils. They may experience life and death battles with someone, but at the end of the day, they would still kill him without a second thought if it benefits them. The devil count knew it was a matter of time before Zadiel woke up, so he channeled what little energy he had left and rushed to him. He grabbed the Neo-Demon's unconscious body and put the upper side of this one in his mouth. The next moment, he began to chew. An ecstatic smile appeared on Dior's face as he felt flesh and blood running down his throat. However, it lasted little since 3 seconds later, his entire body froze. A blue fire had invaded Dior's soul dimension, and due to the weakened state of his true soul and consciousness, he was not able to resist its power. As he faded into the darkness, Dior saw the world around him change. The broken body in his hand vanished, as did the blood and flesh in his mouth. What he saw next was a white sword piercing his eye and burying itself in his head. Zadiel was grabbing the weapon, and his eyes were empty as he saw the Devil Lord dying. Dior had been under the influence of beyond reality from the moment Zadiel detected him spying his battle against the Hell Toxin Minotaur. The Neo-Demon tricked the Devil Lord's sense of smell to make him think he went down the tunnel first when he had remained behind. Zadiel remained at a safe distance and used his mind force to explore the underground. He was surprised by the appearance of Bloodchild and was only after many calculations and developing a plan with a high chance of success that he entered the tower. The Neo-Demon made the tunnel to the outside world disappear from Dior's sight to make him think the only chance he had to survive was fighting, and a few moments ago, he tricked the Devil Lord again and killed him. Although capturing him alive would have been the best scenario, Zadiel's condition was truly horrible. Other than his brain, Bloodchild's attack had severely damaged all of his vital organs and harmed his consciousness. The Neo-Demon could not even maintain his body in the air and began to fall along with Dior. The duo crashed into the ground the next moment. Zadiel did not let go of his sword buried in Dior's head and began to use the weapon's ability to absorb blood and vitality. As he drained what little life remained in the Fiend Dragonborn's body, Zadiel used his mind force to activate the runic formation close to him, blocking the entrance to the tower. Only after making sure this place was relatively safe did Zadiel analyze his condition. I cannot move and am having a hard time keeping myself awake. If it weren't for the vitality and blood of this Devil Lord, I would suffocate since my lungs are not functioning, and I don't have enough energy to replace the oxygen that my body needs. My liver and stomach will heal faster since they have an apocalyptic star helping them, and the damage in my hearts is not overwhelming. Bloodchild's physical attacks carried the law of blood and law of metal and affected my consciousness. Even with my bloodline, it will take me several months to fully heal. It has been a very long time since I came so close to dying. Zadiel had the World Mirage rune in him that could teleport him away, but he did not know how the alterations in this dimension would affect it. One of the reasons he chose to face Bloodchild despite the immense difference in power between the two was the words he told Dior. The Neo-Demon understood that all the people that entered this place were sacrifices meant to help Blood Duke's resurrection, and both his Duke and the Pit Fiend were working with him.